Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A hooded boy sat by the window of an airplane, minding his own business until a phone call interrupted him. He ignored it and opened a message instead. Hello Isaiah. This is Professor Cerise trying to reach you. I was hoping to ask if you are alright with taking a research tour to Unova without a Pokemon. Just to let you know, the bag I provided for you on your visit to the newly formed Reversal Mountain contains Pokeball, including Great, Ultra, Dusk, and Net Ball to increase your odds of catching Pokemon since Reversal Mountain is home to many fire types and Undella Town is famous for water types. If you have any questions, please give me a call. Isaiah scoffed a bit before putting on a video to pass the time as he neared Unova. Seriously, I don't need anyone's help, he muttered to himself. He spent the rest of the flight watching a video about a battle that still had people talking. It featured a certain trainer who had a Darkrai and a Latios challenging the Elite Four, easily making his way to Cynthia. Isaiah recalled how this trainer had once defeated Darkrai but had later lost to a rookie trainer in Unova with a Pikachu. Cynthia had a strategy against Tobias, and after a long battle, her Togekiss and Lucario managed to block Darkrai's Dark Void. Without it, Tobias was left with just Dark Pulse and Ice Beam, which still managed to deal damage before he fell, marking the first time Tobias lost a Pokemon without knocking out any of Cynthia's. Next came Latios, and Cynthia switched to Spiritomb. Despite Latios's attacks being less effective, it put up a strong fight before falling. Tobias's third Pokemon was a Zapdos, which knocked out Spiritomb, but in a surprising turn, Spiritomb used Destiny Bond before it was defeated. At that moment, Tobias's demeanor shifted, he lost his casual calm and became serious. His fourth Pokemon, Entei, took out Cynthia's Milotic, and she tried to use Garchomp, but Tobias forced her to switch Pokemon with Roar, leading to the loss of her Lucario, Togekiss, and Roserade before Garchomp was the last Pokemon standing for Cynthia while Tobias still had two left. Cynthia's losses came quickly after Milotic. His fifth Pokemon was a Landorus in its Therian for me. Despite Mega Evolving, Garchomp was taken down immediately. Tobias had clearly been holding back in the earlier battles, breaking Cynthia's unbeaten record, although many argued that using legendary Pokemon was unfair. It had been over 3 years since that battle, and while one might think Tobias remained the champion, he stepped down after just one day for unknown reasons, disappearing from public view. Rumors circulated about the league trying to uncover his true identity and capture methods, but they found nothing. Clenching his phone in frustration, Isaiah caused the screen to crack. What a mystery, he muttered. This was tied to his project. He knew about the true intention behind the research at Reversal Mountain, where a Heatran was rumored to be lurking, and Professor Cerise hoped to understand its habitat. Yet, why would they entrust this to someone without a Pokemon? Legendary Pokemon were notoriously difficult to catch. Isaiah thought about how Tobias likely had a whole team of them, being so young. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We have arrived in Undella Town, the captain announced over the intercom. Isaiah exited the airplane, eager to leave the chaos behind. I think I'll just go to Reversal Mountain later. I just need screenshots, nothing more. I can finally relax without worrying about anyone watching me. I have a week to spare, he revealed to himself as he headed off to the beach. Isaiah didn't care much about the project, he was just happy to leave that city and region behind. He found a secluded spot away from the crowd and laid back to cool off. Besides, it's a Heatran. What are the odds of running into it, he thought, questioning the purpose of the project. Suddenly, he heard a girl's voice calling out, "Out of the way! Out of the way!" His eyes shot open just in time to see a cute blonde girl in an orange bikini rush past him, accidentally stepping on him as she went by. The girl stumbled and fell onto the sandy shore, quickly getting back to her feet. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw a Wingull and wanted to catch it because it looked so cute," she exclaimed, looking down at Isaiah, who was still recovering from the unexpected encounter. "Can you watch where you're going?" "That hurt," he replied, trying to regain his composure. The girl pouted, taken aback by his tone. Well, excuse me, Mr. Rude. Mr. Rude? You're the one who stepped on me. Isaiah shot back. Yeah, I did. But I said I was sorry, she replied, looking a bit sheepish. Isaiah turned away, trying to shake off the awkwardness. The girl shivered as a cold breeze blew by, realizing her outfit was not quite appropriate for the weather. Where's my bra? She exclaimed, causing a moment of chaos as she tackled Isaiah in surprise. Have I been running without my bra? I could have sworn I had it on just a minute ago. Bianca panicked as Isaiah, feeling overwhelmed, pushed her away, leaving her covering herself with a teary look. Isaiah grimaced at the thought of people seeing him walk out with a half-naked girl crying. Then he felt something dangling on his leg. It was her bikini top. I guess it came unhooked when you fell over me, he said, still annoyed as Bianca quickly put it back on. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, she said while bowing to him. Isaiah was frustrated that he had to be polite to the girl who had accidentally stomped on him. Whatever. I'll let you off, he replied bitterly, but Bianca didn't seem to understand his tone and introduced herself. I'm Bianca. Isaiah. Does it still hurt? Bianca asked, glancing at him. A bit. It's more awkward because, you know. Never mind. Isaiah covered his face, and Bianca giggled, showing that she was also bold. I assume you're not mad anymore, she asked, noticing his eyes peeking through his fingers, still looking irritated. Bianca wanted to leave on a good note and thought about how to make it up to him. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Bianca handing Isaiah a big, delicious ice cream banana split, topped with sprinkles, nuts, and a cherry. Ice cream always cools down some tension, she cheered, sitting beside him and enjoying the treat while Isaiah felt a bit overwhelmed. At least she tried, he thought, taking a calmer approach while observing her cautiously. You seem too trusting towards anyone, he pointed out, causing her to tilt her head in confusion. Well, I could be anyone. We just met, and here you are treating me. Isaiah's awkwardness made Bianca laugh, even as she felt a bit unsure about him. Oh, well, you seem pretty nice, and I couldn't shake my guilt since I hurt you after all. Is everything all right? She joked, causing Isaiah to nearly choke on his spoon. Are you okay? She giggled, noticing the smile he was trying to hide. Well, she is cute, he thought, reminding himself to keep calm. So what brings you to the beach? He asked, trying to start a conversation. Oh, I wanted to find some cute Pokemon that aren't native to Unova. There are many here, and I couldn't resist coming. What about you? For research. What kind of research? It's nothing amazing. I'm just observing the fire types in Reversal Mountain. Oh. I've never heard of that place. Sounds fun. Yeah. Never have I. The reason I actually came to this beach was to catch a water type, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, he lied. Despite her charm, he found engaging in conversation tiring and wanted to keep it brief. You don't own a Pokemon? No. Why not? You look, at least I thought everyone our age had one. Do you not like Pokemon? Bianca asked, surprised. I honestly haven't, but something sparked my interest, and I want to see what the hype is about, he continued his lie as Bianca stood up, looking down at him with excitement. I'll help you find something. You wanted a water type? What do you like? Come on, tell me. Isaiah felt overwhelmed as she got too close for comfort. Pervert, she teased, poking his head playfully. Isn't everyone a bit? She thought, glancing at him. While she was slightly disappointed in his physique, she found him intriguing. Well, it was nice talking with you, Bianca, but I must be going, Isaiah said, trying to leave, but Bianca stopped him. Huh? And after I offered to help you find a Pokemon? I don't think this is a good idea, Isaiah pointed out, standing in the water but not too far from the shore, holding a netball. How else are you going to find water types? Come on, it'll be fun. You can trust me, she encouraged, but Isaiah felt a dark feeling about trusting her. He didn't even want a Pokemon in the first place, and now he might end up with one. It's alright. I'll just catch one and release it after I'm done observing Reversal Mountain. It would be silly to go in there without a Pokemon, he thought, grabbing an Ultra Ball, recalling that it worked better than a regular one. Come on, Isaiah. Work those legs. Bianca cheered, urging him to dive under, but what she didn't know was that he couldn't swim at all. I can handle this. Alright. What do I do? He asked, feeling nervous. Suddenly, they heard a noise from the water, catching their attention. A pink head popped up. What's that? He asked, unsure of the Pokemon. It's a Frillish, Bianca replied, excitedly pointing it out. Oh look, it's a cutie, Bianca exclaimed as the Frillish slowly moved towards Isaiah. Isaiah's eyes widened in surprise, and he hesitantly dragged his feet back through the sand, feeling uneasy about the approaching Pokemon. Should I throw this? What if I miss? He thought to himself. Bianca quickly remembered something and pulled out her Pokédex from her bag to scan the Frillish. Frillish, the floating Pokemon. If its veil-like arms stun and wrap a foe, that foe will be dragged miles below the surface, never to return, the Pokédex stated, causing both of them to pale. Bianca shouted for Isaiah to get out of the water, which caught the Frillish's attention. Oh no! Isaiah shouted, just as the Frillish lunged out of the water, wrapping around him and pulling him back into the ocean. It's my fault. What do I do? Bianca panicked, regretting her poor judgment and realizing she had brought no Pokemon that could help in the water. She had only brought Emboar, Cinccino, and Escavalier. Something wrong. A man with dark skin and blue hair approached, holding a basket filled with Pokeball. My friend got dragged into the ocean by a Frillish, and it's my fault. Can you please save him? Bianca pleaded, and the man smiled reassuringly. Not a problem, he said, before diving into the water. Meanwhile, Isaiah struggled as the Frillish giggled, feeling the effects of the poison. He couldn't scream for help, his body refusing to cooperate. Is this how I'm going to drown? He thought, feeling his vision fade. A voice echoed in his mind, sounding betrayed. After everything I've done for you, you want to try to leave me? The voice continued, growing more intense. 3 women were chatting and relaxing on the beach. They were gym leaders Roxy, Alessa, and Skyla. Skyla wore a sky blue bikini, showcasing her figure, while Alessa sported a black and white one-piece bikini. Roxy wore a black and purple bikini adorned with coughing logos. What's up, ladies? Marlon called out as he approached, waving at them. Hey Marlon. You came for the party? Alessa asked, and he nodded. Who invited you? Roxy inquired. Just hopping by for a bit. Brought some more friends to liven things up, Marlon replied as Bianca appeared from behind Wylord. Hi Ms. Alessa. It's been a long time. Bianca waved, and Alessa's eyes lit up. Well, look at that. It's the airhead, Skyla teased, as they approached Bianca, who was bouncing with excitement. She's bigger than me, Skyla thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. Bianca greeted them warmly, and Alessa noticed how much she had grown. You're 16, right? Alessa asked. Sure am. Bianca replied cheerfully. Wow, imagine how she'll look at 18, Skyla mused. That orange looks very good on you, Alessa pointed out. Does it? I've been wanting to swim but couldn't find the perfect size, Bianca said, pulling at her bikini strings, unaware of the looks she was getting. At least you got cheeks, Marlon joked, earning a playful punch from Roxy. Shut up, fish head, she retorted, rolling her eyes. So, you two are going out? No surprise, Marlon hitting on the girls again, Skyla smirked, causing Bianca to blush. And no. It's not like that. Bianca protested. Really? You wouldn't happen to be trying to corrupt poor little Bianca here? Alessa teased. Well, she isn't so little, Marlon shrugged, then remembered something. Oh yeah, Isaiah. Isaiah? Bianca exclaimed, suddenly panicking. I forgot about Isaiah, she cried as Marlon whistled for his Pokemon, which shot a geyser of water into the air, bringing Isaiah crashing down. I got you. Bianca yelled, but she miscalculated the distance, and he landed hard on the sand. Oh dear, someone muttered. Get off of me, dude. Roxy exclaimed, as Isaiah found himself face to face with her. That's the second time today, he grumbled, trying to recover. Isaiah. Are you alright? What does it look like? I got hurt again today, he thought before losing consciousness once more. Time passed, and Bianca joined the small group, except for Isaiah, who was resting on a rock with a bag of ice. She explained how she met him in his unfortunate situation. I hope he won't hold a grudge for that, Roxy said, feeling a bit guilty, though part of her was still annoyed by the flat chest joke. Poor thing. He hasn't had a good day, someone added. So, Bianca, he is really going to Reversal Mountain? Skyla asked, sounding concerned, which confused Bianca. What? Is there a problem? Well, it's just that. Forget it. But what is he into? Skyla waved it off, leaving Bianca wondering about the situation and recalling what Isaiah had said. I've been tasked by a professor in Kanto to observe the habitat of the newly formed Reversal Mountain, which has become home to fire-type Pokemon not native to Unova, Isaiah explained before looking away. Oh, and yet you are going to go there without a Pokemon? I am looking into what I want. It's not a problem. Nothing more to be said, Isaiah replied before sliding down behind the rock where they couldn't see him. What's his deal? Forget me and talk about something else, he yelled. How strange, everyone thought. So, how have you been after the Unova League? I saw you only made it to the top 64, Alessa asked. I traveled to the Kanto region right after the Unova League to compete in its leagues and also try the contests. Bianca squealed, clapping her hands together as if she had the best experience of her life. This surprised the gym leaders. I managed to make it to the Grand Festival, but I didn't get far in the battle part because I wanted to go in full force in the first round. Full force. Alessa and Skyla exchanged glances, knowing about contests and likely thinking her opponent took advantage of her strategy until she ran out of points. I made it to the top 8 in the league and then traveled to the Hoenn region next. How did you do there? I made it to the top 4 in the Grand Festival. That's an improvement. How did you do in its league? Oh, I made it to the finals, Bianca stated, shocking everyone, including Isaiah. She made it to the finals of a regional Pokemon league, he thought, impressed she did so well on her third attempt, far better than someone else who only made it to the top 8 again on their third try. The finals? Wow, you were so close. I know. But my opponent was too much for me to handle. I was only able to knock out 2 of his Pokemon. He knew so much about battling and strategy, and his Sceptile performed a Mega Evolution against my Emboar. We never stood a chance, Bianca revealed. Odd thing, his battling style sort of reminded me of Ash, she added, piquing Isaiah's interest. As they mentioned Ash Ketchum, they began discussing how he was the first person to defeat Roxy, how he reignited Skyla's love for battles, and how interesting he was. Marlon, however, didn't know much about him, having only met him briefly without battling. Isaiah had watched all the leagues Ash participated in and noted how many attempts it took him to win a league. Top 16, top 8, top 8, top 4, top 8, finalist, winner. The Alola League seemed less impressive to Isaiah, considering a trainer from a lesser-known Region 1, making the region's trainers appear weaker. He thought about how Sawyer learned a lot from Ash and used his intelligence along with Ash's battling style, winning a league on his second attempt with ease. Kudos to him, Isaiah thought. The worst loss was the Unova League against a trainer named Cameron, who didn't understand type matchups and lost to Ash. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm going to compete in the Unova League again, Isaiah said, breaking his thoughts. So I assume you are going to challenge Alessa and me again? Skyla asked, receiving a shake of the head. Nope. I'm facing gym leaders I've never battled before, so getting a new set of badges will look great alongside the 8 I won before. Bianca squealed in delight, showing her badges. Isaiah took a peek at the badges, noting she had won 5. Not bad. The Unova League this year isn't too far off, so you have plenty of time to get some new badges, Alessa pointed out, while Roxy's smirk twisted. Yeah. Better yet, there are 2 gym leaders you haven't faced, and I'm eager to battle you. Your Pokemon must be in good shape to have done so well in those leagues. I'm up for it, Marlon agreed, getting Bianca excited. 2 badges in one day. Who would pass this up? Marlon remembered something. Oh yeah. You can battle Cindy next, she isn't far from here, Marlon said, freezing the 3 female gym leaders in place. Cindy. Cindy is the fire-type gym leader, Marlon explained. Never met her. Is she nearby? Yes. She recently moved her gym to Reversal Mountain since many fire-type Pokemon lurk there, giving her an advantage. She's pretty chill. Speaking of which. Marlon glanced at the other gym leaders. Is Cindy coming? No. The atmosphere grew tense, confusing Marlon and Bianca, while Isaiah remained quiet. Wait. I thought Cindy was joining, Marlon questioned about the missing fire-type gym leader, prompting grimaces from the other gym leaders. The last time we invited her, she couldn't keep her hands to herself, Alessa explained, her tone suggesting there was more to the story. Roxy added bluntly, yeah. The hothead wouldn't stop bothering us, and when she gets angry, she reacts aggressively. That's not cool. Does the Pokemon League know about this? Marlon frowned, concerned about his fellow gym leader's privacy being invaded. Yes, they are aware. So far, we haven't heard anything, and there have been open allegations against her from challengers. She moved to Reversal Mountain, mostly hanging around the lower floors, waiting for the heat to die down. Hardly anyone challenges her as far as I've heard, Skyla revealed, causing further disturbance among them, except for Isaiah, who seemed indifferent and began to crawl away, leaving them in awkward silence. Now it doesn't sound very pleasant. Never mind that, sorry for bringing it up. It's not a good idea to challenge her at Reversal Mountain, Alessa apologized. And no, it's okay. There are other gyms I can go to, Marlon replied. Yeah. With that charm of yours, she might take a liking to you, Roxy remarked. DMN, and I thought she was cool. But maybe I can talk with her to see why. Marlon pondered before smiling. Let's not ruin our day with her. I'm sorry for mentioning her, you girls. It's okay, Marlon. You had no idea. Meanwhile, Isaiah sneaked away from the group without warning. Now to get out of here, he thought, preparing to get up until a brown and black striped head popped out of the sand, looking right at him. It's a sandile, he recognized, knowing they preferred hot areas like the beach. What are you looking at? You aren't going to try to bite me, are you? His voice took on a more intimidating tone, causing the sandile to dig back into the sand, though its eyes still watched him curiously. Isaiah scooted a bit away, still wary of the Pokemon, remembering a previous encounter. The sandile made a sound, and Isaiah noticed its stomach grumbling. It's best I feed it, or it will try to bite me, he thought cautiously, recalling the supplies Cerise had left him. He pulled out some poke food, laid it on a plastic plate in front of the sandile, and watched as it eagerly devoured the food. Curious about the sandile, Isaiah thought, water types are super effective against fire types. That could be helpful, but what is the type chart again? He pulled out his Rotom phone, which displayed a lazy expression. What Pokemon are super effective against fire types? He asked the device, which responded with a sarcastic look. Why don't you read a book? It retorted, irritating Isaiah. Come on, stop acting like a JRK, he replied. Look who's talking. Me acting like the JRK, the Rotom phone shot back. Can you at least work for once? Isaiah pleaded. Fine. It's common sense what's effective against fire types. Didn't you learn this at school? It continued, mocking him. Are you really going to talk down to me from inside a phone? Isaiah threatened, causing the Rotom to stutter. All right, if you need to understand clearly, allow me to find you a suitable chart meant for kids, it insulted, displaying a simplified version of the type chart. You're lucky you're doing your job. Let's see. Ground and rock types are good, and Sandile is a ground type. I won't need to go back in the water to find something as troublesome as that frillish, Isaiah concluded, making the Rotom scoff. Speak the obvious. Just leave me alone, he thought, looking down at the Sandile that was now nuzzling against his leg, grateful for the food. Isaiah took the opportunity. Hey. Wanna help me? He asked, holding out an Ultra Ball. The Sandile happily nodded, eager for more food. Yes, he thought as he tapped the Sandile with the ball, which absorbed it. After a few shakes, it stopped, indicating the capture. That was easy, he sighed. What a surprise. You actually caught something by being nice for once. Good for you, the Rotom mocked, displaying the Sandile's entry, gender, ability, and moveset. That's decent enough, Isaiah shrugged before an explosion knocked him off his feet. Congrats on your capture, a woman said, and he turned to see a striking blonde woman with gray eyes in a black bikini standing before him. You're Cynthia. It's a pleasure. You lost because you're on my property, Cynthia said, her eyes glinting, making Isaiah sweat a bit. In another part of the area, Skyla announced, I'll referee. This will be a 2 versus 2 battle between Bianca and Marlon. Once one trainer loses both their Pokémon, the match is over. This also applies to Roxy's battle after. 2 versus 2. Boring. Roxy called out. Well, this is supposed to be our relaxation day before we have to go back to our respective gyms, Alessa stated. Not like I care. It'll be fun if we go 2 versus 4. Are you really that much of a daredevil? Isaiah. Are you watching? Bianca called out to the large rock where he was supposed to be, but there was no response. The 3 gym leaders noticed his absence. It's all right. Continue, Skyla said, just as Cynthia appeared, shocking Bianca, whose eyes turned to hearts as she fangirled. It's Cynthia. Oh my gosh. Does my hair look okay? Bianca thought, fixing herself before noticing Isaiah sitting quietly beside Cynthia. Oh, there you are. Where did you go? Roxy asked. I tried to ditch you all, but I didn't want to get arrested for trespassing, Isaiah admitted, surprising the 3. I found him hanging in the back. I thought he was trying to peek, and I was mere seconds away from sending out my Garchomp, Cynthia stated, taking a seat beside him. Let's try Mantine, Marlon called out, revealing his first choice. I'm so lucky to have brought you. Come on out. Bianca exclaimed as she threw her first Pokémon into the arena, surprising everyone, especially Alessa, who squealed in excitement. It's a Minun, she cheered. I caught it during my travels in Hoenn, and it helped me through the grand festival. Let's do it, Minun. The little Pokémon bounced with enthusiasm at her words. Roxy nudged Isaiah. Hey, were you trying to leave without saying goodbye to your girl? Isaiah shrugged. No, I don't care. We just met. I wanted to leave and be done with this. His rudeness made Roxy narrow her eyes at him. You know you can leave. I wasn't really going to hurt you, I just wanted to give you a warning, Cynthia said with a smile, prompting a sigh from Isaiah. I'll just watch, okay, champion. Isaiah replied, unsure of what else to say as he took a seat. Maybe he could learn about battling up close, it would be useful for when he and his newly captured Sandile reached Reversal Mountain. This will be an interesting battle. Two gym battles back to back, wonder who will come out on top. Bianca seems like an incredible trainer, Cynthia mused. Absolutely, without a doubt, with her experience, she can win the Unova League, Alessa added, her interest piqued. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind Marlon will get crushed. This gives me a chance to see how good she really is. If she can beat me. Ever since I lost to Ash, all I've thought about is training harder to win back against him one day. I haven't lost to any challenger since, Roxy said with a smirk. Except Allison, Alessa interjected, catching Isaiah's attention. Allison? She lives up in the mountains near the village where the abundant shrine is, but her location makes it extremely difficult for challengers to find her. Only expert trainers manage to challenge her, and like me, she always rocks their world without mercy, Roxy explained. She runs a dark-type gym and could easily be a candidate for the Elite Four, but she chose not to, Alessa revealed, surprising Cynthia even more. I would like to challenge her one day if it's not too much trouble, Cynthia said. She's silent most of the time, she'll only speak to her Pokemon, Roxy added. Yeah, she's intimidating, but she gives me the creeps, Roxy admitted, noticing Isaiah's gaze was fixed on the field. Cynthia observed Isaiah, who was focused on the two Pokemon battling. You seem focused. Just trying to gain experience. I'm not a trainer, but learning how to battle properly firsthand will help me before I go to Reversal Mountain, Isaiah explained, making Cynthia tilt her head to get a better look at him. He appeared pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun in years, with short, messy black hair, a few silver strands at the tips, and grayish-blue eyes. Heavy black bags under his eyes contrasted with his sharp gaze, which held an unsettling intensity. Something about him seemed familiar. Is something wrong? He asked, noticing Cynthia's scrutiny. It's nothing, she replied quickly, wanting to avoid raising any suspicions. Are you two ready? Skyla called out, receiving nods from both trainers. Now start, she announced, signaling the beginning of the battle. Chapter end. The next chapter will feature Bianca versus Marlon, with Roxy and Isaiah watching the battles to learn firsthand about battling. Will Bianca earn 2 new badges? It was unexpected when he caught Sandile, but he wasn't one for big moments like Ash. To him, it was just a casual achievement. I didn't want to spend a whole chapter building a friendship that Isaiah wasn't even capable of developing, especially when he had several future Pokemon already planned and would be catching them the traditional way. I introduced 2 new gym leaders, Cindy, Fire, and Allison, Dark, each with their own stories that connect to Isaiah's journey. Title: Bianca vs. Marlon, Gym Leader Battle Part 1. Minun. Use Thunder. Bianca commanded, and Minun unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity towards Mantine. Dodge it. Marlon ordered, and Mantine swiftly evaded the attack. Thunder. 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 Bianca shouted repeatedly, her determination evident. Keep dodging and use Icy Wind. Marlon instructed. Minun tried to shock Mantine several times, but it kept dodging in the air before sending a weak gust of cold air towards Minun, causing it to shiver. Ah! No! Minun! Bianca exclaimed. All right. Supersonic. Marlon called, and Mantine emitted a weak screech of sonic waves, hitting Minun and leaving it confused. Oh come on! Minun, please snap out of it. Bianca pleaded, but Minun wobbled around in a daze. Mantine. Hydro Pump. Marlon commanded, and Mantine released a powerful jet of water, striking Minun directly and sending it rolling to Bianca's feet. Minun. Are you okay? Minun stirred, realizing it was no longer confused and got up weakly, while Mantine hovered in the air, looking pleased. He's good. Bianca hesitated before Marlon issued another command. Mantine, supersonic again. In that moment, Bianca remembered how a certain Pokemon used to battle. Alright Minun. Dodge it with quick attack and get in close. Minnan swiftly avoided the supersonic and charged towards Mantine. Icy wind. Marlin shouted. Hurry and use agility. Minnan vanished just in time, dodging the icy blast and clinging to Mantine's fin. Oh! Mantine! Shake it off! Marlin urged, but Mantine spun in the air, trying to dislodge Minnan. Use thunder. Minnan squeaked, enveloping Mantine in a powerful electric shock that made it cry out in distress. Keep it up, Minnan. Don't let go. Bianca encouraged. Dive to the ground and body press. Marlin commanded. Mantine glowed red and dove towards the ground, managing to trap Minnan beneath its wing despite the electric attack. Tine. Mantine crashed onto the ground, creating a small cloud of debris that made Bianca shield her eyes. As the dust settled, everyone watched closely, revealing Mantine unconscious, with Minnan's head sticking out from under its wing, also out cold. Minnan! Bianca cried. Both Mantine and Minnan are unable to battle. This battle is a draw. Skyla announced, clearly enjoying the match. Mantine, you did great, Marlin said, returning his Pokémon after praising it. You too, Minnan. Take a good rest, Bianca said as she returned her Pokémon. Not bad, Bianca. You too. My second Pokémon will be Jellicent. Marlin declared, sending out his next Pokémon, which made Isaiah pale, recalling its previous encounter. All right. Come on out. Bianca called, releasing her second Pokémon, Plusle. At least she turned it into a draw. Mantine is weak to electric types, Roxy noted, reclining comfortably. Oh, Minnan is just so cute, and Plusle is a perfect partner. Alessa admired the duo. She has some flaws when it comes to thinking things through. What did you think of the battle, Isaiah? Cynthia asked. Isaiah felt uneasy, noticing Cynthia's gaze on him as if she recognized him. Is there a reason you've been staring at me? It's a bit unsettling, Isaiah remarked, drawing the attention of the others. Who wouldn't want to be in the presence of Cynthia, the most admired woman in Sinnoh? Roxy teased, nudging him playfully. He's right, Isaiah said, surprising them. Honestly, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Have we met? Cynthia inquired, her curiosity piqued. No. I'm from Alola and spent most of my life there, Isaiah replied. From Alola? Are you sure you haven't visited Sinnoh? No. The only other regions I've been to are Kanto and now Unova. I moved to Kanto. Mind if I ask why? It's none of your business, Isaiah said bluntly, catching them off guard. Wow. You really speak your mind, huh? I like that. Not many would dare say that to a champion, Roxy remarked, impressed by his boldness. I don't care who she is. Then I apologize for making you uncomfortable, Cynthia said, but Isaiah rolled his eyes. Then don't talk to me, he replied, moving to the other side of the bench, leaving them surprised. Interesting boy, Cynthia chuckled, which annoyed Isaiah. Annoying, he muttered, focusing back on the battle, contemplating the strategies he observed. What's the point of Icy Wind? Ice Beam would be more effective for damage, and while Supersonic can disrupt, why use it when you have Hydro Pump? Isaiah pondered, taking an interest in battle tactics. Bianca was puzzled by Isaiah's reaction toward Cynthia. Why would he be upset with someone so well-liked? Shouldn't boys his age be admiring her? Ready, Bianca? Why yes, Skyla. Alright, Jellicent. Start with Rain Dance. Jellicent sent a sphere of water into the air, summoning dark clouds that began to pour rain. Got you. Use Thunder. Bianca shouted, and this time, Plusle cutely cried as a massive bolt of lightning struck Jellicent directly. Wait. That was different. Isaiah realized. Big mistake, Marlin. When you use thunder in the rain, it always hits and deals more damage. I got you, he thought. Well, too bad you won't be able to use it anymore. Marlon smirked as Jellicent began to glow, and Plusle did the same. Oh no! Cursed body! Bianca frowned, along with Plusle. I was hoping that would be the case. Alright, Jellicent, use recover, Marlon ordered, and Jellicent glowed with a green aura, healing some of its injuries. Oh no! Now water spout! Marlon commanded. Jellicent launched massive water spheres that crashed down on Plusle. Dodge! Plusle attempted to evade the large water ball, but one hit, sending it tumbling to the ground. Plusle! Bianca exclaimed, concerned for her Pokémon. Great strategy, Cynthia noted. With Rain Dance, it boosted Jellicent's water-type attacks, and with its recovered health, Water Spout is at its maximum strength. Isaiah absorbed her words, realizing the depth of the battle. Bianca wiped her brow. He's good, but thunder isn't the only electric move my Plusle knows. She called out confidently, use discharge. Plusle sprang up, unleashing a barrage of electricity that struck Jellicent, causing it to topple. Now Jellicent, recover. Marlon commanded. Use discharge again. Bianca urged. Jellicent managed to recover but was hit once more by the electricity. Marlon knew he couldn't rely on Water Spout anymore. Protect. Jellicent summoned a green barrier, absorbing some of the damage. Now Shadow Ball. Marlon ordered, and Jellicent formed a shadowy sphere, launching it at Plusle, who barely managed to stay upright in front of Bianca. Here's your chance. Use recover. Bianca encouraged. However, Jellicent was unable to attack due to paralysis from the earlier discharge. Oh, Marlon muttered. Nasty plot. Bianca seized the moment, a dark aura enveloping Plusle, followed by a bright red glow. Suddenly, the glow from Cursed Body appeared around Plusle and then faded away. You're free, Bianca said as the rain subsided. This is bad. Jellicent. Hydro Pump. Marlon shouted. Now thunder. Bianca countered. Both Pokémon unleashed their strongest attacks, which collided in a spectacular display. It's Bianca's victory because of the nasty plot, Roxy pointed out as thunder began to overpower Hydro Pump, striking Jellicent into unconsciousness. Jellicent is unable to battle. Plusle is the winner. Since Marlon lost both his Pokémon, the victory goes to Bianca. Skyla announced, her voice filled with pride as Bianca screamed in excitement, Plusle jumping into her arms. You did it. You did it. Bianca praised her Pokémon as Marlon approached. That was a good battle. You earned this. He handed her a badge resembling a wave, which thrilled Bianca as the crowd cheered her on. Move over, fish head. It's my turn. Roxy pushed Marlon aside and stepped up to Bianca. Can you keep going, Bianca? Skyla asked, to which Bianca nodded. I can keep going. Great. But instead of a 2 versus 2, let's make this a 6 versus I'll use one Pokémon while you use the remaining 4 you have, and you can switch out both your Minun and Plusle for different Pokémon. I can wait. Roxy announced, shocking both Bianca and Isaiah. Never change, Roxy, Marlon joked, taking a seat on the other side of the bleachers. Is she that confident? Isaiah wondered aloud, prompting Alessa to respond. This is how Roxy operates. She is the second strongest gym leader in Unova and always engages in 6 versus 6 battles without holding back. No one since Ash Ketchum has managed to get past her first Pokémon. Isaiah was taken aback, realizing the punk girl was more skilled than he thought. She can be a daredevil at times, only choosing to use one against 6 of her opponent's Pokémon. Last time we battled 6 versus 6, she took out 3 of my Pokémon, Cynthia added, further surprising Isaiah and Bianca. That's right. I'm considering becoming an Elite Four member to boost my band's popularity and find stronger challengers, Roxy explained. So you really are that good? Bianca asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Roxy smirked. I've been wanting to try out a new member of my team. She may not be as strong as my main members, but she won't be a problem. Bianca frowned, feeling the pressure. It doesn't seem fair for me to use all my Pokémon against just one of yours. Those are my battle stipulations as the gym leader, Roxy replied, waiting by her box. Cynthia stood up. I have a Pokémon transporter so you can switch out both Minun and Plusle. Oh. Thank you so much. Bianca exclaimed, rushing into the house. After a few quiet moments, she quickly emerged, ready for the next challenge. Wonder what she's going to use. Isaiah pondered. All right. I'm ready, Bianca declared. Cool. This is my choice, come on out. Roxy threw in her Pokémon. A Nidoqueen. Bianca recognized, her eyes widening. Yep. I've been raising her since my last gig in Kanto last year. This is her first battle, so don't hold back, Roxy said with a confident grin. I've got the perfect Pokémon. Bianca responded enthusiastically, throwing in her first choice. Isaiah's interest peaked as he thought about what Sandile could do in this situation. Bianca had earned her 6th badge, and the next chapter would feature a full battle against Roxy. Isaiah's interest was growing as he took notes on the unfolding high-stakes battle. Earthquake. Starmie's gem glowed as a bluish aura surrounded Nidoqueen, who slammed her fist onto the ground, creating a massive shockwave. The field erupted, shaking the area violently, causing Isaiah, Skyla, Marlon, and Alessa to lose their balance while Cynthia remained calm. Bianca stumbled as the ground shot up with boulders and cracks, and Starmie was hit by the powerful attack. That was strong, both Bianca and Isaiah thought, while Skyla complained, Roxy. Don't use that around here. We aren't in an official battlefield where it protects the spectators. Whatever, there's still earth power. I often come up with counters against psychic types. You can't use psychic without focus, right? Roxy smirked, referring to Starmie, which was now weakened. We still have Hydro Pump. Starmie shot a Hydro Pump, but Nidoqueen simply stood her ground. Block and Thunderbolt. Nidoqueen crossed her arms, absorbing the Hydro Pump before firing a Thunderbolt at Starmie. Protect. Starmie managed to block the attack, but suddenly Nidoqueen was right in front of it. Oh no. Ice Beam. Nidoqueen. Crunch. Roxy commanded with a smirk. Nidoqueen opened her mouth, resembling a bear trap, and was hit by the ice beam momentarily before successfully landing the crunch, knocking out Starmie. Starmie. No. Starmie is unable to battle. Nidoqueen is the winner. The scoreboard reflected the outcome as Starmie's silhouette went dark. That was quick. Starmie, return. Bianca called back her Pokémon, relieved it had at least caused some damage. Second Pokémon, bring it, Roxy said with a grin as Nidoqueen roared. I have a Pokémon that can take hits. Come on out, Escavalier. Bianca threw out her Escavalier. Big mistake, Roxy grinned, leaving Bianca and Isaiah confused. Isaiah was curious if Nidoqueen could really overpower Bianca's entire team. Alright. Iron Defense. Bianca ordered, and Escavalier's metal armor glowed with a reddish hue, enhancing its defenses. Roxy didn't give any orders, leaving Bianca puzzled. Okay. Swords Dance. A projection of large blue swords appeared around Escavalier, boosting its attack stat. Please don't fall for it, Alessa muttered. If you're not going to attack, then Escavalier. Iron Head. Escavalier roared and charged toward Nidoqueen at a decent speed. Flamethrower, Roxy commanded. Nidoqueen opened her mouth and shot flames just as Escavalier was about to react, engulfing it. Escavalier. You shouldn't have gotten so close, Bianca. Escavalier. Hang in there. Escavalier managed to shake off the flames, though it was badly burned from the attack. Problem? Nidoqueen. Finish this with flamethrower again. Roxy taunted, pointing as Nidoqueen unleashed another flamethrower. Hyper Beam. Bianca shouted, but Escavalier didn't have enough time to form the attack before being hit again, causing it to collapse. Escavalier is unable to battle. Nidoqueen is the winner. Bianca sadly returned Escavalier, shocked at how quickly she lost another Pokémon. I always train my Pokémon to overcome their weaknesses and teach them various moves to surprise my opponents. You need to try something faster. With a slow Pokémon like Escavalier, it wouldn't get the chance to hit Nidoqueen. Who's your third Pokémon? Roxy called out as Bianca pulled out her third Pokeball and tossed it. An Altaria? Alright. Nidoqueen, Ice Beam. Bianca panicked as Nidoqueen shot a beam of ice. Dodge it. To her relief, Altaria evaded the attack, floating above Nidoqueen. Isaiah quietly took notes on what Roxy had said. Keep at it, Nidoqueen. Keep dodging. Bianca urged. You can't keep running forever. Well, if you can't see. This confused Roxy as Bianca called out, Mist. Altaria released a light blue gas, turning the field misty and hard to see. Nidoqueen. Keep your guard up. Perfect chance. Use Dragon Pulse. Nidoqueen grunted as it was hit by the attack. Roxy, noticing the source of the attack, pointed. Right there. Ice Beam. Nidoqueen shot an ice beam, and they heard Altaria's cry as it hit the ground. Altaria. No. I know you can still battle. Let's use that, okay? This piqued everyone's interest. Oh, what? Nidoqueen. Ice Beam again. Nidoqueen shot its ice beam, but the attack missed as a powerful orange, white, and red glow began to overwhelm the mist, rising above Nidoqueen. Oh no! It's right there, Nidoqueen. Look out! Draco Meteor. Aim it at Nidoqueen. The mist cleared, and Altaria unleashed a powerful attack directly at Nidoqueen, breaking into multiple small orbs filled with dragon energy, creating a massive explosion that sent everyone off their feet except Cynthia. Geez! Their battle. That has to be it. Bianca thought she had won as Altaria cheered weakly in the air. You thought. Ice Beam. From within the smoke, an ice beam shot straight at Altaria, hitting it and causing it to fall unconscious. Huh. Wait. It actually survived that. Isaiah thought, leaning in for a better look. Nidoqueen's silhouette showed she was still standing, albeit damaged and breathing heavily. Altaria is unable to battle. Nidoqueen is the winner. You did well, Altaria. You managed to deal a lot of damage to Nidoqueen. Bianca thanked her Pokémon before pulling out another Pokeball. Not bad, Bianca. You used the mist as a distraction in hopes of landing a Draco Meteor. No one ever thinks to launch straight at the opponent. Nice, but come on, show me what else you got, Roxy praised as Bianca nodded, throwing in her next Pokémon. Cinccino, huh? Nidoqueen. Use Rock Smash, Roxy ordered, causing Nidoqueen's fist to glow red as she smashed the ground, sending rocks tumbling towards Cinccino. Cinccino. Get in close and Iron Tail. Bianca commanded, needing to weaken Nidoqueen further. Cinccino's tail glowed as it dashed toward Nidoqueen. Sludge Wave. Nidoqueen summoned a wave of sludge, which Cinccino lunged over, landing a hit with Iron Tail. Keep using Iron Tail. Bianca called as Cinccino continued to attack Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, push it off. Strength. Roxy commanded, and Nidoqueen managed to shove Cinccino into the air. Perfect. Now Toxic Spikes. Before Cinccino touched the ground, Nidoqueen shot a sphere of poisonous spikes into the ground, and when Cinccino landed, "See, it cried out as the poison engulfed it. Cinccino. Alright. Now finish it with Venoshock." Nidoqueen shot a green hazardous liquid at Cinccino, causing it to cry out as the effects of being poisoned combined with the attack took their toll. "Cinccino." Bianca cried as her Pokémon fell quickly. "Cinccino is unable to battle. Nidoqueen is the winner." Despite the situation, Bianca is doing very well for herself. Even if it's one of her gym Pokémon, no one has been able to damage it this much, Alessa complimented. "Is that so? I'm really curious to see how well she'll do in the Unova League this year," Cynthia added. Isaiah watched as Bianca threw out her fifth Pokémon. "A Machamp?" he thought, surprised. "Yes. Ain't she a beauty? Look at those hard muscles." Bianca exclaimed, admiring Machamp as it flexed confidently before being engulfed in poison. "Wait. How?" Isaiah wondered. "That's the beauty of toxic spikes. Everything that touches the ground now will get inflicted by my poison." Roxy smirked, but Bianca smiled back. "That is what I was hoping for," Bianca said, giving her order. "Okay Machamp. Activate Guts." Machamp glowed, powering up. "Guts?" Isaiah questioned. "Oh right. When inflicted with a status move, its attack power grows," Roxy explained as she issued her first command. "If it's power you want, then we will show your greater power." "Strength," Bianca commanded. Machamp and Nidoqueen collided, with Nidoqueen struggling as Machamp held a tight grip on her. "Oh no," Isaiah thought. "Cross chop." Machamp swung its upper arms in an X formation, striking Nidoqueen. "Keep using cross chop," Bianca urged, as Machamp repeatedly hit Nidoqueen, causing her to slowly fall to her knees. "Yes. We got it." Bianca cheered, but Roxy merely smirked. "Too bad you forgot the special attacks," Roxy said, making Bianca realize her mistake. Thunderbolt. Nidoqueen unleashed the attack on Machamp, causing it to cry out in pain as the poison took effect. "Strength then body slam," Roxy commanded. Machamp was forced to let go as Nidoqueen struck Machamp in the face with pure power, slamming it into the ground. "No!" Bianca shouted. "Venoshock." Nidoqueen shot the attack at Machamp, and with the poison boost, it was the end as Machamp fell unconscious. "Machamp is unable to battle. Nidoqueen is the winner," the referee announced. "Machamp, you did really well, thank you," Bianca said, pulling out her last Pokeball. Isaiah, shocked, exclaimed, "How can that Nidoqueen keep standing?" He quickly covered his face with his hoodie, realizing he had yelled out loud. "Ah! Look! He's blushing. He has to be enjoying this." Bianca thought happily. "Heh! Someone's excited," Marlon smirked. "Seems like he is gaining interest." "Are you not a Pokemon trainer?" Cynthia asked, but Isaiah ignored her. Alessa explained, Bianca said he is not. He doesn't own a Pokemon, so she was trying to help him earlier. Cynthia's eyes softened. Really? She recalled how he caught that Sandile earlier, realizing it must have been a start. He was never a trainer before today, yet his expression grows more and more as the battle continues. Why now does he gain interest? Cynthia pondered, intrigued by Isaiah. "If you want to know, dude, this is the willpower my Nidoqueen has to keep fighting. I leveled up this queen so much to be a level she can easily take down a well-experienced trainer's entire team on her own. She's not even a member of my main team," Roxy stated proudly. "How strong are they?" Bianca asked, feeling nervous about facing one of Roxy's main Pokemon. Roxy couldn't help but feel pride at the curiosity. "I can tell you this. Nidoqueen is nowhere near as powerful as even the weakest member of my main team. She doesn't stand a chance, but I don't mean that in a mean way, Nidoqueen. You are an absolute tank. So anyways, let's rock and roll, Bianca. Show me your last Pokemon, she demanded, leaving Isaiah dumbfounded as Nidoqueen roared mightily. She has to be bluffing. No. She doesn't come off as arrogant like some people do, but... Isaiah thought, wondering if he could battle like this. Calm down. Calm down. Don't get too far ahead, he reminded himself as Bianca threw out her last Pokemon, her starter Pokemon. Roxy smirked as Emboar appeared, taking the effects of the toxic spikes. Is that your lead? She asked. Yes, Bianca replied. Alright, let's finish this up. Earth Power. Nidoqueen struck the ground, summoning cracks with glowing energy aimed at Emboar before. Use Heat Crash. Bianca commanded. Emboar lunged into the air, creating a blazing hot sphere around it as it came crashing down upon Nidoqueen. Stop it with strength. Roxy ordered. Nidoqueen attempted to hold Emboar back, but due to its weakened state, it was unable to and was crushed underneath the attack, causing an explosion. Goor, come on, Nidoqueen. Roxy urged. Nido. Nidoqueen groaned, still standing. Quick, Emboar. Hammer Arm. Bianca attempted to finish off Nidoqueen, but the poison began draining Emboar's energy. Here's your chance. Earth Power. Nidoqueen seized the opportunity, hitting Emboar hard, causing the dominant Pokemon to fall to one knee, breathing heavily. Emboar. You got to get up. Bianca pleaded, trying to rally her Pokemon. Everyone was so focused on the intense battle that they didn't notice Isaiah slowly backing away from his seat, wanting to see the outcome before making his exit. Despite having the chance to walk away since the start, the gym battle had caught his interest. He didn't know these people, so there was no reason for him to stay. Boar. Emboar stood up only to be hit by a Venoshock, grunting as it fell back to its knees while Roxy smirked. You're done, she said confidently, as Bianca urged Emboar to get back up. That Nidoqueen is far too powerful. Even if we somehow pull through, I don't know how I would feel about winning when it was all my Pokemon against just one of hers, Bianca thought. Come on, Emboar. Don't lose. This motivated Emboar to stand tall, glaring fiercely at the heavily damaged Nidoqueen as it began to glow with a reddish, fiery aura. What is that? Isaiah wondered. Blaze. Yes. When Emboar has taken enough damage, its fire attacks grow stronger. Bianca exclaimed, quickly calling out, Fire Pledge. Emboar slammed the ground, causing pillars of flames to appear, circling around Nidoqueen, who raised a barrier to shield itself, successfully protecting it. Flame Charge. As the fire dispersed, Emboar appeared in front of Nidoqueen, hitting it directly. Yes. That was a direct hit. She can't take another hard hit. Bianca cheered. Venoshock. Flamethrower. Emboar unleashed powerful flames that collided with the Venoshock, resulting in a dramatic explosion. Emboar cringed as the poison took its toll, causing Bianca to worry. Use Blast Burn. Bianca shouted in desperation. Emboar glowed with a fiery aura, resembling a volcano ready to erupt, radiating heat that made everyone sweat. Going all out. Fine. Nidoqueen. Use whatever energy you have left and unleash Hyper Beam. Roxy commanded. Nidoqueen formed a dark sphere of wild energy from her mouth. Alessa, Marlon, and Skyla, who were near the referee box, quickly took cover. Cynthia and Isaiah, however, were caught off guard as a massive explosion sent debris flying, causing the bleachers to crumble. As the smoke cleared, everyone slowly got back on their feet, with Cynthia still seated on the only intact piece of the bleachers. Emboar. Nidoqueen. The smoke dissipated, revealing Nidoqueen on the ground with swirled eyes, while Emboar struggled to hold itself up. No way, Roxy gasped, noticing Nidoqueen's unconscious state. Nidoqueen is unable to battle. Imbor is the winner. Since Roxy lost her only Pokemon in use, that makes Bianca the winner. Imbor. You did it. Thank you, everyone. You all did great. Bianca exclaimed, hugging her Imbor, which was still on the ground, grinning. Here, Roxy said, tossing a Pecha berry to Bianca, who happily accepted it and fed it to her Pokemon, healing it before it fainted. Thank you, Imbor. Take a good rest. She returned it to its Pokeball. It's disappointing to lose, but you deserve this, Roxy said, flicking the toxic badge to Bianca, who wore a bittersweet expression. I'm not sure how to feel after using my entire team against just one of yours and nearly losing. It's okay. You earned it, and you've become the second person to ever beat me, Roxy praised, clapping for Bianca as everyone except Isaiah came to congratulate her. You're no longer that little girl I battled 2 years ago, Alessa remarked. That was so much fun. I feel like battling now, Skyla chimed in joyfully. You totally deserved your victory. Beating Roxy guarantees you a strong position in the Unova League, Marlon added with a smirk. Wonderful battle, Bianca, Cynthia said, making Bianca blush. Thank you. It's so nice to hear that from you, Bianca replied, cupping her cheeks, which made Cynthia giggle. How about we talk more over ice cream? Everyone except Bianca exchanged knowing looks, aware of Cynthia's tendency to take her time. Of course. Thank you all, Bianca said, searching her bag for her badge case. 5 minutes later, everyone stood around with animated sweat drops as Bianca rummaged through her bag, looking grim. How much room does she have in that bag? I know I put it back in here. It's been a while since I cleaned my bag. Where is it? Oh. Found it. Bianca exclaimed, pulling out her slightly dirty badge case, blowing away the dust before placing her 2 badges inside. Perfect time to go to the Pokemon Center, then we can talk more, Roxy suggested, leading the way as everyone followed her. Bianca suddenly stopped, realizing someone was missing. Wait. Where's Isaiah? This halted everyone as they realized the boy had disappeared. Isaiah. Bianca called out, but there was no response. They searched nearby, but found nothing. Marlon, however, was focused on something else. He's gone. I think he left during the battle. Oh. Why didn't he tell me he was going to leave? Bianca frowned, feeling sad that her friend had chosen to leave. Guess he was serious about trying to ditch you, Roxy shrugged. Wait. What? I'm sure he's fine. He seemed interested during your battle, Cynthia noted, recalling Isaiah's look of wonder as he watched the match unfold. Where's Marlon? Skyla pointed out, noticing he was also missing. You don't think he found him? Hey. Ladies? Marlon called out, and they all ran to the beach where he was crouched by the shore, holding a pokeball. As they approached, they noticed several open pokeballs scattered around, some drifting in the water and others cracked. What happened? I was looking for my basket, and all the Pokemon I caught today are gone. Every single one of them, Marlon said, dropping the empty pokeball. You don't think Isaiah would do this? Who else would try to pry them open? Ladies, it can't be him. I doubt it. Yes, he's right. He wouldn't want to open these pokeball. One of the Pokemon Marlon caught nearly attacked Isaiah. If it had gotten out, it would have gone after him again, Bianca defended Isaiah. I wonder. Marlon said, feeling a chill. Cynthia suddenly had a thought. I think Looker might be interested in this case if I'm correct. Meanwhile, Isaiah, having distanced himself from the group, explored the city, enjoying the food and games while reflecting on the battle he had witnessed. He had enjoyed watching the match and was impressed by the strategies used, especially by Bianca. So that's what an actual battle looks like, he mused, recalling the simplistic brute force battles he had seen before. That was cool, Bianca. Despite our short time together, I feel something growing inside me. A spark ignited within him, fueled by his thoughts about the battle. He glanced at Sandile's Ultra Ball. Reversal Mountain will be a great start. Unbeknownst to him, a figure lurked in the shadows nearby, watching him intently, ready to follow him. The chapter ended. Isaiah was deep in thought as he considered what Bianca might have gained from her travels in Kanto and Hoenn. He was preparing for an upcoming 6 versus 6 battle, feeling a newfound interest in battling. Before heading to Reversal Mountain, he would encounter some trainers along the way. Frillish, his loyal companion, followed closely behind him. Unlike most of her species, she had a mischievous streak and was known for her determination to hold on to any meal she found appealing. Bianca had matured since her earlier appearances, showing a more assertive side compared to her character in the anime. She was not about to let Isaiah off the hook for abandoning her, and her presence would soon be felt. As for the other gym leaders, such as Alessa, Skyla, and Marlon, they would play significant roles later in the story, but for now, only Roxy would make an appearance. The power levels of Elite Four Pokémon were much higher than what was portrayed in the anime. For instance, Roxy's Nidoqueen was strong enough to challenge Bianca's entire team, though it had not yet reached the level of an Elite Four Pokémon. Roxy's main team was approaching that strength, but she still had some way to go. Title: Reversal Mountain Part 1, Progression, Kyle and the Gym Leader. Kyle walked through the hot caverns, feeling the heat as he ventured deeper. His bluish-gray hair and pale skin were visible in the dim light, and he wore a gray sleeveless t-shirt, black pants, and sturdy combat boots. A baseball cap with a hidden camera rested on his head. Beside him, Sandile, his Pokémon, looked around with curiosity. The goal is to observe fire types in this area, Kyle mused. Heatran isn't necessary, but I wonder what Pokémon are around. Suddenly, Sandile stopped, prompting Kyle to do the same. An Excadrill burst from the ground, glaring fiercely at them. This one looks pretty strong. Go, Sandile. Kyle commanded, and Sandile prepared for battle. He thought about using Sand Tomb but hesitated, considering the potential consequences of the attack. Lost in thought, he failed to give Sandile an order, and the wild Excadrill struck with a metal claw, knocking Sandile out. Whoops. My bad, Kyle said, shaking Sandile gently until she regained consciousness. He fed her a citrus berry to heal her injuries. Sandile looked up at him, clearly annoyed. Sorry, that was my first battle with a wild Pokémon, Kyle admitted, earning a frustrated sigh from Sandile. Determined to think more clearly, Kyle resolved to make quicker decisions in battle. The next encounter was with a Magmar, and this time, Sandile was hit by a flamethrower before Kyle could react. Conclusion: I need to think before jumping in recklessly, he noted, while Sandile managed to recover. Hours passed, and after multiple battles, Kyle realized that Sandile was struggling against evolved Pokémon. In her current state, she's too weak to fight those Pokémon, he wrote down, glancing at Sandile, who seemed upset by his words. Yes, you are weak, and that's what I meant to say, he replied, dodging an attempted bite from Sandile. As they turned a corner, Kyle spotted a large, furry Pokémon with humps on its back. Sandile lunged at him but missed, instead biting the big creature. Ah-oh. Kyle recognized the Pokémon as Camerupt, which roared angrily, causing the cave to shake. We need to run, he shouted, grabbing Sandile as they fled. Despite its size, Camerupt was gaining on them. Wait, Sandile. Sand Tomb. Quick. Kyle commanded. Sandile activated the move, creating a sandy vortex that SCKED them down to a lower level of the cave just as Camerupt unleashed an eruption. They landed roughly, with Sandile on Kyle's head. Not what I meant, but at least it worked, he said, brushing himself off. Sandile grumbled but seemed to understand. It's not that you're weak, we've just been facing evolved Pokémon, Kyle explained. Sandile perked up, eager for another battle. We can use our experiences from these encounters. Let's keep it simple. As they continued down the path, they encountered a Boldore, a rock-type Pokemon that blended into the environment. A Boldore? It's not fully evolved. Should we give it a try? Kyle suggested. Sandile nodded, ready for action. The Boldore glared and launched a stone projectile at them. Sandile, dodge! Kyle ordered. Sandile leaped over the attack but was eventually hit. Kyle knew it was time to take risks and apply everything they had learned. Starting with this, Sandile dug through the rocky floor and approached the alarmed Boldore. It shot out of the ground and pushed back the Boldore, but it didn't do as much damage as hoped, as the Boldore approached at a slow pace. Dig once more and strike. Sandile dodged Boldore, digging underground and shot up from underneath it as it stood confused, sending it to the ceiling and falling back with a thud. Door! It glared and powered up a bright white glow, shooting it at Sandile, hitting her feet and sending her flying until she reached my feet, but she wasn't knocked out. We haven't done sufficient damage. It's slow, so it can't hit us unless it uses special attacks, I stated as Sandile weakly got up, snarling at the Boldore as we prepared to go in again. Duat, use water pulse. We turned when I noticed a Duat appeared and shot a water pulse at the Boldore, knocking it out instantly, which frustrated me. I stared at the Duat, noticing its different colors as the owner appeared from behind. It was a male my age, rather chunky with a noticeable belly, shaggy straight caramel-colored hair, green eyes, squared glasses, a bit taller than I was, and he wore a white-red jacket with a black t-shirt and blue jeans with red shoes. Are you going to catch that? The guy asked, making me look at the unconscious Boldore and back at him. Yeah. That was my catch. I saw you struggling, so I came in and helped you out. Besides, I need someone to do a Boldore trade with me, he explained, making me raise an eyebrow as I took the opportunity and threw a pokeball at the Boldore. It dinged, signifying its capture. Yes. Finally something. I thought. I didn't ask for help, but thanks, I guess, I said rather rudely as I picked up Boldore's pokeball. Perfect timing. Let's do a trade between our Boldores, he suggested, making me confused and wary. Why? What are you, a beginner? Boldores can evolve much quicker if we trade, he mocked, which irritated me. I officially decided to become one yesterday. Well, there's no point in a battle. Wouldn't want to make you feel bad over your first loss, he taunted, clearly lacking confidence and trying to act tough. I turned around and grabbed his jacket, throwing him against a wall effortlessly, surprising the slightly taller and bigger trainer. He defended himself with his shiny Duat growling at me. Whoa man. Okay. I'm sorry, the guy apologized after realizing I was stronger than him despite our size difference. Returned Sandile. I returned her to give her a break for the day and began walking away from him, but he stopped me in my tracks, annoying me. But can we at least trade Boldores, he pleaded. How does trading help Boldore evolve? I don't know, but trading is the fastest and easiest way to do it. We trade and do trade backs immediately, he explained as I pulled out my Rotom phone and asked. Do Boldores really evolve by trading? Yeah, Rotom lazily replied. My interest turned into temptation, the thought of getting a Gigalith quickly without much effort was appealing. The Pokédex function has added a trading feature a while ago, meaning we can trade anywhere, and the evolution process remains the same, so we wouldn't have to go to the Pokémon Center. Is that so? Then let's do the trade. We activated the trade function, and both Pokeball began glowing and shot out sparks toward one another, but it didn't feel harmful. Done. We traded back, and it was settled. Come on out. We both called to the Boldores as they simply stood still and began glowing until they fully evolved. That was so easy, I said, staring at my newly powerful Pokémon with interest, while the trainer celebrated. Thanks man. Appreciate it, I'm Kyle. He grabbed my hand without my permission and shook it. Isaiah, I replied, feeling delighted to have a Gigolith and in a great mood. A good day for me. Skip. We were walking to the lower floors of the mountain. Rather than wasting time hearing him talk about his life, let me summarize the main details. Kyle was 15 years old and had started his journey 3 months ago. He got his shiny Duat from an egg his parents bought him that was specifically bred for battles, but the shiny colors were a surprise. So far, he claimed he had never lost a single battle and had won 4 badges. So, are you competing in the Unova League? He asked me. No. Oh, I thought you would be challenging the gym leader here. That was when I remembered what the gym leaders from yesterday said about the gym leader in this mountain who had a history of violence against challengers. Why? Are we getting nearby? Yeah, just a few floors below. Wanna watch? I thought about it. Getting good footage of the area seemed worthwhile, and a gym battle could provide both good footage and information on battles. Sure. Bat. We stopped when a swarm of Swoobat appeared before us, and I wanted to take some revenge from earlier. Gigolith. Come on out and use Rock Slide. I ordered my newly evolved Gigolith, who roared and summoned large boulders, hitting the swarm. Unlike Sandile, Gigolith managed to do a lot. Many of the swarm who evaded the attack glared down on us, and Gigolith roared as a massive whirlwind of sand appeared, frightening them into escape while a few remained unconscious. I didn't tell it to use Sandstorm, but that was all right. I threw a Pokeball, and Kyle did the same, catching ourselves a Swoobat. You don't have a full team? I asked when I noticed Kyle's Pokeball didn't keep the red glowing function that signifies a full party. I only use Duat in my battles. Since gym battles require us to have 3 Pokemon to battle, I have a Tranquil and Watchog I caught just to be there, and the only times I've used them are in gym battles. Then there's the Gigolith and Swoobat, he stated, which made me sweat drop. You literally only use Duat? Yeah. Duat is honestly all I need. The league is going to be easy with our winning streak. Gigolith is the only other Pokemon I'm going to be training, he explained, sounding quite confident. 3 months, 4 badges, and you have only 5 Pokemon. I thought trainers would at least have a full team within their first month. Nothing really interests me. What else could be as impressive as my shiny Duat? Isaiah proudly boasted about his shiny Duat, which puffed its chest in agreement. Are you not worried about what would happen if Duat ever goes down? Are you really planning to rely solely on Duat or Samurott when it reaches that stage? I questioned the trainer's strategy. Chapter end. Title, Gym Battle, The Erupting Girl. Cindy. Isaiah chose Sandile for the battle, while Kyle sent out Gigolith, which roared and summoned a powerful sandstorm that blocked out the sunny day. The rookie thought to himself, realizing that Sandile and Swoobat's abilities would need further investigation later. The fat one's not half bad. Let's start. Ninetales. Heat Wave. Cindy commanded, and Ninetales unleashed a massive wave of heat toward the 2 Pokemon. Dodge it with Dig. Isaiah instructed, and Sandile quickly burrowed underground, avoiding the attack, but Gigolith was hit. Isaiah noted that Sandile couldn't afford to take damage, especially after all the previous battles, but this opponent was clearly well trained. Gigolith. Use Rock Slide. Dodge. Gigolith roared and summoned boulders, but Ninetales skillfully evaded them and took to the air, wincing from the effects of the sandstorm. Flamethrower. Ninetales shot a stream of flames at Gigolith, creating a cloud of black smoke in the aftermath. Good job, Ninetales. Cindy cheered, while Kyle observed Isaiah, who hadn't given an order yet, causing Cindy to smirk. Use Shadow Ball next. What are you doing? Do something. Wait. Use Rock Blast. Isaiah shouted as Sandile shot up from beneath Ninetales, hitting it in the stomach and sending it into the air. Although the damage was minimal, Ninetales was struck by the small pieces of rocks that vanished upon contact. Now you see. Go back down into the hole. Catch it. Ninetales recovered and leaped toward Sandile, managing to bite its tail and causing Sandile to become upset. Once again, the sandstorm hit Ninetales, but it refused to let go of Sandile, who was trapped. Sandile. Break free. Isaiah urged, but Sandile struggled in vain. Overheat, full power, Cindy commanded with a grin as Sandile felt the intense heat forming from Ninetales. Stone Edge. Kyle yelled, realizing the severity of the situation as Isaiah's frustration grew. Gigalith roared and summoned pillars of glowing blue sharp rocks. Just before Ninetales could unleash its full-powered overheat, it was struck hard, causing it to howl in pain and mistakenly shoot the attack at the ceiling, which caused rock formations to fall onto the field. Ninetales. Cindy called out as Isaiah looked at the recovering Sandile. Get back into the hole. Sandile nodded and burrowed underground. I can't lose this one. This sandstorm is in the way. Use Sunny Day. But before Ninetales could summon the sun again, the sandstorm began to affect it, prompting Isaiah to shout, trap it with Sand Tomb. Isaiah was furious after that attempted attack. A full-powered overheat from an experienced Ninetales would severely harm his weak Sandile, and he was impressed that Sandile hadn't been knocked out yet. Little did he know, this created a glint of determination from Sandile beneath the surface. Hearing her trainer's voice, she created a sandy vortex that distracted Ninetales and dragged it into her attack. Get out of there. Cindy yelled, but Ninetales struggled as Sandile's head popped out, biting onto Ninetales' leg and pulling her into the sand. Use Rock Slide. Kyle commanded as Gigalith summoned the attack from above the vortex, shocking Cindy as the boulders fell onto Ninetales. Yes. Isaiah cheered as the glowing boulders vanished, revealing Ninetales on the brink of fainting, desperately trying to escape the vortex while Sandile shot out. Ninetales. Get up. Bite. The sandstorm affected Ninetales again as Sandile propelled herself toward the fox Pokémon, biting its neck and pushing it against a small boulder, resulting in Ninetales' eyes swirling in defeat. What? Cindy screamed in shock as Kyle and Isaiah high-fived, unable to believe that Sandile had actually won a match, despite Gigalith doing most of the damage. Yes. How do you like that? Can you hear me? You think I'm some worthless trainer? Ha! Isaiah shouted, sounding more energetic than usual, making Kyle sweat and adjust his glasses. I thought you were more of the edgy type, Kyle remarked, causing Isaiah to blush and cough, calming himself down. Yes. I just got too excited. Good job, Sandile, Isaiah praised, and Sandile hopped in delight, happy after so many losses. Everything they had worked for that day was finally paying off. Sandile gained an orange glow. Is she evolving? Isaiah asked, sounding excited, but Kyle shook his head. Nope, probably her ability, Kyle replied, prompting Isaiah to pull out his Rotom phone and check Sandile's file. Moxie, an ability that boosts attack power for every Pokémon defeated until max WoW. This is an amazing ability, Isaiah explained, impressing Kyle as they both stared at Sandile. Cindy was not pleased as she returned her fallen Ninetales, glaring at Isaiah while trying to calm her frustration. Stay calm. I didn't lose to him, I lost because of Gigalith taking all the credit, she muttered, taking a deep breath. Your friend is the only reason you managed to win this one. My second Pokémon will be this. She threw out her second Pokémon, one that both Isaiah and Sandile recognized, a Camerupt. I'll return Sandile, Isaiah said, realizing she needed a break, despite her boost. Same. Gigalith, return, Kyle added, preferring to hold on to his rock type against a ground type, and he grinned. Go, Duat. You can try, Cindy replied. Kyle's Duat emerged confidently, while Damien's second choice was his Swoobat, reminding everyone that he had healed his Pokémon before entering the gym. Camerupt let out a powerful roar and unleashed a stream of flames, which collided with a sphere of water as Swoobat flew above. Air Slash. Swoobat's wings glowed as it created sharp projectiles that struck Camerupt, causing minimal damage. Cindy smirked and commanded, "Rock slide." Isaiah gasped as rocks formed above Swoobat, hitting it and sending it crashing to the ground, dazed. "Oh yeah. Do you like that? Can you hear me?" Cindy taunted, while Isaiah returned Swoobat, staring at the poke ball for a moment before sending out another Pokemon. "Go, Gigalith." Cindy was surprised as Isaiah's Gigalith appeared. "Use Earth Power on Gigalith," she commanded. "Do-Ot. Shield yourself and Gigalith with Protect." Camerupt stomped the ground, causing energy to surge upward, but Do-Ot quickly positioned itself in front of Gigalith, blocking the attack. Ground-type moves are very effective against rock types, be careful. Kyle warned Isaiah, who nodded as it was now his turn. Aqua Jet. Do-Ot launched itself at Camerupt, hitting it head-on and pushing it back. "What power?" "GR. Use Sunny Day." Camerupt glared and shot a bright sphere of light into the arena, creating hot weather as the sandstorm subsided. Stone Edge. Focus Energy. Gigalith unleashed pillars of stone while Do-Ot glowed with energy, steam rising from it. Solar Beam. Camerupt fired a powerful ray of light, blasting through the rock pillars and striking Gigalith directly, causing a massive explosion that sent it flying. "No!" Isaiah shouted as Cindy grinned. "That ought to teach you a lesson," she began, but was interrupted when Do-Ot emerged from the smoke. Razor Shell. Stop it with Flamethrower. Camerupt unleashed flames, but Do-Ot, despite the disadvantage from the sunny day, managed to cut through the flames and struck Camerupt on the head, knocking it to the ground. That was a critical hit. Thanks to Focus Energy. Cindy gritted her teeth. Water Pulse. Lava Plume. Camerupt roared, releasing hot smoke that engulfed the field, canceling Do-Ot's attack. Do-Ot. Isaiah called out, noticing Gigalith struggling to rise from the earlier attack. Gigalith. Blow it away. Sandstorm. Gigalith summoned powerful winds that cleared the smoke and blocked the sunny day. GR. Use Lava Plume again. Don't let it, Do-Ot. Use Hydro Pump. Do-Ot, now revealed to be standing near Camerupt, blasted a high-pressure stream of water, hitting Camerupt with a critical hit due to its type disadvantage, sending it crashing against a boulder and creating debris throughout the arena. Do-Ot winced as the sandstorm affected it, but suddenly cried out as flames surrounded it for a moment before vanishing. "What?" Isaiah asked, while Kyle realized, he's burned from the lava plume. Camerupt. Cindy exclaimed as the dust cleared, revealing her Pokemon unconscious. Yes. Isaiah cheered. No surprise. Camerupt is both a fire and ground type, which Do-Ot is 4 times strong against, Kyle noted, adjusting his glasses. Cindy returned her Camerupt, clenching her fist. You know. I can say that she started, but was interrupted. Kyle, he corrected, and she repeated, Kyle is very impressive. He could have beaten me alone, but of course, you came in and took advantage because your Pokemon haven't done any real damage. You were the one who suggested the team-up, Isaiah shot back, which only irritated her further. Because I have better things to do than battles. You shouldn't get my badge since you've done nothing. Your Swoobat went down in a single hit and your Gigalith is badly hurt. Shut up. I'm not the one obsessing over monitors of female gym leaders and the Sinnoh champion. Isaiah snapped, turning Cindy red while Kyle looked disturbed. I don't care if you're a girl or a Pokemon. You mess with me, you get these fists. It's not the first time I've fought a girl. Oh yeah? I bet you lost to those girls. You sorry excuse for a miserable being. I even feel bad for your Pokemon. Cindy shot back, her anger boiling over. Then something clicked in her mind. Wait. How did you know I was there last time and who's Bianca? Cindy and Kyle exchanged glances as Isaiah gave them a confused look. Forget it. Let's finish this battle so I can get out of here, Isaiah waved off, and Cindy thought the same, throwing in her final Pokemon. I was only showing you mercy, but since this is my gym, my rules. I'm going to use a Pokemon that I use against trainers with 7 badges. You'll never dream of reaching that level. Wait. That's against the rules. We don't have enough badges. Kyle protested. I don't care. Blame your friend. You lose. You lose. Kyle looked at Isaiah with disbelief while Isaiah pointed out, she started it. Childish. Kyle thought as he returned Duat and sent out his Gigolith, both boys now having Gigoliths on the field. The final Pokemon was one Isaiah recognized. Imbor. Flame Charge. Imbor charged in, cloaked in flames. Rock Slide. Rock Slide 2. Both Gigoliths roared and dropped boulders onto Imbor, which broke through despite sustaining some injury, managing to hit Kyle's Gigolith. The sandstorm didn't seem to bother Imbor. Hammer Arm. Kyle cried as Imbor struck Gigolith hard with its glowing fist, while Isaiah shouted, Stone Edge. Gigolith roared weakly, summoning sharp pillars of rock that struck Imbor, but it remained standing strong. Kyle's Gigolith was knocked unconscious by the powerful blow, showcasing just how strong this Imbor was compared to the others Cindy had used. Use Hammer Arm on that Gigolith. Cindy's loud voice echoed as Imbor charged forward. Before Isaiah could give an order, Imbor struck with a powerful hammer arm, knocking Gigolith unconscious and causing the sandstorm to dissipate. Both trainers had lost their Gigoliths. Cindy grinned, her laughter directed at Isaiah. You see that? This is real strength. I wasn't even trying with those last 2. Hurry up and send out that Sandile so I can finish you off. Kyle leaned in and whispered to Isaiah, I think I have a way to beat her. He glanced at his Swoobat, and Isaiah listened intently to the plan. Go. They sent out Sandile and Swoobat to face Imbor, which Cindy dismissed as weak. Go ahead and do your best. Nothing is going to beat my Imbor, she taunted. Sandile. Dig. Isaiah commanded. Get in close and use Air Slash. Kyle added. Sandile burrowed underground while Swoobat launched gear-like projectiles at Imbor. Use Hammer Arm on the ground and Flame Charge on Swoobat. Cindy shouted, her voice finally lowering. Imbor slammed the ground, creating a shockwave that sent Sandile erupting from the earth, engulfed in flames, and crashing into Swoobat. Both Pokemon fell, badly injured, as Imbor approached them. Don't knock out the Sandile yet. Make sure its trainer sees it. A pathetic Pokemon for a pathetic trainer. Cindy taunted, unaware that her words fueled Sandile's anger. Sandile glared up at Imbor, who had picked her up by the tail. Can you just be quiet? Isaiah and Kyle thought, feeling that Cindy's toxicity was overwhelming. Isaiah. Distract the Imbor, Kyle whispered, and Isaiah nodded in agreement. Sandile. You have to keep fighting. Use Bite. Sandile attempted to bite Imbor's arm, but it was held firmly by the tip of her tail. Swoobat. Use Endeavor. Kyle shouted, causing Cindy to gasp in shock. No. Imbor. Look out, she cried. Imbor was tackled by Swoobat, glowing with a rainbow aura. The glow enveloped Imbor, causing it to screech in pain and release Sandile, leaving Cindy stunned. Sandile, get out of there. No. Use Flamethrower. Cindy ordered. The glow faded, revealing a badly injured Imbor that unleashed flames, engulfing Swoobat and knocking it out. Whoa. What exactly did Endeavor do? Isaiah asked, intrigued. Depending on Swoobat's current health, when Endeavor is used, the remaining health is transferred to Imbor, meaning it should be going down soon, Kyle explained as he returned Swoobat, leaving Isaiah grinning while Cindy was in disbelief. Smart move. What? She thought as Kyle sent out his final Pokemon, Duat. So what? Imbor may have taken heavy damage, but it can still beat these two. Imbor. Hammer arm. Isaiah felt a wave of dread as Imbor charged at Duat. Razor shell. The two Pokemon clashed, but Duat's attack was weakened by the burn, and it was struck by Imbor's attack. Sandile lunged from behind, biting Imbor's neck, causing it to grunt in surprise. Duat. Water pulse. Flamethrower. Both Pokemon launched their attacks simultaneously, resulting in a stalemate. Imbor managed to grab Sandile again, lifting her up. Flamethrower. Isaiah watched in horror as Sandile was hit, collapsing to the ground. DMN. Sorry, Kyle said, seeing Sandile charred, while Cindy laughed and issued another command. Hammer arm. Imbor slammed its fist down on Sandile, sending her flopping beside Duat. It's over. See that? Now you can let your Sandile know it's the trainer's fault for being so incompetent. A worthless trainer with equally worthless Pokemon, she sneered, reveling in her victory over Isaiah. Isaiah stared down at Sandile, who slowly opened her eyes, looking more determined than ever. What? Both trainers thought as they watched Sandile weakly rise, surprising Duat and even Cindy and Imbor. Sandile? Isaiah called, but received no response. Dill. Sandile's eyes turned red with anger as a bluish glow enveloped her, and her body began to change shape. What? Huh? Cindy exclaimed, confused. Sandile was evolving. The glow faded, revealing Krokorok, who snarled at Imbor and Cindy. What? How did she evolve so quickly? I just caught her yesterday. Isaiah exclaimed in shock. Croc. Krokorok turned to Isaiah, nodding with determination as she glared at Imbor. Maybe she sensed your feelings and didn't like Cindy's words. She probably evolved out of rage or from battling Ninetales, Kyle joked. I see. Isaiah thought as he checked Krokorok's information, noticing she had learned new moves. Krokorok glanced at Duat, who grinned despite the burns, giving a thumbs up as they focused on the weakened Imbor. So what if it evolved? It's still no match for my Imbor, no matter its condition. Flamethrower. Use bulldoze. Krokorok stomped the ground, causing a tremor that disrupted Imbor but also hit Duat. It hits everyone. Oops. Anyway. Get in close and use Brick Break. Krokorok charged toward the staggering Imbor. Oh no you don't. Hammer arm. Imbor recovered and clashed against Krokorok, pushing her back into the rocky ground, but Duat was ready to strike from above. Blast burn. Imbor fell to one knee, and Krokorok seized the opportunity, striking Imbor in the face and pushing it back as Kyle delivered the final blow. Hydro pump. Duat unleashed a powerful blast of water, hitting Imbor and sending it sliding across the field, its eyes swirling. Cindy fell to her knees in disbelief as they won the battle. Yes. Kyle shouted, lifting both Isaiah and Duat in celebration. Put me down, you idiot. Kyle dropped Isaiah, who felt exhausted as Krokorok approached. I can't believe you evolved this quickly, he remarked, earning a shrug from Duat as she sat down, clearly worn out. I'll get you to the Pokemon Center right away, Kyle said, returning Duat to her Pokeball. The pair exchanged a fist pump. We did it. Well, you did most of the work, Isaiah admitted as Cindy approached them, her head down. Here. The eruption badge. Her fiery tone had softened as she tossed them the badges, shaped like a black volcano with a small fire blast symbol on top. Thanks, Kyle replied, while Isaiah noticed Cindy looked different. You're welcome. Now please get out, she said, walking away toward her cabin. The boys exchanged glances and began to leave. I feel bad for her, Kyle thought, while Isaiah was unsure how to feel. He had thoughts of triumph, but seeing her so crestfallen made him quiet. He felt foolish for how he had acted during the battle, realizing it was embarrassing. Next time, I should keep my thoughts to myself. This battle was only a fluke because Kyle did most of the work, and luck played a part in Sandile evolving. We're not at that level yet, he sighed, jotting down his thoughts as Kyle peeked at his notes. Meanwhile, Cindy slammed her door shut and dropped onto her bed, sulking. What's wrong with me? I lost to that guy. I should have used my stronger Pokemon. But he could tell everyone what happened. And my life would be over. No one understands me. Tears streamed down her face as she glanced at her monitors, which displayed active camera feeds. Guess there's no point in those anymore since Allison won't show up. Maybe if I apologize, they'll forgive me, but they hate me because I'm disgusting. Plus, I'm probably going to lose my job because of those previous incidents. Frustrated, she punched the monitors, shattering them, and grabbed a bag. She packed her essentials and activated a button that revealed her Pokeball in glass cases. Many began transporting to a different location, but she took the ones that didn't and placed them, including her fainted Pokemon, into the transporter. Excuse me. Yes, she said as she walked out of the gym area. I'm resigning as the Fire-type gym leader of Reversal Mountain. I'm going to participate in the gym challenge. Here are your Pokemon, Nurse Joy said, handing trays of Pokeball to the boys. Isaiah hesitated, staring at one of the ball. You know, Isaiah, I learned something from that battle, Kyle admitted, catching Isaiah's attention. That Embor was so strong, even if we went one-on-one without the Endeavor, we would have lost easily. I'm too reliant on Duat. I think I might try to catch more Pokemon to build a team, Kyle explained, taking a seat. I learned a lot from it too, Isaiah replied. I need to keep my emotions in check and not act like a fool during battles. At least you're self-aware, that's good, Kyle said. You know, Kyle, I don't usually like hanging around people for too long, but you're an alright guy. Isaiah felt more comfortable with Kyle than with Bianca or the gym leaders, whom he found annoying. Oh. I don't swing that way, Kyle joked, causing Isaiah to blush and glare at him. Not like that. Isaiah exclaimed, which made Kyle laugh. I was just joking, man. Ha ha ha. Kyle chuckled as Isaiah face-planted onto the table. His attention was drawn to a little girl nearby, who looked upset and was sniffling quietly. Hey, I'm going to the restroom, Isaiah said, and Kyle nodded as he drank his soda and put on his earbuds. Hey. The little girl looked up at Isaiah, startled. Why yes, mister. Are you alone? Isaiah asked gently. Why yes. And my friends left without me, and I'm too scared to find my parents alone. Isaiah smiled reassuringly. How about you come with me? After some time, Isaiah returned to the table, placing his Ultra Ball and Pokeball on the desk along with his bag and hat. He began reviewing his notes. That took you a while, Kyle remarked. I was doing something else. They sat quietly until a girl's scream pierced the air. Everyone in the center turned to see a familiar blonde girl rushing in, yelling, "Look out! Look out! Look out!" Isaiah's face shifted to horror as he recognized Bianca, who was heading straight for them. Watch out, he shouted, but it was too late. Bianca tripped and crashed into the table, landing headfirst against Isaiah, knocking him down. Are you okay? Nurse Joy exclaimed, rushing over as Bianca rubbed her head. I'm sorry. Can I get an ice pack, please? Isaiah pleaded weakly, holding his head as Bianca noticed him and gasped. Isaiah, she exclaimed, her cute face turning into an angry pout as she grabbed his cheeks. Please, just let me be. Isaiah. Where have you been? Chapter end. If it wasn't for Kyle's strategy with Swoobat's Endeavor, they would have lost the match very easily, regardless of whether Sandile evolved or not, including his Duat, since the Embor was meant for battles against trainers aiming for their final badge. It may seem too soon for Sandile to evolve just a day after he caught her, but thanks to the battles with wild Pokemon earlier, winning against Ninetales and the anger swelling inside triggered her evolution. However, she wouldn't evolve quickly again until later. None of Isaiah's Pokemon came off as particularly powerful, except maybe Krokorok and Gigalith, as he remained technical throughout the battle due to his inexperience. Kyle's Duat was the only real contender, easily taking out Camerupt. Against her current team meant for challengers with 4 badges, Isaiah wouldn't have stood a chance when she would have spammed Solar Beam on Gigalith. Isaiah frowned as Kyle and Bianca introduced one another and began a conversation about being trainers competing in the Unova League, which made them rivals by nature. Bianca explained how she knew Isaiah, and he noticed Kyle's grin directed at him, prompting him to look away from the cheerful blonde. Kyle recounted how they met, which made Bianca beam with pride as she mentioned they teamed up and battled Cindy, winning the match. "You really are growing up, Isaiah. I was surprised to hear from Cynthia that you caught a Sandile and it evolved already. And you caught more Pokemon?" Bianca exclaimed, pulling his cheeks playfully before giving him a mock-angry look. "How come you couldn't at least say goodbye? I wasn't keeping you there against your will if that was how you felt." Bianca asked, her expression turning sad. Kyle elbowed Isaiah, urging him to respond, which resulted in Isaiah jabbing Kyle in the ribs, causing him to double over. "Isaiah! That wasn't nice," Kyle protested. "Don't baby me," Isaiah replied coldly, thinking to himself that he needed to keep his emotions in check after the battle with Cindy. "What's wrong?" Bianca asked, concern evident in her voice. "Nothing," he muttered. "Aren't you happy to see me?" she pressed. "No. I know you do," Bianca said, flicking his nose, which only irritated him further. Isaiah thought to himself that he was having a good time until she showed up. He still held a grudge against her for what happened with the Frillish incident and felt uncomfortable about the party. Although he had moved on from that battle, he preferred to focus on building his team with strategies from the match. Things changed quickly for him within just a day. There were more important matters than simple squabbling. He wasn't one for building personal connections with people. With Kyle, they were just accomplices. "Thanks for helping me down there, Kyle. I really appreciated it, but it's time for me to head out," Isaiah said as he got up, leaving Bianca confused. "Stay safe, man. I was heading out this morning." "Go where?" she asked. "None of your business. Once I'm done, I'm heading back to Kanto," he replied rudely, trying to walk away, but Bianca stopped him. "Why don't you like people, Isaiah? Why does that matter? How do you expect people to like you if you keep acting like a child and blowing them off?" "Excuse me," he snapped. "I know we only knew each other for a few hours, but seeing you helpless and curious. Where are you going?" Isaiah pushed past her, walking away, which made Kyle cringe at the scene. "Rough," Kyle muttered. "Thank you, mister." They turned to see the little girl Isaiah spoke to earlier, looking very happy as a Swoobat nudged against her face, making her giggle. "Oh," Isaiah said, looking away. "Me and Swoobat became best friends. I promise I'll take good care of it." "See ya," the girl said, shocking Kyle as he realized what Isaiah had done while Bianca remained confused. He waved goodbye to the girl as she and Swoobat left the Pokemon Center. "You gave away Swoobat? Because it lost the match?" Kyle asked, unimpressed, while Bianca stared at Isaiah in disbelief. "You did what?" "I had no need for that Swoobat. It wasn't that it lost, it just didn't fit well for me, and its ability is useless for my strategy." "That's not an excuse to abandon your Pokemon. Kyle, you shouldn't be talking. You'd rather have your Tranquil and Watchog on the sidelines doing nothing while you focus on your Duat," Isaiah sneered. "Point taken," Kyle replied, rubbing his eyes as Bianca still looked displeased. "So this extends to your own Pokemon? If they aren't worth your time, you'll just throw them away?" Like your friends? If Krokorok and Gigolith didn't fit your mindset, would you throw them away as well? This question made Isaiah angry. Yes, and I will. Releasing Pokemon into the wild isn't illegal, and I gave Swoobat to a little girl who needed a friend. I did a good deed, it wasn't worth my time. The other two I'm keeping because they are worth my time. Get off my back, Isaiah admitted carelessly as he walked out, unconvinced by Bianca's argument. Stop right there, young man. Bianca called out in the open, where a festival was happening with many venues and activities. This is embarrassing. Can you please listen to me? I'm just trying to, she started, but Isaiah turned to face her, visibly upset. Shut up, Bianca, he shouted, causing her to flinch and tear up. But I just want to help you. I don't need any help. I never did. You're just a nuisance no matter how nice you are. The only reason I tolerated you was because I was trying to be polite. I'm still upset over that frillish incident because of you. But you had the choice to deny my help, she stammered. Kyle, visibly angry, stepped in and grabbed Isaiah by the shoulders, pulling him away from the distressed Bianca. Why are you treating her like this? You are literally causing a scene for nothing. Get off me. Isaiah elbowed Kyle's chin, knocking him over, and in a panic, he began to hit Kyle. The crowd around him was too shocked and terrified to intervene, except for Bianca, who shook her head and tried to pull Isaiah off the struggling Kyle. A loud slap echoed as Isaiah pulled back his hand, revealing Bianca on the ground, holding her now bruised cheek. He thought she was just a random person trying to stop him. He started, but Bianca ran off, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Kyle got up, nursing his own bruise, and retaliated with a punch that knocked Isaiah down. I thought you were a cool guy, but you were just a JRK. Go away. Kyle kicked Isaiah and ran off. Isaiah held his cheek, noticing that everyone around had stopped what they were doing and were glaring at him. Soon, boos and insults rained down, and various items, mostly food, were thrown at him, creating a mess as the crowd grew louder. Azorua snickered at the scene, jumping out of a trash can and following Isaiah as he fled. Get off me. Isaiah snarled, unaware that more than just the Zorua was trailing him. Word of the incident spread quickly. What do you mean I am no longer allowed here? Isaiah demanded at the hotel where he had been staying, courtesy of Professor Cerise. The hotel owner stood tall, arms crossed. An hour later, after cleaning himself up, he still looked disheveled. We do not allow people who mistreat, discriminate, and bully others. If word gets out that you are staying here, it will hurt our business. We have refunded your money, and here is your stuff. Please leave my hotel, the owner said harshly, tossing his bag into his arms as the guards escorted him out, leaving him stunned. Isaiah muttered under his breath, realizing that the scene must have been recorded. As he walked away, hiding his face with his hood, he noticed a little girl following him with a mischievous grin. Eventually, he found himself by the shore, where he first met Bianca. It was bright that night, but he knew he needed to find a different route soon. Smooth move. You became famous in a few hours, Rotom commented, showing him clips of the incident that were spreading rapidly. Well, I'm in trouble, Isaiah thought as his phone rang. You're in trouble. Rotom teased, sounding like a child about to snitch, revealing the caller's name, Professor Cerise. Oh no, Isaiah realized he had to answer. Isaiah. Why did Officer Jenny send me a video of you hitting a girl and causing a scene? Cerise asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Isaiah replied, trying to sound innocent. Isaiah. I didn't mean to. I just got mad. Did you forget to take your medication today? I didn't take it today. It wore off a while ago. The hotel called and told me they canceled your stay and refunded your money. Isaiah, it's time to come back. Panic set in for Isaiah, knowing he couldn't argue since Cerise was his legal guardian until he turned 18 and was still under probation. I'm in trouble, he thought. He dreaded facing Cerise's scolding, which he knew was waiting for him at the lab. Yes, sir. I expect you to be here by tomorrow. You can take the plane in the morning. After hanging up, Isaiah looked down, feeling regret. The only thing I did wrong was hurt Bianca, he said to himself as he rummaged through his bag and found his pills, tossing them into the ocean. He didn't need them. He wanted to feel like himself, free from the mental restrictions of the medication. Suddenly, a soda can hit his head. He turned to see a mischievous little girl he had never seen before. The girl laughed and stuck out her tongue, and Isaiah, frustrated, crushed the unopened soda can and threw it at her. She easily dodged it with a backflip, smirking arrogantly. Are you here to annoy me? Go away, Isaiah growled, but the girl just tilted her head, remaining silent. Out of nowhere, his pill bottle landed in his lap, and he looked up to see someone emerging from the water. Marlon, he recognized the gym leader, who was not wearing his usual friendly smile. Marlon grabbed Isaiah's collar and punched him in the face. Why did you do it? I would have ignored the insults, but putting your hands on Bianca. Marlon said, his expression fierce. He prepared to punch Isaiah again, but Isaiah's ultra ball opened, revealing Krokorok, who snarled at Marlon. Before Marlon could react, Krokorok headbutted him away and stood protectively in front of Isaiah. Marlon got up, but Isaiah took the chance to grab his belongings and run, limping slightly as he escaped. DMN. I was going to drag him to Cynthia's villa so he could apologize to Bianca. Marlon muttered, but he was interrupted when another rock hit him in the face, causing him pain as he turned to see the little girl from earlier. Sorry, she called out, grinning. Did you see where a guy was running by any chance? The girl pointed in a direction, which Marlon thanked her for before chasing after him, leaving the girl with a devious grin as she ran off in the opposite direction. Cynthia sighed, holding the crying Bianca close while applying cream to her forming bruise. They had rushed to Cynthia's villa, where the champion assured Bianca she was welcome for as long as she liked. The other gym leaders had returned to their posts, except for Marlon, who had wandered off for a night swim. Cynthia's narrowed glare reflected her frustration. This boy's more troubled than we thought, she mused, contemplating whether to confront him but deciding against reacting violently, knowing it wouldn't make her any better. She had learned from Looker that a significant part of Marlon's childhood was spent in Alola, living on the streets without parental care. His history was filled with fights and school expulsions, and somehow he had avoided jail time. Currently, he lived under Professor Cerise in the Kanto region, where she discovered that Ash was also residing. Cynthia found out that Marlon had serious anger issues, often losing control when provoked. The situation was made worse by the fact that everything had been recorded and was spreading across the news. I'll bring you a witness who was assaulted earlier regarding the fight. I'll bring you Kyle, the son of Driftvale City's gym leader, Clay, she said, glancing at the TV where Kyle, sporting a black eye, was being interviewed about the incident. I thought he was rough but chill when I first met him, but seeing him treat her like that. She was only trying to help him, Bianca reflected. I can't do this, Bianca stated, feeling overwhelmed. Bianca, it's best to forget about Isaiah. He's nothing but trouble anyway, Cynthia advised. You're right. Bianca didn't feel the need to hate him, she sensed that he simply didn't want to build a friendship. So, she decided to let him be and move on. Isaiah ran to a different location and found a small cave opening. Crawling inside, he discovered a wide-open cave system that was empty. Come out, Gigalith, he called, releasing the large rock Pokemon. All right. Can you guard this cave until I come back, he asked, receiving a slow nod. He fed her a citrus berry as a thank you, pleasing the Pokemon. Perfect, he thought, leaving his belongings behind as he exited the cave and released Krokorok. We are going to find some firewood to survive through the night. I'm going to need you, he explained, and Krokorok nodded in agreement. The pair ventured into the forest outside the city. Near route it was a straightforward task of gathering wood until something unexpected happened. Isaiah was by a tree stacking wood when Krokorok began looking between two pieces of wood, tilting her head in confusion. Friday, he recognized the cry and attempted to scream, but a massive pink hand covered his mouth, dragging him away. Croc. Krokorok turned around to find her trainer missing. Isaiah desperately ran from the pursuing Frillish, who was gaining on him. He had lost contact with Krokorok and found himself trapped in a loop, unable to escape. Friday. Frillish snickered and lunged at him. Isaiah covered himself in fear as Frillish smothered him, but he managed to free his fist. "Leave me alone," he shouted, throwing a punch that connected and knocked Frillish to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find a Zorua instead of Frillish, looking hurt. The forest began to glow purplish, fading away as he realized he was lost in unfamiliar woods. "So it was you?" he exclaimed, grabbing the Zorua roughly by its collar fur, causing it to whimper. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of anger but instead threw it to the ground, making the small black Pokemon yelp in fear. "Were you following me this whole time?" he demanded. Zorua looked guilty, wanting to play with him, but Isaiah's miserable state made him an easy target. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned to see another Frillish, larger than the one Zorua had transformed into, appearing from behind a tree with a wicked grin. "Another illusion?" Isaiah scoffed as Frillish slowly wrapped around him. He dismissed it as another trick from Zorua until he noticed Zorua cowering in fear and backing away. "Please tell me you are just joking," he said, sweat forming on his brow as Zorua ran off. His body went numb from the poison entering his veins as Frillish happily squealed and began dragging him away. He could do nothing but stare at Zorua, who was hiding behind a tree, as if asking for help. "Not again!" Isaiah cried mentally as they vanished. Zorua took deep breaths, relieved that perhaps the trainer would be all right. Although it enjoyed playing tricks, it didn't like picking fights. Croc. Zorua jumped as Krokorok erupted from the ground nearby, realizing her trainer was missing. She looked around and noticed Zorua. "Croc. Zor. Croc. Croc. Croc." They communicated in their own language, with Krokorok asking if Zorua had seen her trainer. Zorua, trembling, spoke the truth, afraid of the intimidating Pokemon inches from her. Croc. Krokorok realized her trainer was in danger and demanded to know where the attacker had taken him. Zorua pointed in a specific direction, and Krokorok dashed off, comically running back to grab Zorua before continuing after the pair. End of chapter. Isaiah was becoming increasingly similar to Paul in his approach to releasing Pokemon. He focused not just on power but on their abilities and how well they could function. However, he had no intention of letting go of Gigalith, as he was genuinely interested in her capabilities. It was revealed that Isaiah struggled with significant anger issues, relying on medication to help him manage his emotions. While under the effects of the medication, he appeared calm and quiet, but he could still express anger, albeit less intensely. This became evident during a confrontation with Bianca, which had escalated before his medication wore off during a battle with Cindy. Isaiah was facing a lot of backlash from others, becoming less popular as more situations unfolded that were beyond his control. Meanwhile, Zorua, a mischievous trickster, was only adding to Isaiah's troubles. As they reached the beach area near the water, Isaiah felt a sense of dread. The Frillish, who had been trying to reach him, was finally free from the trainers who had been pursuing her. She was eager to claim Isaiah for herself, imagining the chaos she could unleash. The moment they reached the water, Krokorok emerged from the ground, with Zorua clinging to her. Zorua bit the Frillish's face, causing her to drop Isaiah, who was incapacitated from poisoning. Frillish retaliated with a water pulse, but Krokorok managed to block the attack, standing protectively in front of Isaiah. Frillish, growing more aggressive, demanded they hand Isaiah over, promising to spare them if they complied. Zorua, frightened, nodded in agreement, but Krokorok scolded her for the situation they were in. Frillish unleashed a powerful gust of wind, pushing them back, and Krokorok struggled to get up after being hit by another attack. Zorua, feeling cornered, unexpectedly launched a dark energy attack that surprised Frillish, creating a shockwave that pushed her back. However, Frillish quickly recovered and blasted Zorua with a hydro pump. In the chaos, Isaiah managed to escape her grasp, but Frillish was furious that her intended prey had slipped away. Isaiah, filled with determination, confronted Frillish, questioning her motives. Frillish, seeing him as a mere escapee, was unfazed. She had dealt with humans before, and this was just another game for her. But Isaiah was not going to be an easy target. As Frillish approached, Isaiah threw rocks at her, trying to fend her off. In the midst of the distraction, Krokorok seized the opportunity to bite Frillish, causing her to cry out in surprise. Isaiah, fueled by adrenaline, picked up a stick and began to strike at Frillish, shouting defiantly that he would not be her meal. Frillish retaliated with a powerful wind attack, knocking Isaiah and Krokorok back. Zorua, recovering from her earlier injuries, realized the gravity of the situation and felt regret for getting involved. Frillish, enraged by Isaiah's defiance, vowed that he would pay for daring to challenge her authority. Frillish rose and began to cry out a melodic tone, confusing the trio. Eventually, she stopped and fell unconscious. Isaiah, feeling uneasy, suggested they should run. He slowly got up with Krokorok, while Zorua, lacking strength, clung to Krokorok's tail. Their expressions turned pale as multiple shadows appeared from the shore, revealing that the Frillish that had been pursuing Isaiah was nearly twice the size of the average one, clearly the leader. To his horror, Isaiah noticed a group of Jellicent beginning to emerge as well. Suddenly, hundreds of Frillish and Jellicent surged from the water, causing Isaiah, Krokorok, and Zorua to scream in terror. The trio ran back as the army of Frillish and Jellicent slowly chased after them, with a few dragging their queen to recover. Isaiah turned to Zorua, expressing frustration for causing their predicament. "Run! Just run!" Isaiah urged, needing to grab his belongings and escape. He reached a small entrance just big enough for him to fit through, followed closely by Krokorok and Zorua. Lith, his Gigolith wondered as Isaiah hurriedly packed up. Gigolith growled, sensing the invaders outside. "Shoo! Be quiet!" Isaiah whispered urgently, along with Krokorok and Zorua. They heard a cry from outside and paled as a blue head squeezed through the entrance, glancing inside. Gigolith growled menacingly as the Frillish smirked and entered, unaware that the trio was pressed against the wall behind it. "If it turns around, we're in trouble. I have to catch it without a fight," Isaiah thought, rummaging through his bag for pokeball. Zorua sneezed, alerting the Frillish, which turned around just in time to be hit by a net ball, sking it in. After a few moments of struggle, the ball dinged, indicating a successful capture. "Right. I did the research, net ball make it easier to catch water and bug-type Pokemon," Isaiah thought in relief, reaching out to grab the ball when another head, this one a smaller pink Frillish, appeared, catching him off guard. "Great," he cringed. "Thank you very much. You won't regret this," a shady salesman said, waving goodbye with a smirk as Kyle stared at the Pokeball he had just purchased. Today seemed to be turning around for him, people around him were being kind, often letting him eat for free and cut in line. The salesman had sold him a Magikarp, a rare find in Unova's waters, knowing it would evolve into a powerful Gyarados. Despite the good fortune, Kyle felt downhearted. The friend he thought would be his first had turned out to be unreliable, and Bianca, the girl he had upset, was nowhere to be found. "Shitty day too, huh?" Kyle, he heard a voice and turned to see Cindy sitting beside him, startling him. "Don't sweat it. I don't hold anything against you, it must be tough to have a friend like that," she said. "With friends like that, who needs enemies?" he replied, eating his meal. "What brings you out of the mountain? Shouldn't you be having challengers?" she asked. "Nah. I quit." "What? Why did you quit? Was it our battle? More than just that. I was getting fired anyway. What happened with that blonde girl? She's gone. She's cute. What are you going to do now? Competing in the gym challenge. I'm curious to ask why. I want to see Allison. Allison? She's the dark-type gym leader. She's so strong that she could easily become the champion of Unova, but she chooses to stay on that mountain, Cindy explained. Is she really that powerful, or are you just bluffing? No, I'm not. She has beaten Alder before, Cindy revealed, shocking Kyle. For real? No way, but it was never televised. She doesn't like making TV appearances. The battle was only witnessed by the gym leaders, well, formerly me. Why would she deny the title? She doesn't like the attention or people, except for me. We used to date, Cindy sighed. Sounds like a long-distance relationship. We did, but I want to try to win her back. The only way I can see her is if I win 7 badges. She lives deep in the mountains where it's mostly foggy and controls a Zoroark that prevents people from finding her unless they show they have 7 badges, but hardly anyone wants to make the trip there, Cindy explained further, leaving Kyle in thought. Sounds romantic. Kyle said awkwardly, eliciting a laugh and a playful slap on the back from Cindy. Absolutely. So, any cute girls in your life? Don't worry about me trying to steal them, she teased, making Kyle sweat. Not really. I mean, he glanced at himself, feeling self-conscious. You'll find the right girl one day. Cheers, she said, raising her glass, and Kyle followed suit. That guy intentionally annoyed her, but she was pretty cool. Something just didn't seem right, Kyle thought as they relaxed for the night. Isaiah felt frustrated as he watched the netball for 20 minutes until it finally stopped shaking and vanished in a flash. They kept showing up, and luckily, every netball worked right on time. After a while, Gigolith decided to sit by the small entrance, blocking any way of entering so that no more of them would find it. He felt relieved because he was out of netball. He should have set a limit function for catching Pokémon when he had a full team, so they wouldn't be sent back but instead just locked in the Pokeball until he could release them back into the wild. He had 4 Frillish with him and hoped Professor Cerise wouldn't be upset. Meanwhile, in Kanto, it was daytime. Professor Cerise. Chrysa, the professor's assistant, called out urgently as she entered the room with Ren and Yamper, who was barking. The professor was busy speaking with the Vermilion Police Department about Isaiah and the girl he had an incident with, who surprisingly decided not to press charges against him. However, he wasn't off the hook for the other boy he was seen assaulting. As he entered the lab, he immediately noticed the multiple netballs stacking on the tray, which he approached cautiously. Go sounded serious about catching every Pokémon, Chrysa pointed out, assuming it was him, but Ren denied it. Today, Ash and Go had gone to Viridian Forest to catch more Pokémon while Chloe was in school. No, Chrysa. It says here all these came from Unova from Isaiah. This surprised them all, knowing Isaiah's apparent dislike for Pokémon. Professor Cerise stared at the netball in disbelief. This is a surprise. Chrysa read more information, alarming them as the professor grabbed one and released the Pokémon inside. A blue Frillish materialized, looking around and glaring at the trio, who were somewhat surprised. It doesn't look very happy, Ren said, sweating as he reached for his Pokeball, but Professor Cerise waved it off. It's just not used to us. It'll take time. He was cut off when the Frillish shot a bubble beam at their feet. Whoa. Whoa. You are not in any danger. Ren slipped on the water and accidentally pressed a button meant for opening all of the Pokeball in the basket for safety reasons. Ren chuckled nervously as Professor Cerise and Chrysa looked at him, surprised, as all 25 remaining netball opened up. They're all Frillish. The citizens of Vermilion City paused for a moment when they heard the commotion, including Yamper's cries. Jengar, hiding in the building, glared down from the ceiling, feeling chills from the noise and deciding not to get involved as the Frillish began causing chaos. Okay. I think they're gone, Isaiah thought, relaxing as he didn't hear any noise from the Frillish. I'm late. You have registered Frillish to your, why do you have 30? Rotom suddenly woke up loudly, freezing everything. You've got to be kidding. Isaiah exclaimed as everyone was blown back when the wall exploded, revealing the army of Frillish and Jellicent slowly approaching him while Jigalith growled protectively. Isaiah didn't know what to do, so he decided to give an order. Jigalith. Go right in. Explosion. Jigalith stared at her trainer for a moment before rushing toward the army, tanking all the attacks before glowing. Duck. Isaiah shouted as Zorua followed suit, but Krokorok stood in front of her trainer and summoned a green barrier, surprising Isaiah. Protect, he wondered, checking her moves, realizing she didn't have that move in her set. The explosion enveloped all the Frillish and destroyed the cave's ceiling, leaving ruin in its path. It worked. Isaiah thought as the barrier vanished, holding his nose and mouth from the debris. Suddenly, it began to rain, blowing away the dust, only to reveal that all the Frillish were unharmed while Jigalith lay unconscious. What? Normal-type moves like explosion don't affect ghost types like Frillish, Rotom stated bluntly, revealing the explosion's futility. Oh no, Isaiah exclaimed as he returned the unconscious Jigalith. Frill. 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 Do something, he urged Zorua, who looked back at him, confused. You can use illusions. Trick them. Isaiah shouted, and Zorua leaped onto him, burying herself in his jacket. Coward. Isaiah yelled as the Frillish hit him with a hydro pump, knocking him back against the wall. Oh come on. Just then, a voice called out, Caracosta, use rock slide. All the water types looked up at the man standing over the rock cliff, wearing a black cloak that concealed his appearance. His Caracosta roared as it dropped glowing boulders onto the army. What the? Isaiah thought before hearing a loud cry. Archeops, get the boy, the man ordered. As the Pokémon entered the cave, Isaiah recognized its colors. What a lucky break, another shiny, he remarked as the Pokémon grabbed him and swiftly lifted him off the ground, while Krokorok clung to his foot. Return, Isaiah said quickly, and the Archeops dropped him by the man and his Caracosta, which the man returned. Are you okay? The man asked. Yeah. I guess, Isaiah coughed as he got up, opening his jacket to let Zorua jump out and land by the rock's edge. He noticed the Caracosta's colors. He has two shiny fossil Pokémon, he thought, glancing at the recovering army, noting their furious glares. Frill. Gel. The army unleashed a powerful hydro pump combination, but the man countered with a command. Protect. Caracosta formed a massive barrier that effortlessly stopped the hundreds of hydro pumps. Shell smash. Caracosta roared as energy cracks formed around it before shattering, powering it up. Smack down. In an instant, Caracosta vanished from Isaiah's view, and he heard the cries of Frillish and Jellicent. They were tossed around like ragdolls, unable to withstand the speed of the ancient turtle Pokémon, leaving them unconscious in various places. Thanks, Isaiah said, unsure how to express his gratitude. The man replied, it's best for you to run far from here while you can. Well, thanks anyway, Isaiah responded before he began to run, with Zorua glancing back at the man cautiously before following him. I'll see you soon, Isaiah, the cloaked man whispered to himself as he removed his hood, watching as Isaiah disappeared from view, surveying the remnants of the army defeated by his shiny Caracosta. In the depths of the ocean, the main Frillish, who had been tended to, awoke to find her entire colony defeated. How could they have been vanquished? She felt the sting of failure. By this one meal, she had had enough. When she awoke from her next slumber, she would be at her best, and she would go after him. Isaiah finally reached the town, out of breath, and sat by the rocky sand at the entrance. Zorua collapsed beside him, exhausted. I'm surprised you followed me when you could have run, he said, looking at her. Zorua turned her head toward him, unsure why she had followed. Perhaps guilt lingered within her for nearly getting them both into trouble. Before I do. Isaiah hesitated, about to release the 4 Frillish he had captured, but then he realized they could still betray him or return with the entire colony. I think Professor Cerise wouldn't mind a few more, he decided, opening his Rotom phone and clicking buttons as Zorua took a small nap. The lab was in chaos, with Frillish running amok. Both Krysa and Ren were stacked on top of each other, unconscious from the commotion, while poor Yamper was tossed around. Professor Cerise was going to have a very long talk with Isaiah when he returned. The transport machine activated, and to his horror, 4 more netball appeared, falling into the fray as the Frillish opened them, releasing their friends and resuming their chaos. Isaiah rummaged through his bag and found what he was looking for. Zorua yawned, only to be startled awake when a dusk ball hit her in the face, sking her in as it wiggled. Ding, he shrugged as Zorua's entry was recorded. Nice catch. Zoruas are extremely rare, there have only been 3 known cases of others catching them or their evolution line, Zoroark, Rotom commented, surprising Isaiah. Oh. This is a first. I only give credit when credit is due. You are still a JRK. You nearly got me killed. Isaiah released Zorua, who barked at him, unhappy that he had done that without her permission. Ignoring her displeasure, he picked her up and placed her on his shoulder, putting on a mask and hoodie to head to the Pokemon Center to heal his Pokemon. Thanks for the reads. He caught a Zorua, and I wonder who the mysterious trainer with the shiny Caracosta and Archeops is, the cloaked man we haven't seen since Chapter 1. Hey, Professor, Isaiah answered his ringing phone. Isaiah. Mind explaining about these Frillish? Professor Cerise's voice was filled with panic. Allow me to explain the whole story, Isaiah began, recounting the events that had transpired, omitting the details about the gym leaders and Cynthia he had met at the party. So you were nearly killed by this Frillish 3 times? Professor Cerise sounded disturbed. Yeah, very much so. How are the Frillish I caught? Terrible. They caused so much damage. Ash came back, and his Pikachu managed to subdue them all. We got everyone back into their netball. He sounded stressed. I only captured them to save myself. I don't need them. I guess I can keep one for myself, but the others, do whatever you want. Release them. What? Are you sure? Yeah. I have no need for all those Frillish. What am I going to do with 30 Frillish? I'm not sure about releasing them into the waters of Kanto. Normally, Frillish colonies are much more relaxed and playful and less provoked, but the ones you caught act like a colony and are too aggressive. Their habits could spread to their offspring, especially since they are natural enemies of the Tentacruel family. Isaiah scoffed at the idea. Then give them away. We need to tame them. They seem to carry the bad habits from the leader Frillish you mentioned. They can be very dangerous. Think of something. I recommend capturing the Frillish that tried to eat you, she is their queen, and perhaps they will take orders from her. Gr. First, the lab needs to be fixed after all the damage, and Yamper hasn't. Professor Cerise paused when he heard a snicker. Isaiah. Anyways. I'll talk with you tomorrow, there are some things that need to be settled. What does that mean? That Frillish is coming for me with everything she's got, and I'll be waiting for her. He said before hanging up. Isaiah sat back down on the bed in the Pokemon Center with Zorua by his side. He would have felt more comfortable with Krokorok and Gigalith beside him, but they were recovering overnight. Nurse Joy frowned when she saw him, clearly concerned about his situation, but she listened intently to his story about the Frillish. To his surprise, she seemed to take pity on him. The Frillish he spoke of was notorious for her insatiable desire for human flesh. According to the stories, those who encountered her mysteriously disappeared, and she followed them relentlessly, even to distant places like Mistralton City. It seemed like a game to her, and seeing how badly she had been beaten must have made her even angrier. "It's best for you to leave the region immediately," Nurse Joy advised. Isaiah considered her words but refused to run away any longer. He wouldn't let fear control him. If she came, she came. He also thought about the man with the Caracosta and Archeops. Something felt off about him. Who shows up out of nowhere with shiny fossil Pokemon and a cloak that suggests he's important later in the story? He was no ordinary man. Who is he? Isaiah wondered as he drifted off to sleep. Zorua, sensing a disturbing presence, woke up but was soon lulled back to sleep, while Isaiah remained unaware of the cloaked figure entering through the window. The figure approached him and placed a container on the nightstand. Next morning. "Excuse me. Can you please wake up?" Isaiah opened his eyes to find Nurse Joy looking frightened as she shook him awake. He shot up when a massive explosion echoed, sending him bouncing off the ceiling and back onto the bed in a comical fashion. "Zor! Zor!" Zorua cried, prompting Isaiah to grumble as he got up. "You need to evacuate, young man. The volcano's about to erupt." Nurse Joy screamed. Isaiah rushed to the open window and saw the Reversal Mountains volcano glowing red, with hot smoke billowing from the tip and lava beginning to spill out. He felt the tremors beneath him. Oh no! One thing after another. "Zorua, return." He called as he recalled Zorua and grabbed his pokeball and bag, wanting to keep everything together as he headed out. But Nurse Joy stopped him. "Wait. You're forgetting this," she said, pointing to the container, leaving Isaiah confused. "What? That's not mine. I thought it was yours. It was right here when I came in. I never had a container. What is it?" Isaiah felt a chill as he picked it up and looked inside. A red stone began glowing intensely. "Look, I don't have much time. I need to help, please evacuate," Nurse Joy urged before running into the chaos outside. Isaiah opened the container, and a rush of heat escaped, making him scrunch his face as he quickly closed it again. "What is this?" he thought as the stone glowed brighter. Suddenly, another earthquake struck, causing him to stumble, and a note fell from beneath the container. "If you want to calm the mountain that threatens to erupt, please bring this magma stone back to the beast that dwells in the deepest chamber below. Good luck, Isaiah. P.S. We'll see each other very soon, it has been a long time." He blinked and turned the note over, finding a picture attached. Horror washed over him as his heart raced. No, not again. No. Isaiah panicked as memories flooded back. Flashback. A young Isaiah held hands with a girl with wild dark red hair as they watched tragedy unfold around them. He felt her grip tighten. "Allison?" he asked, looking up to see her face frozen in fear. He followed her gaze to see him watching from behind a tree. Flashback end. Isaiah snapped back to reality, realizing he had torn the note and photo into tiny pieces. No. I can't let anyone find these. He hurriedly picked up every fragment, stuffing them into his bag, not caring how messy it became. No, don't tell me that cloaked man was. He realized he had been followed the entire time, not by the Frillish, but by someone else who had planted the stone. This stone belongs to Heatran. Why did he take it? It must be a trap. If I don't return it. He understood the potential destruction the eruption could cause. The logical thing to do is run, but this stone might calm Heatran. I have to take it back as fast as I can. Why is he doing this to me? Isaiah shouted, feeling a shadow watching him in the room. Suddenly, he heard a familiar cry. Frill. He turned to see a Frillish slithering through the window, not the one he feared most. He dashed into the main hall, where chaos reigned as Frillish and Jellicent attacked people and Pokemon alike. Trainers fought back, but it was clear they were overwhelmed. They were coming for him. Frill. A deeper voice separated the Queen Frillish from the rest of her colony, floating menacingly as she glared at him. Go! Krokorok! Isaiah called, and Krokorok appeared, glaring back at the Frillish. Isaiah glanced at the volcano, ready to erupt, surrounded by Frillish and their leader. He was cornered. I'm tired of seeing your ugly face. Krokorok. Let's make this the last time. Isaiah shouted. Get it off. Get it off. Duat. He turned his head to see Kyle, a familiar figure, emerging from the Pokémon Center with a Frillish attached to him. His shiny Duat quickly appeared and managed to detach the Frillish. Oh great. Forget it. Krokorok. Go. Isaiah ordered, and Krokorok lunged towards the Frillish. Kyle got up and noticed Isaiah, his Duat also spotting the large Frillish. Oh great, it's you, Kyle glared. I don't care. I have a problem of my own, so go do whatever, Isaiah retorted, flipping him off before commanding Krokorok to use Crunch. The Frillish used Protect and shot a Hydro Pump, but Krokorok easily evaded the attack. Kyle wanted to confront Isaiah but realized Duat was nowhere to be seen. Duat. DMN. Use Dig. Isaiah commanded. Krokorok dug into the ground, closing in on the Frillish. The Frillish scoffed and shot a Hydro Pump into the hole, but Krokorok emerged quickly, tackling the Frillish to the ground. Crunch. Isaiah shouted. Frill, the Frillish responded. As the two Pokémon were about to clash, Duat appeared in front of them, grabbing Frillish's hands and pulling her to his level. Glittering hearts surrounded them against a purple background that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Duat's eyes sparkled like diamonds, leaving Frillish taken aback. Isaiah, Kyle, and Krokorok fell over in surprise. Duat always flirts when he finds a Pokémon cute, Kyle explained with a nervous chuckle. Even Frillish felt uncomfortable as Duat leaned in closer with a cheesy grin, a rose somehow appearing in his mouth. Isaiah didn't have time for this and took the opportunity to run. Krokorok noticed and chased after him, prompting Frillish to float after them. Duat, heartbroken, chased after Frillish with hearts in his eyes, causing her to shudder. Are you kidding me? Duat. Get back here. Kyle called out, struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, a group of Frillish approached Cynthia. And Bianca. Garchomp. Dragon Claw. Electros. Discharge. Cynthia commanded. Garchomp snarled, cutting down many Frillish, while Electros sent out shocking waves, knocking out several Frillish and Jellicent. There's still a lot of them, Bianca panicked, looking around as hundreds of Frillish lurked in the city, causing chaos. Many were falling to Cynthia's Pokémon attacks. They have strength in numbers. The best thing is to drive them away from the city with enough force. These Pokémon don't know when to quit, Cynthia frowned, observing a few Frillish who had regained consciousness despite their injuries. Frill. Both women looked up to see a Frillish dropping from a building toward them. Ah! Bianca screamed. Blaze Kick, Blaziken. A Blaziken appeared, kicking the Frillish away with a powerful fiery kick. Cindy. Cynthia recognized the fire-type gym leader, who appeared a bit nervous. Hey, Cynthia. Thank you for saving me and your Blaziken, Bianca said, admiring the Pokémon. How about a coffee later on? Cindy winked, causing Bianca to smile, though she didn't fully grasp the implication. Oh, that sounds lovely. Okay. Cindy blinked, blushing slightly before Cynthia interrupted. None of them were threatened by the Frillish and Jellicent, who cowered away from Garchomp, Electros, and Blaziken. Anyways, on to more important topics. Cindy, do you have any idea what caused the volcano to start erupting in the middle of the night? We would have known if it was ready, Cynthia asked, her expression serious. Something aggravated Heatran, Cindy replied, making Cynthia's eyes widen in shock. Heatran? Bianca asked. Heatran is a legendary Pokemon that dwells within a mountain with a volcano and magma, Cynthia explained. Wait, so you mean Heatran is responsible for the volcano about to erupt? Bianca asked, surprised. Yes, I told you that, Cindy replied. I had no idea Heatran was actually in Unova, and in Reversal Mountain. Cynthia questioned, glancing toward the mountain. Yeah. Hardly anyone knows of its existence, or else Reversal Mountain would be overrun with trainers trying to catch it. I've been trying to catch it, but nothing, Cindy explained. Was the magma stone stolen from its spot? Cynthia asked, recalling her knowledge of the Pokemon, which confused Cindy. What the hell's a magma stone? The magma stone is what's keeping Heatran at bay. Once taken from where it belongs, Heatran will go on a rampage, causing volcanic eruptions much more powerful than normal, potentially collapsing the entire mountain and everything around it, Cynthia explained as she returned Electros and mounted her Garchomp. Bianca, get out of here while you can. Cindy, you better take her out now. The eruption is about to happen. I'll try to hold it back as long as I can, Cynthia said as she and Garchomp took flight. Garchomp. Rock slide. Bianca and Cindy were left on their own as they noticed the Frillish and Jellicent beginning to retreat as the ground shook beneath them. As soon as the shaking stopped, they took the chance to start running. Out of my way. Isaiah shouted as he rushed past them, knocking them both down while Krokorok followed closely behind. Isaiah? Cindy called out. Watch where you're going, JRK. Wait, she realized it was Isaiah. Frill. The large pink Frillish that Bianca recognized followed after Isaiah. Isn't that the Frillish that tried to eat him? Bianca asked. Do. Kyle's shiny Duat appeared, chasing after Frillish with hearts in his eyes, causing her to glance back with a look of discomfort. That's Kyle's. DMN it, Duat. Kyle collapsed. Kyle. What's going on? Isaiah exclaimed, glancing around as he noticed the dwindling number of people. The Frillish and Jellicent, except for their queen, were retreating. Almost there, he muttered, pushing forward toward the cave entrance. Just as he reached it, an earthquake shook the ground, causing him and Krokorok to stumble. He gripped the container tightly, determined not to drop it. The moment he stepped inside, the tremors ceased, but he felt the container vibrating ominously. Tran. A loud roar echoed from deep within the cave, sending nearby Pokemon scurrying past him in panic. Isaiah heard Frillish approaching and quickened his pace. With each level he descended, his heart raced. The heat radiating from the container signaled he was getting close. He soon reached a magma-filled area, where the roars of a legendary Pokemon reverberated through the ravine. Spotting a long staircase leading down, he hid in the shadows, emerging without the container just as Frillish swooped down from above. Frill. Frillish lunged at him, but in a flash of purple light, he transformed into a Zorua and darted away, catching Frillish off guard. Now! Isaiah shouted as Krokorok burst from the ground, executing a crunch attack that knocked Frillish down. Isaiah smirked, knowing he could seal one of her moves with his cursed body ability. Frillish struggled to rise, taking deep breaths, which only fueled Isaiah's confidence. Thanks, Zorua, he said, recalling her to his Pokeball. This ends now, Frillish, he declared, earning a fierce glare from her. With a flick of his fingers, Krokorok lunged at her with a Thunder Fang. You would have beaten Krokorok if you were fully recovered from last night. Recover may heal damage, but it drains stamina. I came prepared, Isaiah taunted, his determination evident as Krokorok snarled. He gestured for Krokorok to attack Frillish relentlessly. Nothing will convince you to stop chasing me. Maybe I'll just let you perish here, he sneered. Hey! That's enough. Cindy's voice rang out as her Ninetales intervened, pushing Krokorok back and sparing Frillish. Isaiah turned to see Cindy, Bianca, and Kyle on the back of a Blaziken, discussing his Duat. You followed me? He asked, incredulous. No, you moron. I came to stop Heatran, Cindy replied. My duot can't catch a break, Kyle muttered, struggling to get up. Bianca shot Isaiah a glare before turning away. I'm not talking to you. I don't care. I have unfinished business, he retorted, glaring at Frillish, making Bianca flinch. That's enough. Just let it go, Cindy insisted. This is the same Frillish who has nearly killed me 3 times, the one responsible for the army attacking the town earlier. And yet here you are treating me like the villain. Isaiah argued, the trio considering his words as they eyed the helpless Frillish. You already beat it, right? Just catch it and get it over with. The government will handle it, Cindy urged. Isaiah studied Frillish, sensing the bloodlust in her eyes. He thought for a moment and threw a pokeball, capturing her after a few dings. Before that, Isaiah grinned, shocking them as he stomped on the pokeball, causing it to malfunction. She was going to break out anyway. She escaped from Marlon's pokeball, didn't she? Isaiah questioned, picking it back up. Well, I think so, but we need to calm down Heatran first, Bianca replied quietly. Guess that's fair, Cindy conceded. You want it, Kyle? Isaiah offered, holding out the pokeball. Kyle glared and swatted it away. No way. I've seen enough Frillish to hate the entire species. Pity. Isaiah said with a sinister grin, walking near a lava pit, alarming the trio. Isaiah. Don't. What? I'm just joking, he said, putting the pokeball away. It was done. Frillish was out of his life, and he felt a sense of vengeance for the previous victims. He had no intention of letting her hurt anyone again. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, and as he stumbled, everyone tensed. Cindy and her Blaziken caught him just before he fell into the lava pit. Hello. What's wrong? They asked as he twitched on the ground. I think he's having a seizure. Bianca screamed, but Isaiah shot back up, drenched in sweat, and shouted, Allison. He staggered to a corner, leaving everyone confused. Isaiah, you need to get out of here, Bianca urged, but he pushed her away, angering the group. Why do you keep pushing people away? Cindy questioned. You're lucky I haven't confronted you for what you did, she added. It's nothing. Just a bad memory. Let's forget this happened, he said, revealing the container holding the magma stone. Cindy's eyes widened in rage. It was you who took the magma stone, she yelled. I didn't take it, but someone I know did. Now I have to return it. Sounds just like him, he said, emphasizing him with disdain. With Krokorok by his side, he walked down the stairs, the others following cautiously. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Bianca asked, prompting Isaiah to pause. Someone from my past. That's all. You mentioned Allison, so it must be her, Kyle pointed out, but Isaiah ignored them as they reached the entrance to the chambers. Ever since I saw that picture. Everything is coming back to me, but I don't want to remember. It took years to forget my troubles, and now. Isaiah thought, wiping the sweat from his brow as the group entered the chambers. Great. Now they had to deal with the situation thanks to Isaiah. He sarcastically remarked, glancing at Bianca, who wanted to look away but found herself caught in his gaze. His eyes were dull and lacked any light. Isaiah, are you all right? You can rest, and we'll put the magma stone where it belongs, Bianca said, but Isaiah glared at her, silencing her. I'm okay. You should worry about yourself. Once we enter this chamber, we won't get out without a fight. I'm determined to battle Heatran. I want to catch it before I leave, Cindy replied, looking at Kyle. I can't pass up this opportunity. Dream on, Kyle shot back. I'm catching it. Hey, Bianca. Yes, Isaiah. Before we face whatever's coming, I just want to say I'm Sorry for hitting you. His apology sounded unusual, almost funny. Well, I guess I can accept your apology, but I'm still really mad at you. Point taken. What about me? Are you going to apologize? No. Isaiah's blunt response nearly made Kyle fall over, while Cindy noticed Isaiah was visibly anxious. I'm really scared, she admitted. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar from within the massive hole in the wall. Here it comes. A wide vortex of flames shot out, surrounding them and transforming the rocky flooring into a glowing red and white color. A raging twister of flames connected with the magma stone, enveloping the entire stage. Go! Blaziken! Starmie! Watchog! Gigolith! Cindy yelled, a raid battle. Why did I agree to this? Kyle said, sweating nervously as Isaiah noticed Cindy was trembling. I'm really scared, she repeated. Then, through the flames, they saw the silhouette of the legendary Pokémon, which roared as it revealed itself in all its glory. I'm not wasting any time. I'm putting my feelings for you aside because we won't survive unless we catch it. Cindy yelled as Heatran roared in response. Agreed, Isaiah said. Both Bianca and Kyle echoed their agreement, yelling commands. Hydro Pump. Keep spamming it. Bianca ordered, her Starmie unleashing a powerful hydro pump that clashed with Heatran's flamethrower. Stone Edge, Gigolith. Gigolith distracted Heatran with sharp stones, but it seemed unfazed as Blaziken appeared from above. Focus Punch. Blaziken absorbed energy into its fist, striking Heatran head-on. Heat. Heatran quickly retaliated with a headbutt, and Watchog appeared. Confuse Ray. Kyle commanded. Watchog unleashed a flash that left Heatran confused, but it blasted everything around it with flamethrower, causing panic among the group. Sky Uppercut. Blaziken slid under Heatran, delivering a powerful uppercut while Starmie continued to use Hydro Pump, pushing Heatran against the wall. However, it managed to recover and shot a heat wave. Protect, Watchog. You too, Starmie. Both Pokémon summoned barriers just in time, but Blaziken and Gigolith were hit hard, pushing them down. It wasn't even effective, but it hurt Blaziken badly. Isaiah observed as Gigolith roared, slightly burned but still standing. Keep spamming Stone Edge. Heatran charged through the attack, glistening like steel. Blaziken. Use Focus Punch. Blaziken stepped in front of Gigolith, colliding with Heatran and creating a shockwave, but it was eventually overpowered, sending Blaziken back as the others shouted commands. Rock Slide. Hydro Pump. Hypnosis. Heatran roared in response, summoning its own rock slide that fell upon the group. Dodge, Blaziken. Dodge it, Gigolith. Blaziken managed to evade the attack, but Gigolith was buried beneath the rocks, barely standing. Without hesitation, Heatran unleashed a heat wave. Protect again, both Kyle and Bianca yelled. However, their barriers broke, hitting both Pokémon, including Blaziken, who couldn't evade the attack and was sent crashing into the wall, while Gigolith struggled to stay upright. Watchog. Kyle yelled, revealing that Watchog was also unconscious. Bianca and Cindy gasped, relieved that their remaining Pokémon were still standing. Return, Gigolith. Isaiah recalled his Pokémon, as did Kyle. Go. They both threw their second Pokémon into the fray. Kyle sent out his own Gigolith, while Isaiah released Zorua. It's a Zorua. Bianca exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as the others stared in surprise at the rare Pokémon. Where did you get a Zorua? Kyle asked, his voice tinged with envy as he watched Cindy focus on distracting Heatran. Zorua sensed a troubling aura from Bianca, who was excitedly squealing over it while glancing at her opponent. However, Zorua quickly jumped into Isaiah's jacket, opting to be recalled back into its dusk ball. Everyone exchanged worried glances as Isaiah understood Zoro's desire to avoid confrontation with the legendary Pokémon. He threw out his strongest Pokémon, Krokorok, the only one he had left. Krokorok glared at Heatran, anticipation building. "Keep yourself hidden underground and attack on my order," Isaiah instructed. Krokorok nodded and burrowed into the ground. Hydro Pump. Rock Slide. Focus Punch. The commands echoed as Heatran used Rock Slide to block the attacks, emitting a metallic sound that made the Pokémon wince. As the ground shook, Heatran unleashed another Rock Slide, drawing attention to the chaos around them. Brick Break. Keep sneaking hits when you find the opportunity, Isaiah urged, wishing he had some of his Frillish with him. The rocks cleared to reveal Starmie unconscious, while Gigalith and Blaziken remained standing, the latter breathing heavily. "Starmie! No!" Bianca cried, recalling her Pokémon. Cindy growled and pulled out a familiar rainbow-colored stone, which Bianca recognized. It's time for you to Mega-Evolve, Blaziken!" Cindy shouted as the Mega Stone glowed, transforming Blaziken as it roared with newfound power. "Go, Imbor!" Bianca seized the moment to send in her starter Pokémon, another fire fighting type. "Bulk up! Then close combat!" Cindy commanded as Blaziken powered up, while Heatran launched another heat wave, growing increasingly frustrating. "Stop it with Rock Slide!" Kyle ordered. Gigalith dropped boulders to block the attacks, allowing Blaziken to charge forward with incredible speed. Now, Krokorok. Before Heatran could react, it became distracted as its feet sank into the ground. Blaziken launched a barrage of high kicks and punches, managing to injure Heatran and push it back despite its grounded stance. Hammer Arm. Imbor dashed toward the recovering Heatran, landing a powerful hit that sent it crashing into the ceiling. The impact caused a tremor that shook the entire mountain and nearby towns. "That's its earthquake!" Cindy exclaimed, struggling to maintain her balance. To Isaiah's shock, Krokorok was forcibly ejected from the ground and landed right next to him. Heatran growled and unleashed a flamethrower. Gigalith. Block with Rock Slide. Gigalith managed to shield the group, but to their surprise, Heatran lunged forward, charging toward Imbor. "Stop it in its tracks, Imbor." Fire Pledge. "No. Don't!" Cindy yelled, leaving Bianca confused. "What?" Imbor slammed its fist to the ground, creating pillars of fire that surrounded Heatran. However, to everyone's horror, Heatran absorbed the flames, powered up by its ability. Heatran's ability is Flash Fire. It can absorb fire-type attacks. Cindy warned as Heatran unleashed a more powerful heat wave, hitting the three Pokémon on the field, except for Krokorok, who was slowly getting back up by Isaiah's side. Imbor and Blaziken struggled, while Gigalith was found to have fallen. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Bianca cried. "It's not your fault. Not many people get the chance to battle one." Focus Blast. "Keep it away, Blaziken." Imbor. Use Fling. Blaziken formed an energy sphere and hurled it at Heatran, while Imbor grabbed rocks and flung them, managing to push Heatran back. "Are you going to do something?" Kyle asked Isaiah, who was watching the battle with Krokorok. "We need a plan. We're too disorganized." Isaiah exclaimed, capturing the group's attention. "Keep attacking, Imbor. Keep it busy, Blaziken. Please." The two approached the others, kneeling down. "Okay, leader, what's your plan?" "Yeah," both Kyle and Bianca echoed, clearly still unhappy with Isaiah. "Me? Or would you rather keep throwing attacks randomly? Can we think of this together?" "Well, you called us, so you come up with it," Cindy teased, earning a growl from Isaiah. "Fine. Whatever. You mentioned Flash Fire, right?" "Yeah. Do you have any Pokémon with that ability?" This sparked an idea in Cindy. Blaziken and Imbor continued their relentless assault on Heatran, which had taken considerable damage. Heatran roared in desperation, and the temperature in the room soared. Blaziken landed a high jump kick as Imbor charged in with hammer arms. Heatran glowed like magma, slamming onto the rocky floor and erupting, creating a storm of molten energy. Oh no! Blaziken! Imbor! Everyone scrambled to their feet. The aftermath of the attack sent Blaziken and Imbor crashing to the ground, with Blaziken reverting to its normal form. They had been defeated. Cindy gritted her teeth as she recalled Blaziken, and Bianca did the same with Imbor, thanking them for their efforts. We need more time. We have to distract it. Krokorok, get back in. Isaiah ordered as Krokorok returned to the fray, while the others sent in their remaining Pokémon, Bianca's Altaria, Cindy's Darmanitan, and Kyle's Tranquil. Distracted, they commanded as their Pokémon charged in. We need a way to lower its stats. Its special attack has risen, we need to reduce it if we can. Does anyone have Pokémon with special attack reducing moves? Isaiah asked, recalling his research from the previous night. Well, my Escavalier knows Struggle Bug, but that's our best shot. It will go down with a single hit since it's a bug type, but we need to occupy Heatran. Does anyone have a Pokémon with Rain Dance? It can weaken fire moves. Right, but I have fire types. Dewat's my only water type, but he doesn't know that. I should have brought my Jellicent. Bianca lamented, but Cindy remembered. You still have that Frillish, right? Isaiah's expression soured. Absolutely not. Isaiah remarked that the first thing Frillish would do is try to eat him, but he quickly scanned the Pokédex and confirmed that she had the move. However, he wasn't willing to risk another near-death experience. Bianca pointed out that they probably couldn't catch Frillish anyway because the Pokeball was broken. Meanwhile, Heatran was engaged in a fierce struggle with Darmanitan, who was holding it back while Tranquil and Altaria landed strikes. The ground beneath Heatran was sinking into sand. Darmanitan was sweating as Heatran opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful hyper beam, shaking the entire room and causing everyone to stumble. Was that a hyper beam? Someone exclaimed as they turned their attention back to the battle, noticing that Darmanitan had been knocked unconscious. Heatran, unable to use its energy, sank deeper into the sand tomb while Krokorok continued to attack with Brick Break. Cindy quickly returned her Darmanitan and sent out her Camerupt, which let out a roar. Earth Power, she commanded. Altaria. Use Draco Meteor directly. Tranquil. Air Cutter. Keep up the sand tomb. Camerupt erupted from the ground, sending a wave of energy toward Heatran. Altaria unleashed its most powerful attack, while Tranquil slashed with its wings. Heatran was engulfed in an explosion but emerged, showing signs of damage as it wobbled slightly. Odd. I thought only Elite 4 and Champion-level trainers could inflict real damage on legendary Pokémon, Isaiah noted, sensing something unusual about this Heatran. Cindy realized that with all the attacks they were throwing at it, there was no way it could withstand them all. That means I can catch it, she declared, ordering her Camerupt to keep its distance and use Earth Power again. Aerial Ace. Kyle and Bianca shouted in unison. Both flying types struck Heatran, but it roared in response and dropped a rock slide, knocking Altaria and Tranquil out of the fight. Oh no, someone cried as Heatran leaped over the boulders and landed on Camerupt, knocking it down. Krokorok, still standing, jumped onto Heatran and repeatedly used Brick Break, causing it to wince in pain. However, Heatran retaliated, shaking off Krokorok and sending her crashing against the wall. In a fierce clash, Heatran formed an iron head and charged at Krokorok, but Camerupt tackled it in a desperate attempt to save Krokorok. The two Pokémon headbutt each other, struggling for dominance as Krokorok tried to rise. Bulldoze. Krokorok screeched, slamming the ground and causing both Pokémon to wobble, lowering their speed. Go. Bianca and Kyle sent in their next Pokemon, Kyle's Swoobat and Bianca's Escavalier. Escavalier, stay away from Heatran but keep using Struggle Bug, Bianca instructed. Wait, Kyle. What? Escavalier glowed and released a weak light green wave, creating a green aura around Heatran. Yes. Keep it busy, Camerupt. Cindy shouted, as Camerupt pushed back against Heatran, which was still struggling with Krokorok. Escavalier continued its attack, gradually weakening Heatran. Perfect, its special attacks shouldn't be as strong now. Keep it up. Hold on. Endeavor can still work even if your Swoobat hasn't taken damage, right? Isaiah pointed out to Kyle, who realized the strategy. It'll bring Heatran's HP down to the same level as Swoobat's, Kyle confirmed. That's clever. Cindy remarked, still frustrated from the last battle. Get in close, Swoobat, and use Endeavor. Swoobat rushed in, but Heatran, feeling desperate from the damage it had taken, slammed the ground, causing a massive earthquake that hurt Camerupt. It then unleashed a rock slide that fell upon the trio of Pokemon, throwing Krokorok forward. Oh no, someone shouted as Heatran roared and blasted a heat wave that hit everyone. It slammed the ground again, causing another earthquake that struck Camerupt directly. Krokorok managed to weakly rise, only to be met with an iron head that sent her crashing against the wall. They were all knocked out, Camerupt from the earthquake, Escavalier from the heat wave, and Swoobat from the rock slide. Isaiah held Krokorok, who weakly grunted at him. You've done enough for now. Thanks, he murmured as he returned Krokorok, along with everyone else. I only have Minsheo and Roserade left, someone said. My Flash Fire Pokemon will be knocked out right away if it keeps using those wide moves, Isaiah admitted. I'm out, he added, revealing he had only Duat and a Magikarp left, as none of his previous Pokemon had been effective. We could use Frillish Rain Dance to lower its power, someone suggested. It won't help if it keeps using Earthquake, Rock Slide, and Heat Wave, Isaiah replied, pulling out his Rotom phone. Is there any way to deal with those wide-range attacks? Yes, there's a move called Wide Guard that can prevent those attacks without the risk of failure like Protect or Detect, the Rotom explained. Wide Guard? Oh wait. My Minsheo knows that move. Bianca exclaimed, throwing out her Minsheo and giving it instructions. Magikarp is out of the question, so I'll go with Duat, my last Pokemon, another trainer said. I'll send out my Houndoom. Everyone threw in their Pokemon as Isaiah remained seated, staring at the Pokeball containing Frillish. Heatran rose and roared at the group, firing off another heat wave. Wide Guard. Bianca commanded, and Minsheo summoned a barrier that shielded all the Pokemon from the attack. Duat. Use Hydro Pump. Houndoom. Use Dark Pulse. Both Pokemon unleashed their attacks, striking the weakened Heatran, which toppled over but managed to push through. It retaliated with Earthquake, causing the ground to crack toward the trio. Wide Guard again. Bianca called, and Minsheo summoned the barrier once more, blocking the attack effortlessly. Heatran shot a flamethrower toward Minsheo, but Houndoom stepped in front, absorbing the attack. Perfect, they all thought, as they prepared for the next move. Cindy grinned as she assessed the situation. It can't attack with any more wide-range fire attacks. It'll keep powering up Houndoom, plus it's already taken too much damage from the previous battles. As the group began their assault on Heatran, Isaiah observed carefully. He realized this was the perfect team of Pokemon for the task. Heatran relied heavily on wide-range attacks, which put any Pokemon that got too close at risk. From the earlier battles, Blaziken, Camerupt, and Emboar had dealt significant damage, while Krokorok had used technical moves to hinder Heatran's movements. Minsheo could nullify its wide-range attacks, and Houndoom could absorb its fire moves, powering up its special attacks. Duat had a type advantage as well. Taking a deep breath, Isaiah tried to open the Pokeball containing Frillish as the others continued their efforts. Houndoom. Dark Pulse. Cindy shouted, and her powered-up Houndoom unleashed a powerful attack, hitting Heatran hard and sending it crashing against the wall. Perfect. Cindy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she threw a timer ball at Heatran, hoping to capture it. Everyone except Isaiah paused, watching as the timer ball began to shake. 1, 2, 3. The timer ball exploded open, and Heatran roared, managing to escape and charge forward. Darn it! It should have been caught. Cindy exclaimed. Houndoom. Shadow Ball. Heatran was struck by the attack, creating a small explosion, and Dua quickly followed up with a hydro pump. The powerful water attack pushed Heatran back against the crater in the wall, knocking it down. My turn. Go Ultra Ball. Kyle shouted, throwing his Ultra Ball at Heatran. 1, 2, 3. Kyle's hopes were dashed as Heatran escaped the Ultra Ball but didn't charge in again. Instead, it backed away. There we go. Isaiah yelled, and everyone turned to see the Pokeball activate. Out came the injured Frillish, glaring at Isaiah. Here, eat this. I need your help, Isaiah said, holding out a citrus berry given to him by Professor Cerise. Frillish huffed and turned away, refusing the berry, which frustrated Isaiah. I need your help if you want to get out of this alive. Look at Heatran. Cindy pointed out, we don't need Frillish's help. We have it cornered. It's trying to escape. Kyle exclaimed, noticing Heatran attempting to attach itself to the ceiling near the giant hole. In your dreams. Use Dark Pulse. Cindy ordered. Houndoom blasted the ceiling above Heatran, causing it to fall to the ground just as Minsheo sprinted in. Alright, Minsheo. Use High Jump Kick. Bianca commanded, mimicking the action. Isaiah heard a tear and turned around, only to see Minsheo hit Heatran with a powerful strike, sending it deeper into the crater. Go Pokeball. Bianca threw a regular Pokeball at Heatran. Hey Bianca. Isaiah called out, but she was too focused on the battle to respond. 1, 2, 3. Pink underwear with a cottony logo on the back. Just trying to warn you, Isaiah said, stopping time as Bianca blushed furiously and realized her skirt had ripped, causing her to scream. The Pokeball opened, revealing a furious and weakened Heatran. Their Pokemon cried out, capturing everyone's attention. Heatran leaped to the ceiling again and lunged forward, nearly crushing Cindy as Bianca fell over with Heatran above her, roaring in frustration. Cindy glared at Isaiah, who realized this was his fault. My bad, he muttered as something on the altar began to rise. Hey Frillish, please eat this. We'll deal with each other later. Isaiah pleaded, but Frillish looked at him skeptically. Never had she thought she would want help from her meal, but judging by the monstrous Pokemon, her life might be in jeopardy. Reluctantly, she took the citrus berry and ate it, healing herself, much to Isaiah's relief. Heatran was hit by a combination of attacks from Minsheo's Aura Sphere, Houndoom's Shadow Ball, and Diwat's Water Pulse, but it remained standing, threatening Bianca who was nearly crushed. Ah! Bianca cried out in fear as Heatran loomed over her, only for a hydro pump to hit it in the back, causing it to turn and glare at the now healed Frillish. Alright. Use Rain Dance. Isaiah commanded. Frillish, however, used Hydro Pump instead. Come on. You have to listen to me. Frillish turned her head away defiantly. It's being smart. We can weaken its fire moves if we drop water on it. Isaiah urged, but Frillish was struck by a flash cannon, knocking her back. What did I tell you? The other Pokemon stood frozen, including Cindy and Kyle, while Bianca continued to cry out in fear as Heatran screeched in desperation. Tran! It let out a terrifying roar, causing the mountain to shake and red glowing lines to appear around the building. Outside, Cynthia flew above, overseeing the evacuating citizens. Suddenly, the volcano erupted. Oh no! Did it set off the volcano? Kyle screamed as everyone stumbled back, watching Heatran focus on Frillish and shoot a flamethrower at her. I need you! Isaiah shouted, grabbing Frillish and pulling her aside, getting burned slightly by the flames. Everyone winced as Isaiah fell, feeling the burning sensation on his back as his jacket and shirt were singed away. Isaiah felt a surge of pain as he punched the ground, managing to rise and reveal his back, which had narrowly escaped serious burns. Frillish looked at him in surprise, realizing that this human had saved her. Minsheo swiftly slid across the battlefield, jumping onto her trainer just in time to shield him from Heatran's impending attack. Isaiah glanced up to see the altar rise, revealing the magma stone. He thought to himself that if he could reach it, maybe he could turn the tide. Heatran, noticing Isaiah's intent, roared in defiance, determined to protect the stone after what had happened to the last thief. With a powerful slam of its legs, Heatran summoned a magma storm. Surf, Duat! Isaiah commanded. Duat conjured a massive wave of water just as Houndoom unleashed a hyper beam. The two attacks collided with Heatran's storm, resulting in a massive explosion that sent everyone flying. Isaiah reached the altar and was about to touch the magma stone when Heatran emerged from the debris, charging at him. Panic surged through Isaiah as he braced for impact, only to be blown back by a hydro pump from Frillish. The dark cloud that formed above the room began to rain, clearing the debris. Heatran retaliated with a flamethrower, but Isaiah quickly ordered, hydro pump. Frillish complied, and to everyone's surprise, the hydro pump overpowered Heatran's attack, weakened by previous damage. Duat! Help Frillish! Use hydro pump! Isaiah shouted. Use hyper beam at maximum power, he continued, as Minsheo prepared an aura sphere. All of their Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously, striking Heatran once more and knocking it back into the crater in the wall. Before Cindy or Kyle could react, Isaiah threw a dusk ball, capturing Heatran to everyone's astonishment. The ball shook once, twice, and then stopped. Shock filled the air as everyone realized he had caught a legendary Pokémon. However, their celebration was cut short when the dusk ball glowed red and began to melt, releasing Heatran with a furious roar. Before anyone could react, Heatran unleashed a final hyper beam aimed directly at Isaiah. Time seemed to freeze as he realized the attack was headed straight for him. In that moment, a memory flashed in his mind, a younger version of himself sitting under a tree, asking about his parents and expressing his frustration over a family member's illness. His older brother had promised that one day they would catch the Pokémon responsible for their troubles. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared, taking the brunt of the attack and sending Isaiah rolling back from the impact. Gasps filled the air as the dust settled, revealing Darkrai, who nodded at Isaiah. It has been a long time, Isaiah, Darkrai said, as Isaiah looked up to see a cloaked figure entering the room with a smirk. I'm happy to see you all grown up after all these years, and you are taking on a Heatran, the figure said, extending his hand. Isaiah's eyes burned with rage as he recognized his older brother, Tobias. Tobias, he hissed, filled with anger and resentment. The chapter ended with the tension between the brothers palpable, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next. Isaiah glared at Tobias, frustration boiling over as he lunged forward, only to have his fist caught effortlessly. Tobias squeezed Isaiah's hand, causing him to wince in pain. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Isaiah resembled a younger version of Tobias. Enough, Isaiah, or you'll end up hurt worse, Tobias warned, his tone firm. Isaiah seethed but took a moment to regain his composure before diving in again. Tobias sighed, easily blocking the younger brother's attack and striking him in the stomach. Isaiah crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen. I had nothing to do with the theft of the magma stone, Tobias stated, but Isaiah was skeptical. Like I'm going to believe you. You have all these legendary Pokémon, and you just happen to be nearby. I know you were involved with that shiny fossil Pokemon, Isaiah gasped. That's true, but I'm not connected to Heatran, Tobias replied. Right. Go away, Isaiah retorted, keeping his distance as he eyed the Heatran, which weakly opened one eye. Darkrai, use Dark Void, Tobias commanded. The Pokemon enveloped Heatran in a nightmarish sphere, rendering it completely incapacitated. This Heatran is weak compared to the one at Stark Mountain. I'm surprised you and those trainers managed to do this much damage, Tobias remarked, earning a confused look from Isaiah. What do you mean? Isaiah asked. This Heatran is young compared to the one I know from Stark Mountain. It's smaller and much weaker. It could take out one of an Elite Four's Pokemon at best, while a fully grown one could take out four, Tobias explained, watching as Isaiah struggled to get back on his feet. Really? Isaiah had always thought legendary Pokemon were capable of defeating entire teams. This mountain formed 2 years ago because of this Heatran. My theory is that it was born deep underground when the magma stone was created and took time to grow until it surfaced, creating Reversal Mountain. Judging by its behavior and size, it's still a juvenile, Tobias concluded, giving Isaiah something to think about. So we battled a young one. That makes sense, Isaiah mused. Sorry, I get carried away when it comes to legendary Pokemon, like we used to, Tobias added, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. So you were here to catch it? Isaiah realized, prompting a chuckle from Tobias. What's so funny? Isaiah asked. My interest lies in the one at Stark Mountain, but I can find it anytime. This one, I have no interest in. It's yours to catch, Tobias stated, which irritated Isaiah. I don't want it, he snapped, surprising Tobias. Why not? Tobias inquired. Because I don't want to see the satisfaction on your face. Just back away, Isaiah glared at Darkrai, who complied slowly. I see you're still holding on to that anger, Tobias said, disappointment creeping into his voice. Do you think I can just forget everything? Ever since you left, it's all come flooding back, Isaiah replied. I didn't leave a photo, Tobias insisted. Whatever, Isaiah shot back. You don't believe me, Tobias stated. Trust you? After everything you did? Not a chance, Isaiah retorted. Isaiah, you can hate me all you want, but I love you as a brother. I want to make amends. You were involved too, and you know it, Tobias explained. Really? You're the one who forced us to leave our little sister alone, Isaiah countered. The house is still there if you want to revisit those memories, Tobias said. Why are you even here? Why now? Isaiah demanded. I waited until you made your first trip to Unova after hiding in Vermilion City. I didn't want to intrude, Tobias explained. So you've been watching me this whole time? Isaiah asked incredulously. Of course. I keep tabs on you. I have a collection of interesting Pokemon and the time to watch over you. I'm a multitasker, Tobias replied, a glint in his eye that only angered Isaiah further. Just leave me alone, Isaiah said. I want to fix things between us. You can hate me, but we're all each other has left. Everything else is irreversible, Tobias said, disappointment evident in his tone as he began to walk away with Darkrai. Leave me alone, Isaiah thought bitterly. Tobias paused. About your friends, Darkrai put them under Dark Void. Unlike before, it has mastered its capabilities, and they won't be out for long. They'll wake up in about an hour. He continued, you need to capture Heatran quickly, or this mountain will be destroyed. It triggered an eruption to stop you and the others from catching it. Normally, it wouldn't do this, but being a juvenile, it resorted to it. The only way to stop the eruption is to catch it, which will break its connection to this environment. The magma stone will help keep it at bay, but expect it to resist. Tobias waved goodbye. Farewell, Isaiah. I don't have much time before the champion of Sinnoh finds me. Take care of yourself. I'll see you again soon. With that, he left Isaiah alone, who stared at the Heatran, surprised at how calm he remained. Isaiah reflected on the years of pent-up feelings he had towards a certain individual, determined to keep his emotions in check. He hoped it would be the last time he encountered him. Meanwhile, Cynthia commanded her Garchomp and Braviary to use Rock Slide, while her Electros and Milotic unleashed Surf to prevent the lava from reaching the mainland. Marlin arrived on his Mantine, accompanied by many trainers with water types, all working together to slow the flow of lava. Cynthia resolved to confront Heatran, believing that was the only way to stop it. Just then, the mountain ceased shaking, and the lava levels began to lower, leaving Cynthia astonished. Isaiah threw a dusk ball at Heatran, which was asleep and out of energy in the cave, making it an ideal target. He counted as the ball shook ding. He had caught it, though it didn't feel as triumphant as he had imagined. The moment felt unearned, especially since he had relied on strategy while others had done most of the damage. The appearance of Tobias, who had knocked out Heatran, overshadowed his achievement. He stored the dusk ball in his bag and carefully picked up the magma stone, placing it in a container and sealing it before putting it into his large bag. He then glanced at the sleeping Frillish. Despite their earlier conflict, he felt a connection with her, recognizing her potential as a powerful ally. He retrieved her malfunctioning Pokeball, which had rendered her wild, and threw another Pokeball at her, successfully capturing her. Afterward, he changed into fresh clothes, his bag now filled with an extra set of clothing, recording equipment, various Pokeball, and the magma stone. He approached Bianca, who was still unconscious. "I'm sorry for what happened," he whispered, hoping she could hear him as he glanced at the others. Time passed, and Bianca was abruptly awakened by Cynthia's pleas. She sat up, disoriented and with a headache, recalling the last thing she remembered: Isaiah being hit by a hyper beam. Panic set in as she asked Cynthia about him. The champion comforted her as Kyle and Cindy slowly regained their senses, all of them sharing the same concern for Isaiah. Cynthia explained that Isaiah had been blasted by Heatran, and they all looked around the chamber, finding no sign of him: no blood, no clothing, and the Frillish was gone as well. Cynthia expressed her frustration over Isaiah's recklessness, recounting the events leading to the battle with Heatran. Bianca felt particularly heartbroken, grappling with the trauma of nearly being killed and the loss of a potential friend. Cindy remarked that despite his flaws, Isaiah didn't deserve such a fate, and Kyle agreed, noting that he had shown some redeeming qualities. Cynthia then revealed that while Isaiah hadn't been found, there was evidence suggesting he was still alive. This revelation sparked hope among them. As they discussed the missing Frillish and the magma stone, Bianca worriedly questioned why someone would save Isaiah. Cynthia explained that the mountain was surrounded by trainers searching for him, but there had been no sightings. The group began to piece together the mystery, realizing that Heatran had likely been captured, either by Isaiah or someone who had intervened. Cynthia's expression darkened as she pondered the implications. "We need to find him," she said, determination in her voice. "Hey Kyle," she asked, seeking a favor for a jacket until she could get a new skirt. Bianca sighed, feeling frustrated as she tried to adjust her skirt for the 7th time. Meanwhile, Isaiah stood before an abandoned house nestled by the mountain, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he entered. The place looked just as it had during his last visit, dusty and untouched. He was surprised it hadn't collapsed after the mountain's formation 2 years prior, given its long abandonment. Isaiah was aware of the ghost Pokemon that often haunted such places. He took a seat inside, feeling the weight of urgency on his shoulders. He needed to leave the region soon, but he also needed to recover his strength. Oddly, the burns he had sustained were no longer present. Was it the magma stone's influence? There was much mystery surrounding it. He knew it was reckless to be there, but he had to heal Heatran. The Pokemon was angry and likely to cause chaos if left in its dusk ball, but he wanted to ensure it felt better soon. Trust was essential. "Come on out," he said, releasing the injured Heatran, which stirred awake with a hyper potion in hand. To his surprise, Heatran was smaller than he had imagined, reaching just up to his head. I need to heal you, Isaiah said hesitantly, meeting Heatran's gaze. Suddenly, Heatran roared and lunged at him with an iron head attack. Isaiah barely dodged, feeling the rush of air as it crashed through the surroundings. Heatran's eyes were filled with fury, and when Isaiah attempted to return it to its ball, the Pokémon resisted, roaring again and sending Isaiah stumbling back. Stop! Isaiah shouted, pulling out the cased magma stone in a last-ditch effort. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them slightly to see Heatran frozen in place, staring at the stone before collapsing, weakened. Realizing the connection to the stone, he managed to return Heatran to its dusk ball, sighing in relief. That was the most reckless thing I've done on this trip, he muttered, scolding himself. This must be what calms it down. It probably attacked out of anger, thinking we were the ones who took it before. He glanced at the magma stone, intrigued by its potential. He planned to try again later, using the artifact to soothe Heatran. Come on out, he called, releasing his other Pokémon, except for Frillish. They were all weary from the battle and needed immediate care. As he tended to Krokorok and Gigalith, Zorua watched curiously. Stay where I can see you, Isaiah warned, receiving a puff-cheek response from Zorua as she settled down. He reflected on his recent captures, Krokorok, Gigalith, Zorua, Frillish, and now Heatran, although he didn't intend to use the legendary Pokémon just yet. After finishing up with his Pokémon, Zorua rolled around, bored, until a floating vase startled her and hit Isaiah on the head, causing him to wince. Those ghost types, he grumbled, while Zorua jumped into his shirt, peeking out nervously. Just then, his phone rang, startling them all. He answered, recognizing the voice on the other end. Professor Cerise. Isaiah, where are you? I heard you battled a Heatran but then vanished. Who said that? Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion. Isaiah's frustration grew. What? Why? How did she get in touch with you? She was asking about you and your history. Isaiah felt anger bubbling inside him. Why would she involve herself in my personal matters? What did you tell her? Professor Cerise hesitated. I mentioned you were born and lived most of your life in Alola, along with your past there. Are you serious? You shared my personal life with someone I barely know? Isaiah. No, listen. When did she call you about me? Before your incident that was captured live. Isaiah's anger intensified. You've only made things worse. Why does she want to know about me? Forget it. He hung up, nearly throwing his phone in frustration. First, his brother had shown up unannounced, and now the champion was prying into his life, all while he felt unsupported by the professor. Zorua, Krokorok and Gigalith stared at the moving shadows of various Pokémon and the floating objects around them, drawing Isaiah's attention. Activate Sand Stream, Isaiah ordered. Gigalith roared as it summoned a powerful gust of sand, causing the ghost types to reveal themselves as they dropped the items they had been levitating. Among them were several Litwick and Lampent, along with another Pokémon that resembled a blanket, which Isaiah found uninteresting. The Litwick and Shuppet vanished, leaving only the Lampent behind. Lampent, it glared, launching a shadow ball that Krokorok countered with Protect, shielding everyone. Crunch, Krokorok commanded, leaping into the air and striking the Lampent, knocking a few out. However, the remaining Lampent panicked and phased through the wall, disappearing from sight. Despite being healed, she felt fatigued from the previous battle. That's enough of them. Let's get going. There might be things to explore, Isaiah said, with Zorua hiding in his shirt as the others followed him through the house. Isaiah frowned upon learning that the Undella Airlines would take 2 more days to resume full operations after the volcanic incident, and taking a boat to Kanto would take even longer. It will be a while until this place is discovered. There are things I can salvage before he began, but Krokorok interrupted with a weak cry, pointing toward a bright red light emanating from a room at the end of the hallway. The house was surprisingly long despite its average exterior. K-Croc. Isaiah sighed, looking at Krokorok, who seemed convinced. I believe you, given how superstitious this place is. Those ghost types could be a nuisance, so stay alert, he instructed his Pokemon, except for Zorua, who seemed to shrink in fear. Unbeknownst to them, a little girl with dark blue hair and pajamas appeared from one of the open doors behind them before fading away. Bianca, Cindy, and Kyle were in the Pokemon Center, waiting for Nurse Joy to finish healing their Pokemon as night fell. Bianca wore green pants, and they had just come from a hospital visit for checkups after their battle with Heatran. The trio discussed trivial matters like interests, dreams, and the surprising news of Isaiah catching Heatran. Cindy felt awkward after confessing her actions to them, especially with Cynthia present. So what Isaiah said about you was true, huh? Kyle asked, adjusting his glasses, causing Cindy to blush. Shut up, she retorted. It is true. Still, I'm debating whether to report you to Alessa, Skyla, Roxy, Chantal, and Caitlin for your habits, Cynthia said coldly, making everyone wince. This caused Cindy to drop the camera she had found in her dressing area, shattering it. Yeah. I'm sorry, she mumbled. Come on, Cynthia, can't we give her a chance? Bianca interjected, drawing their attention. What? Why? They all asked in unison. I understand she made a mistake, but she's already confessed and showed us where the cameras were. She gave up her gym position and helped us fight Heatran. She was just on the wrong path, Bianca defended her. Cindy looked away, sensing Cynthia's disapproval. I get what you're saying, Bianca, but that doesn't mean we can ignore this. I'll give her a chance to confess to the other girls who have been in my villa, including every female gym leader, Chantal, and Caitlin, in private. I'll call them myself to inform them of your visit. Got it? Cynthia stated, prompting Cindy to nod vigorously. Why yes. I'm sorry, she replied. Kyle felt awkward, sipping his drink quietly as his heart raced. Cynthia. The strongest champion in the world is here. Oh my gosh. I wish I had something for her to sign. If I ask her, will I look like a creep, he thought, internally panicking while maintaining a stoic exterior. So, any news about Isaiah? Bianca asked, breaking the silence. No. We searched everywhere but couldn't find him. His guardian confirmed he's alright, Cynthia explained. Wait, guardian? You know him? Kyle questioned. Well, I had some of my connections look into him out of concern, Cynthia replied, and everyone understood except for a girl who appeared at the door of the Pokemon Center. She's stalking him, the girl said, catching everyone's attention. Cindy gasped in shock as her heart raced. Cynthia glared at the newcomer. The girl had wild hair with black tips, red eyes, and a pale complexion. She wore a ragged black and gray dress that revealed a lot of skin, paired with a mini sleeveless jacket resembling a Pikachu, and she was barefoot. Allie! Oh my Arceus! Cindy exclaimed, jumping up to tackle the girl, but a Pokemon appeared in front of her, stopping her. Don't bother, the girl hissed as Kyle and Bianca helped Cindy up. Hello there. Allison, Cynthia greeted, but was met with a cold glare that made her flinch. Allison. This is the Dark-type gym leader who defeated Alder. Kyle asked, surprised. Wait, so you're the one Cindy talks about so much? Bianca inquired. About what? Allison asked, her expression unreadable. That you two used to date. She had quit her position as a gym leader to focus on herself, aiming to win 7 badges and come to meet him, hoping to rekindle their relationship. Bianca explained this, but it was met with a dismissive shake of the head. That was a long time ago, and to be honest, her neediness is never going to happen. She should forget about trying to get back with me, he replied, causing the others to cringe, especially Cindy. Allie, please, I just want things between us to work out, Bianca pleaded. Our history is just that history. I will ignore any word of this. You may win 7 badges and challenge me any day, but any hint of your desire will be ignored, and I will ask you to leave, he stated firmly, leaving Cindy feeling downcast, reminiscent of how Brock had felt with Professor Ivy. Back to the main topic. What is this accusation you are making about me? Stalking a boy? How would you know if you spend most of your time in that mountain? Cynthia questioned. A young Zorua wandered off on her own into Undella town, so I came to find her, Bianca explained, recalling their recent battle with Heatran. Wait, Isaiah had a Zorua, one of the trainers remembered. Yes, I know. That little one is in his care. She took a liking to him, so I let him keep her, Cynthia revealed. How would you know? Bianca pressed. Because we met not too long ago, Cynthia replied. Then that means you know where he is? Care to inform us? Cynthia asked, her tone growing colder. Why is it any of your concern? You've only known him for a short time, and he wasn't thrilled to learn from his guardian that you were asking for personal information about him. He explained your first interaction, which makes me believe you have an interest in younger trainers, Bianca accused. What? Everyone but Cynthia exclaimed. Cynthia thought to herself, wishing the professor had kept her name out of it. That was only out of curiosity. I assure you it has nothing to do with my preferences. Then mind explaining why you wanted to know? From what I heard, he said you called him before the incident with that blonde girl happened, Bianca pressed. Cynthia, is there something you're not telling us? Another trainer asked. He looked very familiar to me, like a trainer I've battled. I was making sure there was no relation to a trainer that the regions of Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh are searching for. To the point you went out of your way to look into his private information. How far have you fallen since your loss to the trainer with the legendary Pokémon, Tobias? Your obsession with finding him is leading you down a dangerous path, Bianca challenged. Don't go there, Allison, Cynthia warned. Or what? Allison shot back. Hey, I don't think it's a good idea to talk to Cynthia like that. She's extremely popular and the strongest champion, Kyle interjected awkwardly, falling silent under Allison's glare. The strongest? You clearly believe Cynthia is unbeatable, Allison scoffed, leaving Kyle feeling deflated. I don't understand it, but I'm feeling down. I thought I would be excited about this cute girl, but her aura is just a major turn-off, Kyle thought as he stumbled away. I don't care what people think of me. She's not the strongest. She hasn't battled every champion out there, and we can name a few who have defeated her like Leon from Galar, Tobias, and myself, the current Dark-type gym leader, Allison declared, shocking everyone but Cynthia. Wait. Allie, you beat Cynthia, one trainer exclaimed. Yes, she has, Cynthia confirmed. Cindy, if I had to guess, we never knew this because it wasn't televised. Kyle asked. It was probably a private match. Wow, Cindy said, recovering from her earlier gloom but still hurt by Allison's words. My reason for finding him is that it's unusual for him to have all those legendary Pokémon. I'm not jealous, but I'm concerned about the effects he has on them. He was questioned about his captures, and the data we have shows that his captures aren't clearly legal or illegal, and then he just disappeared. Doesn't that raise any red flags? Cynthia explained. Perhaps it has to do with the potential of his Pokémon being taken away. Whether he proves himself or not, another trainer suggested. That would never happen, Cynthia replied. I know the story concerning Latias, Allison interjected. What? Cynthia's eyes widened. What's really going on, Cynthia? Another trainer asked. Let me be blunt, Cynthia. I really do not like you. Isaiah lay in an empty bed in what used to be his room, now dusty and bare except for the bed. Zorua slept by his side, while Krokorok and Gigalith kept watch, ready for any ghostly surprises that hadn't yet appeared. He thought he would do a quick search of the house, but hours passed as he burned old pictures of himself and Tobias, keeping only those with his sister, the one who never woke up. This place has been abandoned for a long time. I wonder what Mom and Dad are doing now. Isaiah pondered. He had come to accept that they left after believing they had lost all their children. They had taken little furniture, and he was unsure what happened to his sister's room, which was blocked off. He spent the night studying in the mini-library, surrounded by books that seemed untouched. He recalled some notes he had read. Some Pokemon know a move called Dream Eater, which allows them to attack while the target is asleep and restore health. Others have the Forewarn ability, alerting them to an opposing Pokemon's moves. There are Pokemon called Drowsy. They put others to sleep and eat their dreams. Eating nightmares can upset their stomachs. There are Pokemon called Hypno, each carrying a pendulum that can make people drowsy. It is said that a Hypno once hypnotized a child and took it away. In the far Sinnoh region, there is a Pokemon called Darkrai. To protect itself, it drives people and Pokemon away with terrible nightmares. It is believed that it cannot control its powers well, and humans who fall victim to Darkrai's nightmares may fall into a comatose state from which they will never wake up. However, there is also a Pokemon called Cresselia in the same region. Its wings shine like the crescent moon and keep nightmares away. Cresselia's power counters Darkrai, as its light of hopes and dreams repels it. Isaiah sighed, feeling a bit of guilt as he recalled his childhood. He remembered a time when he was alone in a dark room, shaking and crying under the blankets. He didn't like being alone in the dark. When he heard the door open, he was relieved to see his older sister, Maribel, with her dark blue hair, approaching the bed. She sat on the edge and asked if he had another nightmare. He nodded, and she offered to sleep with him. He tackled her in excitement, and they snuggled under the covers, slowly drifting off to sleep. Maribel asked if Tobias had told him the Darkrai story again, to which he replied yes. She reassured him that Darkrai was just a mythical Pokemon, harder to find than even legendary ones, and questioned why it would be in the Unova region. Isaiah mentioned he thought he saw it, but Maribel comforted him, explaining that shadows, like the one from the tree outside, didn't mean it was Darkrai. She pointed out Abra, who had appeared at the side of the bed, and promised she wouldn't leave him. Isaiah smiled and promised he wouldn't either. Suddenly, he found himself in a dark vortex, with a massive Darkrai reaching out to grab him. He woke up in a panic, sweating heavily, and reassured his concerned Pokemon that it was just a bad dream. He realized he needed to leave and checked the time, discovering it was 3 a.m. It felt like everything had changed since that picture appeared. As he began to dress and pack, Krokorok noticed a bright red-orange light shining from beneath the doorway, causing the others to growl cautiously. Isaiah was alerted when Krokorok yanked at his shirt, making him notice the glow. He muttered about it being the glow again, and as he approached the door quietly, he heard a Pokemon cry from the other side. Tensing, he opened the door quickly, only to find nothing. A loud thunderclap startled everyone, followed by heavy rain and lightning. Just as he was about to step outside, the glowing light returned, and suddenly, a shadow ball hit him square in the chest. Zorua, who had been in his shirt, took the hit, and they were both sent flying out of the room, landing on the main floor as the door shut behind them, trapping Krokorok and Gigalith inside. As Isaiah and Zorua recovered, they noticed the chandelier above glowing red-orange. They looked up to see a Pokemon slowly descending, causing them to back away. It was a shiny chandelier, staring down at them without any sign of emotion. Isaiah was surprised to encounter such a rare Pokemon. He recalled the other shiny Pokemon he had met, feeling a mix of luck and apprehension. He heard his Pokemon trying to break down the door to reach him. In a moment of urgency, he threw Zorua in front of him, who stared at the chandelier, its expression shifting to something more intimidating. Zorua backed away, but Isaiah urged it to use Night Daze, feeling the tension rise as the chandelier loomed closer. "Do something!" Isaiah shouted as Zorua backed away from him, leaving him shocked. Chandelier unleashed a shadow ball, which Isaiah narrowly dodged. However, one of the attacks hit him at his feet, knocking him to the floor. Chandelure began to form a flamethrower, and Zorua panicked, sensing something that her trainer could not. Suddenly, the locked door exploded, and Krokorok leaped over the railing, using Crunch on Chandelure and knocking it down. Gigolith roared as she crashed through the railing, but Chandelure managed to spin out of the way just in time. Both Pokémon approached their trainer, but Zorua cried out, stopping them. Isaiah, recovering from the attack, watched as Zorua expressed her distress, leading the two Pokémon to look at him just as lightning struck, enveloping the entire room. In that moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared behind Isaiah, sending a chill through all the Pokémon in the room, including Isaiah himself. He thought the ominous presence came from Chandelure, whose expression darkened. What's wrong with you all? Why you're freaking me out? Isaiah exclaimed as Chandelure's light began to glow more brightly, illuminating the shadowy figure that was now within arm's reach. Chandelure screeched and spun, launching multiple flame bursts toward Isaiah. He shielded himself, but the attack passed him, and he heard a chilling grunt behind him. Realizing why his Pokémon looked frightened, he threw himself to the floor, and several of his Pokémon seized the opportunity to attack the shadow. Gigolith shot a rock blast, while Krokorok lunged forward with a brick break. The wild Chandelure released a flamethrower, hitting the shadow, which screeched in response. Suddenly, the entire room lit up, and Isaiah turned to confront what was frightening his Pokémon. He felt a sense of dread as he recognized the figure. Darkrai. His expression shifted to one of furious anger as he stood up, glaring at the Darkrai. Tobias. You think this is some game? Come out. Isaiah believed Tobias was behind all of this as he scanned the area. Silence fell over the room. His Pokémon remained on high alert, and Chandelure hovered protectively by him. For a while, there was a tense standoff. Isaiah studied the Darkrai, noting that it felt different from his brother's Darkrai, which had been more subdued. This one exuded an aura of hatred, unlike the casual demeanor of his brother's Pokémon. No, it can't be, Isaiah backed away in fear as the dark aura enveloped Darkrai. Why you aren't Tobias's Darkrai? Darkrai let out a menacing growl and fired a dark pulse at the group, resulting in an explosion. Tobias was alone in a cabin with his Darkrai, who looked out the window, sensing something was amiss. Is something bothering you, Darkrai? Tobias asked, receiving a nod in response. Allison watched the scene unfold from afar in the rain. So that Darkrai finally shows itself. Darkrai unleashed another dark pulse at the group, causing another explosion. Chandelure quickly created a protective green barrier, shielding everyone from harm. Zorua, return, Isaiah decided, knowing Zorua wouldn't be able to help against Darkrai's power. Darkrai growled and formed a familiar sphere, preparing a dark void that Chandelure anticipated. The dark void split into smaller versions aimed at the group, but Chandelure summoned a glowing white barrier that absorbed the attack. Darkrai grunted and launched more dark voids, only for Chandelure's barrier to absorb them once again. What is this attack? Isaiah wondered, pulling out his Rotom phone. Safeguard. A barrier that nullifies any status-inflicting moves. That's helpful against Darkrai, he realized as Darkrai formed a dark pulse. Chandelure countered with a flamethrower, creating an explosion. Chandelure grunted at Isaiah, urging him to escape. Isaiah dashed up the stairs with his Pokémon, but Darkrai melted into the shadows, attempting to sneak up on him. Chandelure quickly spun and threw a flame burst at the shadowy figure, forcing it to stop and retaliate with a dark pulse that destroyed the stairs below Isaiah, causing him and his Pokémon to fall, except for Gigolith. If it's a fight you want, then let's go. Gigolith. Stone Edge. Krokorok. Brick Break. Isaiah commanded as his Pokémon launched their attacks, but Darkrai easily blocked them. It unleashed an ominous wind, pushing them back. Chandelure avoided the attack and shot a flamethrower at Darkrai, but it effortlessly blew away the smoke, revealing it was unharmed. Krokorok appeared behind Darkrai and landed a brick break on its elbow, but Darkrai retaliated with a glowing black fist, striking Krokorok in the throat, causing her to GG and fall over in pain. Gigalith! Save her! Isaiah shouted. Gigalith, use Stone Edge! Gigalith roared as she summoned her attack, causing the floor to erupt. Darkrai, filled with anger, retaliated with a powerful dark pulse that struck Gigalith, sending her crashing through a wall and causing further damage to the house. Gigalith! Isaiah shouted, concern etched on his face. Meanwhile, Krokorok leaned against the wall, appearing to struggle. Come on! Isaiah tried to move, but Darkrai fixed its gaze on him, a look of hatred evident in its eyes. As Darkrai approached, forming a dark void, Isaiah's heart raced. Memories flooded back to him. No, am I about to face the same fate as Maribel? He shielded himself as the dark void closed in. However, it collided with the safeguard barrier still in effect, infuriating Darkrai. A small purple cloud of energy crackled with electricity, enveloping Darkrai. Chandelure, despite its injuries, floated up and unleashed a flamethrower at Darkrai. In response, Darkrai unleashed a dark pulse with increased strength, overwhelming Chandelure and sending it crashing against a wall, leaving it dazed. As Darkrai breathed heavily, it locked eyes with Isaiah, who felt a strange familiarity. This can't be right. There were two Darkrai in Unova, or did this one appear while I was away? Why is this Darkrai attacking us? Its eyes. They're filled with hatred, just like Heatran's, directed at me. Isaiah growled as Darkrai mercilessly blasted Krokorok, knocking her out before slowly floating towards him. Isaiah's realization hit him hard. No. It can't be. Tobias's Darkrai. Darkrai leaned closer, as if trying to communicate something. Are you? Before Isaiah could finish, a dark aura enveloped them, pulling him into a flashback. In the dream sequence, Isaiah saw his older sister Maribel playing on the swings with Abra. Suddenly, Darkrai appeared from the forest, injured and dragging itself away from an unseen threat. Maribel gasped and rushed to Darkrai, her concern evident. Are you okay? She asked, but Darkrai could only glance up at her with fading eyes. Isaiah watched helplessly as Lucario emerged from the forest, followed by Tobias and a younger version of himself, filled with excitement. Catch it! Catch it, he squealed. Maribel, get away from it, Tobias warned, alarmed. It's already hurt enough. Stop! Lucario moved to attack, but Maribel stepped in front of Darkrai, pleading for it to be spared. Stop! It's hurt enough. Isaiah felt a growing fear as he absorbed the scene, realizing the implications of what he was witnessing. There were two Darkrai in Unova all along, and the one we caught wasn't you. So this means... His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden pain, as if his mind was fracturing under the weight of the revelation. Darkrai, recovering its strength, began to heal itself. The world around them faded into darkness as Darkrai's voice echoed in Isaiah's mind. You should never have returned here, human. This world will be your prison until you perish, and I will ensure your suffering. Isaiah struggled to comprehend as the darkness closed in, but before Darkrai could finish its threat, a bright light pierced through the void, shocking both of them. Isaiah awoke in a panic, drenched in sweat, to find Darkrai thrashing about while Krokorok clung to its neck in a fierce grip. As clarity returned to his mind, he noticed a faint greenish-pink light emanating from his sister's room, which had been sealed off. Darkrai managed to shake off Krokorok, sending her crashing towards Isaiah. Enough. Go away. Isaiah heard a voice in his head, barely registering Darkrai preparing its signature attack. In a desperate move, Krokorok lunged forward to intercept the attack meant for Isaiah. Croc, she fell over, twitching as Isaiah rushed to her side, shaking her in panic. Krokorok. Wake up. Isaiah tried to wake her up, but Darkrai had had enough. It formed another void, only to be interrupted by the ghost types from before, who were attacking because they were defending their leader. Darkrai sneered and unleashed an ominous wind, sending everyone, including Isaiah, crashing against the wall. Isaiah noticed a dusk ball fall from his pocket as he hit his head. Darkrai raised a dark void, which split into multiple mini-versions, striking many of the ghost types who were unable to recover in time, putting them into a nightmarish trance. Gigalith, who was slowly getting up, was also hit by the attack. Isaiah thought to himself, I have no choice, and threw his dusk ball, releasing Heatran. Heatran charged in, shooting a flash cannon at Darkrai. Although Darkrai shielded itself, it was pushed back. Without a moment to recover, Heatran charged through the smoke with an iron head, tackling Darkrai through the door and into the rainy outside. Heatran stepped back, staring down Darkrai, who glared angrily at it and then at Isaiah, who was slowly getting up. Isaiah saw everyone fallen into nightmares and felt helpless to wake them. Darkrai hit Heatran with a dark pulse, sending it flying back into the living room as it slowly approached. Isaiah watched in horror as Heatran struggled to get up while Darkrai prepared to unleash another dark void. Just then, Chandelure appeared and used Safeguard, blocking the attack, much to Darkrai's frustration. You two wear down Darkrai. Heatran, use. Isaiah was interrupted as Heatran shot a flash cannon towards him, blasting through the ceiling and recklessly charging at Darkrai, which left Isaiah distraught. I'm going to have to work on it later, he thought as he returned Krokorok and Gigalith, running to grab his bag to use the magma stone and a dusk ball. He remembered the glow from earlier. Someone boarded the room, but that glow helped me escape Darkrai's nightmares. What exactly was it? Isaiah ran back to find Darkrai being pelted by flame burst from Chandelure, while Heatran absorbed the fire due to its flash fire ability. Darkrai was struck by another iron head, falling to the ground as the poison it had received earlier took effect. Heatran looked worse for wear, struggling to stay upright, while Chandelure appeared equally exhausted. Tran! Heatran roared, and Isaiah noticed the magma stone glowing from his bag, causing the temperature in the room to rise significantly. Darkrai, still on the ground, shot a dark pulse at Heatran's feet, knocking it over. In retaliation, Heatran unleashed its most powerful attack, Magma Storm, which blew through the roof. If it weren't for the rain, the house would have caught fire. Chandelure unleashed its powerful overheat attack, a concentrated beam of light red energy aimed at Darkrai. However, Darkrai disappeared into the ground, and its shadow approached Heatran, launching a dark pulse from below, sending Heatran into the air before it crashed onto a table, unconscious. Isaiah cringed at the sight of his strongest Pokémon going down, knowing it had taken too much damage. He returned Heatran, leaving Chandelure as the only Pokémon still standing. Lure! 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 Chandelure seemed to be communicating something to Darkrai, but Darkrai simply grunted in response. Isaiah surveyed the damage around him. The main room was in ruins, with holes in the walls and parts of the ceiling destroyed. The ghost types had fallen victim to Dark Void, just like Krokorok and Gigalith in their Pokeball. Chandelure appeared nervous as Darkrai banished it aside and prepared another Dark Void, turning its attention toward Isaiah. Finally, Isaiah could sense Darkrai's intent before it rushed toward him, determined to finish him off. No! Stop, Darkrai! Darkrai, filled with rage toward Isaiah, halted when a ghostly figure of a little girl appeared in front of it, holding her hands out to protect Isaiah, who was breathing heavily from fear. Marmarabelle? Isaiah gasped, recognizing his older sister, who looked young yet mature as she stood before Darkrai. You have done enough, Darkrai. Please, this is my brother, she pleaded, her voice calm yet firm. Darkrai trembled, its hostility beginning to wane. Isaiah slowly got up, still in shock. Sis. Maribel turned to Isaiah with a warm smile. I hope you are doing all right. How are Mom, Dad, and Abra? I lost contact with them. I don't know where they are. I'm sorry, sis. He felt the weight of his words, knowing he and Tobias had left her alone. Still. Darkrai. Please. I just want to rest. Her voice began to falter as her form started to fade. Ma Maribel. Isaiah and Darkrai both panicked as Maribel smiled gently. Please. Isaiah. Go into the room. Behind you. Isaiah turned to the boarded-up room and began tearing off the weakened wooden boards, kicking them aside to create an opening. The room was dusty and faded, but something caught his eye on the floor. It glowed slightly, radiating the same colors he had seen before during the nightmare. Is this what saved me from Darkray's hell? This feather. It's the lunar wing. Isaiah recalled studying it with Cresselia long ago, remembering the books left in the library. The lunar wing. He turned to see Maribel, tears in her eyes as she began to fade away. Darkrai stood by, watching silently. I've been meaning to give it back to Cresselia. Please. Can you do it for me? Maribel smiled as Isaiah slowly approached her. I will. But how? The bridge you, Tobias, Lucario, Abra, and I used to play at, she said, giving Isaiah a hug before vanishing, leaving a crestfallen Isaiah with Darkrai, who remained silent. Isaiah took a deep breath, gathering his courage as he approached Darkrai. He pulled out a full heal and, without warning, sprayed it on Darkrai, who tried to swat it away but soon noticed its poison condition had vanished. I only did it for Maribel's sake, Isaiah said, surprisingly keeping his anger in check despite his long-standing feelings toward Darkrai. He opened his eyes to find himself and Darkrai in a mini void of darkness. We'll meet again, brother of Maribel. The reason I am not binding you to an eternal nightmare is because of her wishes. Now that she's free, there is no meaning for me to stay here any longer, Darkrai said before vanishing through an open window, leaving Isaiah in shock. He looked out to see the sun beginning to rise as the rain had stopped. Isaiah fell to his knees, holding the lunar wing tearfully. This whole time, sis. You really have died, but it was both mine and Tobias's fault. You grew scared of Darkrai and hid in this room for as long as you can remember, unable to escape with the blessing of the lunar wing protecting you, he said aloud, smashing the window and staring at the lunar wing. Mom and Dad came back, but they were too late. Yet you haven't passed. Maybe giving this back will help free you. I promise you, Maribel, I will give this back to Cresselia for you, Isaiah vowed before putting away the lunar wing. He punched the flooring repeatedly to release his frustration, his knuckles reddening as he cracked the floor beneath him. He needed to cool off. After a moment, Isaiah walked out of his sister's room, collecting items that reminded him of her, his hand bandaged. Wow. I haven't cried like this in a long time. It feels weird, he said to himself, wiping his watery eyes with a twitching grin. He hadn't felt this pent up in years. He pulled out his pokeball and released both Krokorok and Gigalith, who were still affected by Dark Void. He held up the lunar wing, which began to glow, radiating sparkles of light over the sleeping Pokémon. Soon, they began to wake up groggily, and Isaiah proceeded to spray them with his remaining hyper potions, including Chandelure. Thank you, Krokorok and Gigalith. You two have had enough. It's time to rest until we get home, Isaiah said, returning them to their Pokeball as Chandelure got up to face him. You were trying to protect me this whole time. I wasn't the only trainer Darkrai attacked. Lure. Chandelure nodded as Isaiah gazed at the ceiling. Darkrai left. Seeing there is no point in staying any longer, but we will meet again, and I will challenge it. Lure. Chandelure seemed eager to settle the score. Do you want to help me battle it again? Isaiah held out a dusk ball toward Chandelure, who stared at him thoughtfully. Isaiah hoped to convince Chandelure to join his team, knowing it held a strong determination against Darkrai. After a moment of contemplation, Chandelure looked at its friends, who responded happily, even cuddling Isaiah for saving them from their nightmares. Ah! Please. This feels nice, I guess, Isaiah thought awkwardly as he felt chills while Chandelure spun in delight, looking determined. Great. Isaiah tapped it with his dusk ball, and after a few shakes, he caught the shiny Chandelure. As Chandelure said its goodbyes to its friends, Isaiah was busy with his phone, his mood brightening when he saw the airlines were already opening. During his celebration, the ghost types noticed a girl appearing from a corner, Allison, who approached Isaiah with rosy cheeks and sweat. She gently placed a letter inside his bag before walking back into the halls, just as Isaiah picked up his bag without noticing her and returned Chandelure. He looked back at the place one last time and walked out, continuing his journey to Undella town. So I assume it's time for us to split? Bianca asked sadly, having grown close to both Cindy and Kyle. Cindy, who wasn't popular with other gym leaders and trainers due to her temper, turned out to be a nice girl once you got to know her. Kyle, feeling out of place due to his lack of self-confidence, had also found a place among them. Bianca smiled, glad to have made new friends and rivals for the league. I'm heading to Humuli City by the Marine Tube to challenge Marlin, but first, I need to catch more Pokemon to see what can help. Right, all you ever talk about is that shiny duot of yours, Cindy teased, making Kyle blush as he adjusted his glasses. It's Kyle. Right, Kyle. I'm heading the opposite way to start in Flute City to battle Datura for an easy win since I use fire types, Cindy explained her goal as they looked at Bianca. I'm heading up to Route 13. So this means we'll see each other at the Unova League? I have 5 badges, Kyle asked, receiving nods. Right. I have 7 badges. I'm starting fresh, but I know my way around. I'm going to challenge Allison when I get my 7th or maybe 8th badge in case I don't beat her, Cindy said, waving off. Oh yeah, good luck with her, Bianca winked. Rooting for you. Kyle gave an awkward thumbs up, earning a smirk from Cindy. First off, you should definitely get a girlfriend and lose some weight, Cindy teased Kyle, who sighed. Whatever. Anyways, good luck with your adventures. See ya, Kyle waved as he walked away, leaving the pair as Cindy did the same. Good luck with yours too. Cindy hurried off, leaving Bianca alone as she looked down. Hope we meet again, Bianca muttered before making her way towards the gate leading to Route. She quickly felt the weight of loneliness, with only her Pokemon for company. It would have been nice to have travel companions like Ash once had. Isaiah, wherever you are, I hope you are doing alright. I know we only met for a short time, but... Bianca recalled something particular about him. He seemed lonely. Kyle stood in front of the Marine Tube, preparing to enter and challenge Marlin, the next city gym leader. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Isaiah approaching, which surprised him. Isaiah? Kyle tensed as Isaiah wiped a tear from his eye. Hey, Kyle. No hard feelings over what happened the other night, Isaiah said casually, which alarmed Kyle. You're still not very popular around Unova because of your incident, you know. Yeah, I don't care. What happened? We fell asleep, and you were gone. No one could find you. Isaiah frowned, thinking quickly about what to say. He didn't want to reveal anything about his past or his connection to Tobias. I'm just very slick, that's all. But I can tell you this. He leaned in closer. Heatran raised the temperature to the point we suffered heat exhaustion and passed out. The next thing I knew, I woke up and Heatran was in my dusk ball. Guess it fell over when I caught it. Kyle was shocked. You caught? Isaiah placed a hand over Kyle's mouth. I'd rather you not share this with anyone, or I'll have a lot of people bothering me. I guess I owe it to you and the others. Got it? Kyle frowned, remembering Bianca's constant worry for Isaiah. He didn't want to cause trouble, especially since Isaiah was trusting him with this information. Sure, but for Bianca. If you see her again, tell her I said my goodbyes and thanks for getting me into Pokemon battles. It seems exciting, Isaiah admitted with a smirk as he began to walk away, leaving Kyle confused. He recalled what Bianca had told him about Isaiah needing medicine to keep his anger in check. "Are you on the pill, I assume?" Kyle asked, stopping Isaiah in his tracks. "Nah. I threw them away. It feels odd, but for once. I feel normal, well, around people I'm comfortable with. Good luck in your gym battles." Before Isaiah could leave, Kyle called out to him again. "Hold up, Isaiah." "What?" Isaiah turned back, and the wind blew their hair to the side as they shared an intense stare. "You may be difficult, but you're a cool guy." "Thanks. I'll be building my own team alongside Duat and my other Pokemon. So the next time we meet, let's battle," Kyle suggested, holding up a fist, which made Isaiah's eyes widen. "Sure." Isaiah quietly fist bumped, unsure of how to feel. "See ya, man." Kyle waved as he walked into the marine tube. "Interesting. Well, the Unova League is 4 months away at this point. Maybe." Isaiah mused, feeling uncertain about his current troubles. Unbeknownst to him, Tobias was lurking in the shadows of the marine tube, listening to his brother. "We will meet again, Isaiah. You have interests in competing in the Unova League, hmm?" Tobias smirked, proud of Isaiah for regaining his interest. As Isaiah and Kyle walked their separate paths, Cindy and Bianca were also on their way, and the four would meet again soon. Allison watched Isaiah as he approached the airlines, her mood dampening. "I hope you forgive me, Isaiah. I meant to talk with you that day," she whispered before disappearing. "Passengers, we are landing in Vermilion City soon." Isaiah sighed, knowing he was not only facing challenges but also had to confront his guardian for sharing his private information. He reflected on the events that had transpired, from meeting Bianca, who had quickly considered him a close friend, to his growing interest in battles inspired by her. He had caught Sandile, completing his team of Krokorok, Gigalith, Zorua, Frillish, Heatran, and Shiny Chandelure. He felt nervous about getting Frillish and Heatran to listen to him, especially since he had struggled at the start. Thanks to Kyle's help, he had made progress and earned a gym badge, which he found quite cool. He thought it might be worth visiting from time to time to earn more badges. He battled Heatran and then met Tobias. He hoped Tobias would leave him alone. Despite having such a powerful Pokemon, it felt less exciting knowing Tobias had to step in to help him. Then Darkrai appeared, the same one Tobias had meant to catch for him during their childhood, but his sister had paid the price. The chilling news was that her soul was still wandering, hidden away with the lunar wing shielding her. "Passengers, we have arrived." The trip had taken 13 hours, considering Unova was far from Kanto, and it was now daytime. He walked up the stairs of the lab with a casual grim look. "I certainly didn't miss this place." Isaiah was in a foul mood when a familiar Yamper appeared, barking at him. Rather than feeling intimidated, he found it annoying. "Get out of my way," he grunted as Yamper stood defiantly in his path. Frustrated, Isaiah glanced around for anyone before giving the Pokemon a gentle nudge to the side, causing it to yelp. "Serves you right," he mocked, but Yamper quickly recovered and bit his leg, catching him off guard and causing him to stumble slightly. Yamper barked defiantly, challenging him to respond. In a fit of irritation, Isaiah pulled out a Pokeball and threw it, releasing Frillish, who seemed oddly refreshed despite not being out for long. Yamper's ears drooped as it recalled their previous encounter. Frillish turned toward Isaiah, wrapping herself around him and playfully pretending to nibble at his head. "Not me this time. Teach that little one a lesson," Isaiah exclaimed, pushing her off. Frillish paused, looking down at the trembling Yamper. She hadn't eaten in days and was quite hungry. A girl with maroon hair and green ears waved goodbye to her friends as she climbed the stairs, expecting to be greeted by Yamper. Instead, she stopped, a look of disgust washing over her face. "There goes everyone's peace," she muttered, catching Isaiah's attention. He whistled innocently. "Hey Chloe. Did you miss me? He called out. I wouldn't even if you were on a missing poster, JRK, Chloe replied, not hiding her disdain for him. Isaiah felt the same way about her and her so-called boyfriend, who fancied himself a Pokemon master. I missed you too, Isaiah teased, but Chloe tried to walk past him. She halted when she noticed Frillish making odd noises, facing away from her. Great. You have even more. My father had to pay for all the damages the others caused, and Yamper was put in shock over it, she glared, prompting Isaiah to chuckle. You think it's funny? She asked, exasperated. Isaiah laughed heartily, causing Chloe to take a deep breath. Just calm down. He wants you to react. I won't give him the satisfaction, she said, attempting to ignore him as she walked by. Just then, Frillish turned to face Chloe, and her expression shifted to horror as she noticed Yamper weakly kicking, trapped in Frillish's grasp. Isaiah sat in a chair, listening to Professor Cerise and Officer Jenny discuss the recent incident in the Unova region. He was surprised to learn that there were no charges from the victims, Bianca and Kyle, who had chosen not to press charges, leaving him in the clear. Here. Remember to take these every day, Professor Cerise said, handing him a prescription for anger management pills. Isaiah grimaced but knew he had to comply. He reluctantly took one, feeling his emotions dull. Next time you send him to a different region, make sure he has someone to keep him in check, Officer Jenny warned. Isaiah was not well liked by the police due to his attitude. I still get to keep my Pokemon, right? He asked. We've heard about the army of Frillish that attacked you. We're concerned about the one that has caused harm, but we can't act without evidence. Can we see it? Officer Jenny inquired. Speaking of Frillish, where are the ones that were sent here? Isaiah asked. They're in containment until you decide what to do with them. We tried releasing them in the dome behind us where Go's Pokemon are kept, but they were too hostile and caused chaos, so we had to return them, she explained. Do whatever you want with them. Donate them, use them for research, or release them back into Unova. It would be a bad idea for a colony like that to be released in Kanto. The results could be disastrous, Isaiah waved dismissively. We need your Pokeball containing the Frillish. She will be placed in a special Pokeball that prevents her from escaping, ensuring she can be contained safely, Officer Jenny stated. Officer Jenny held out her hand as Isaiah quietly placed Frillish's Pokeball into it. What did you capture besides the Frillish? Professor Cerise asked, prompting Isaiah to empty his pockets, revealing his Pokemon team except for Heatran, which he kept a secret. He knew they would want to take Heatran away after seeing its wild nature, and with his reputation, they wouldn't allow him to keep such a powerful Pokemon capable of creating volcanic environments without the Magma Stone. His Pokemon emerged, surprising the two adults. Krokorok. This is your first Pokemon. Gigalith, impressive, you caught one right away. Azorua. That's extremely rare. And a shiny Chandelure. Professor Cerise exclaimed, his fascination evident. Officer Jenny and Isaiah exchanged glances, both feeling the pressure of the professor's excitement. You've assembled quite the team, hopefully, you won't use them to cause more chaos, Officer Jenny warned, glaring at Isaiah. He whistled, and his Pokemon surrounded him, glaring back at Officer Jenny, except for Zorua, who nestled back in his shirt. This is my team. I've developed a fondness for battling, Isaiah replied confidently. That doesn't mean you can leave Vermilion City, Officer Jenny insisted. She's right, Isaiah. I can't trust you to travel to other regions if you're going to keep picking fights, Professor Cerise added. Isaiah shot back, not sure I can trust the man who gave my information away without hesitation. This left the professor momentarily speechless, confusing Officer Jenny. What is he talking about, Professor Cerise? She asked, her brow furrowing. The professor stammered. He gave away my personal information to a woman named Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, without a second thought. We barely met, and it felt like she was coming on to me, Isaiah explained, raising an eyebrow at the professor. Is this true? Officer Jenny asked, her gaze fixed on Cerise. Why yes, he admitted, looking nervous under her scrutiny. Professor, giving confidential information to someone without any legal basis, regardless of their status, is unacceptable. You're coming with me, Officer Jenny stated firmly. I am sorry. She offered a lot of money that I could use to help the lab grow and for Isaiah's future. I didn't mean for it to be shared. Professor Cerise pleaded, but it didn't sit well with Officer Jenny as she cuffed him. So you just admitted you sold me out like a pawn, Isaiah mocked. I'm sorry. Cerise exclaimed, falling to his knees in a desperate bow, seeking forgiveness. Isaiah shook his head, bemused by the professor's odd behavior. Let's go, you four, he said, leading his Pokémon into the dome area where they could roam freely instead of being confined to their Pokeball. This is where you'll stay for now. Feel free to explore, he told his Pokémon. Gigalith wasted no time and wandered off into the rocky area. Krokorok stayed close to Isaiah, being his first Pokémon. After all those battles with wild Pokémon, against Cindy, and the army of Frillish, you need to take it easy for now. We'll start training in a few days, Isaiah assured Krokorok, who nodded and moved to a sandy area to rest. Chandelure, like Krokorok, will train for Darkrai in a few days. I need to rest my head after that experience, he added. Chandelure nodded and disappeared into the forest. Zorua. Isaiah looked at her as her ears drooped in protest, not wanting to leave her cozy spot. He gently placed her down. I don't know what you want to do. You don't seem to like battling, so just do whatever, he said, waving as he walked away. Zorua, feeling a bit sad, made her way into the field, noticing some of Go's Pokémon. She tilted her head and transformed into a caterpie, mimicking one resting on a branch, and snickered. Scene change. Isaiah stood alone, holding the magma stone, and released Heatran. As he suspected, Heatran struggled to move, having already exerted itself too much. Perfect, Isaiah thought, hurrying before anyone could walk in. He began spraying Hyper Potion on Heatran's wounds, careful not to touch its body, which felt like lava. He wasn't sure if Heatran could control that heat. There. And there, he said, finishing the last touches as Heatran began to rise. He grabbed the magma stone, and Heatran froze, its eyes following the stone as Isaiah moved it left and right. He wondered what about the stone had such an effect on Heatran. He placed it down cautiously, keeping his hands slightly off the jar. Suddenly, Heatran roared, hit by a wave of heat that made Isaiah sweat profusely. He held the stone in front of Heatran to calm it down and returned it without a struggle. What was that? He exclaimed as he turned to find Ash and Go running into the garden. I see those two are back, he muttered, hiding the magma stone in his bag as he walked toward the exit, needing to pass by them. What in the world was that? Ash asked, but Isaiah ignored him, leaving the two puzzled by the unusual heat. Ren and Krysa, Professor Cerise's assistants, appeared, looking shocked and somewhat stressed. What happened? We detected a major spike in temperature, they exclaimed. Isaiah? Go asked, noticing he was the only one present. Hey! Ash called out, making Isaiah stop as the group looked at him. Do you have any idea what caused the sudden change in temperature? Ash asked. Yeah, it's getting really hot, Isaiah replied. It was my Chandelure, you know, he added with a hint of sarcasm. I had it used over heat, so go away, Isaiah muttered, turning his head slightly. I didn't forget what you did to Bianca. Ash called out, trying to stop Isaiah. So the video spread to Kanto, no surprise, Isaiah replied, his tone dismissive. Go, who knew Isaiah well, felt a sense of unease. Since Isaiah had moved in, Go had been spending more time away from the lab, avoiding the tension that seemed to follow Isaiah. Hey! Do you have something to say after hitting her? Ash asked, making the mistake of grabbing Isaiah's shoulder. Isaiah quickly slapped it away and kicked Ash to the floor. What was that for? Ash exclaimed. Touch me again. I dare you, Isaiah warned as he walked away, Pikachu growling at him, which made Isaiah chuckle. What's so funny? Ash demanded. Oh, nothing. Just how foolish you are to think I would listen to you, Isaiah replied with a smirk. What does that matter? Do you even care what happened to Yamper? It's in the Pokemon Center, badly traumatized because of what your Frillish did. Chloe hasn't stopped crying. Ash insisted. And? Isaiah asked, yawning, which only frustrated Ash further. This is what he wants. Don't bother, Go cautioned as he stepped in to hold Ash back. Isaiah glanced at Go, who visibly shrank under his gaze. Isaiah had reasons to remain calm, he knew how to avoid trouble. Bye, he said, flipping Ash off as he walked away. At least I didn't make myself look like a JRK on live TV, Ash shot back. And you think I care what people think about me? Are you surprised? Though I can't say much about your league track records, Isaiah retorted. What is that supposed to mean? Ash asked, his frustration growing. Aren't you embarrassed it took you 7 years to win a league? The Alola League wasn't impressive, it's the lowest ranked league outside of Alola, Isaiah continued, smirking. What did you say? Ash growled. Aren't you from that region? Go questioned. I'm embarrassed to have been born from that region, Isaiah said, lying. He was originally from Unova, but no one knew that. Trainers from Alola should feel embarrassed that no one from their home country could win their first league, but some outsider did it. And this is the same person who lost to someone even less competent in the Unova League, Isaiah added, his words cutting deep. Take that back. Ash shouted. Take what back? The fact that you only won because the other competitors were weak? You didn't even deserve to win, Isaiah replied, his tone mocking. Why? Ash asked, his voice low. Because in the second round against that trainer's Decidueye, your Rowlet fell asleep during the match, which means it gave up. You should have lost that battle, but the Kahuna decided to save you, Isaiah insulted, adding salt to Ash's wounds. Let's just go, Go urged, trying to pull Ash away as Pikachu sensed his master's rising anger. You know, I bet you cheated. You had a close relationship with the higher-ups in the league, didn't you? Isaiah taunted. Shut up. Ash yelled. It's okay. You can admit that the only reason you won was because of a bad call, Isaiah continued, pushing Ash's buttons. Ash snapped, breaking free from Go's grasp and charging at Isaiah with his fist raised. Ash. No. Go shouted. Shut up. Ash threw a punch, but Isaiah easily dodged and headbutted Ash, causing him to stumble back. Isaiah chuckled calmly as he walked away. DMN it. I'm not going to let this go. Ash gritted his teeth. He's only trying to get under your skin. Go insisted. I can't let him get away. Ash replied, determined. Isaiah felt pleased with himself, knowing he had gotten under Ash's skin. He went into the restroom and, feeling overwhelmed, he quickly gagged before flushing the toilet. Like hell I'm going to let this poison in my system, Isaiah sneered as he washed his hands. Time to relax for once, he thought as he headed to the kitchen for a snack. However, he was met with a glaring and tearful Chloe, who approached him. He knew what was coming and quickly hurried away. Get over here, she yelled as she chased him. He reached his room and locked the door, but soon he heard Chloe pounding on it. Open the door, you JRK. Yamper. Is. Just open the door. Chloe snapped, her voice trembling as she heard the sound of her own tears behind the door. The pounding on the door was growing weaker. She held her bandaged hand, a reminder of the incident at the Pokemon Center. Yamper was in poor condition after what Isaiah's Frillish had done, inflicting harm before trying to consume him. Isaiah had no choice but to intervene, throwing Yamper away from danger. Although Yamper would recover physically, his mental state was fragile. He screamed when touched and even bit Chloe, despite his affection for her. Isaiah rolled his eyes, feeling frustrated. "Get over it," he muttered, which only fueled Chloe's anger, prompting her to pound on the door again. He could hear Ash, Go, Ren, and Chrysa outside, and he wondered why they hadn't intervened. Perhaps fear held them back. Isaiah shut his eyes, reflecting on his actions. Had he gone too far by using the same Pokémon that had nearly harmed him to retaliate against Frillish? He had only intended for her to attack, not to torture or attempt to eat. He let himself relax in his sparse room, which was mostly empty except for a bed, a shelf, and laundry bags. He had moved frequently between foster families, which explained his minimal belongings. Yet, he had surprisingly lasted 2 years here, having calmed down from his previously volatile nature. He kept a hidden bag of equipment, including the magma stone, tucked under his bed. Time passed, and nearly 3 days went by since the incident. Isaiah rarely left his room except to feed and check on his Pokémon when the trio was absent. Ren had to bring him meals to prevent him from clashing with the others. They had tried to make him take his medication, but he had found ways to avoid it. He had retrieved Frillish the day before, contained in a black Pokeball designed like a cell with a lock. She had been fed berries instead of meat, which delayed her release. Isaiah found the waiting tedious. The only company he had was Zorua, who craved attention and preferred his bed to the park. Professor Cerise was also present but not free from the situation. Isaiah held up the lunar wing, its shine reminding him of his goal, to grow stronger against Darkrai and meet Cresselia. "Zorua, let's go. Standing here won't help us," he said, and Zorua followed him out of the room. He made his way to the dome area where he knew his Pokémon would be, along with Professor Cerise and the others. Upon arrival, he found everyone, including Go's collection, engaged in yoga with Mr. Mime. He watched as Scorbunny playfully kicked Metapod, causing it to hit a rock. Concern arose for Metapod, and Ash appeared, tossing a backpack to Go while mentioning a trip to the Hoenn region. "Sup, losers," Isaiah greeted, causing everyone to jump, and Chloe quickly looked away. Ash glared at him, while Go shot him a lighter glare. "Give me an assignment, Professor. I want to go on an expedition or something. I don't want to be here any more than you want me to." "You know I can't trust you with that, Isaiah," Professor Cerise replied, surprised by the request. Deep down, he felt a flicker of relief that Isaiah might be developing an interest in Pokémon, especially given his impressive collection. He wanted to study Zorua, but she was rarely seen away from Isaiah and his shiny Chandelure, who had not been seen since he first released them. Isaiah noticed shadows lurking in the park, perfect for ghost Pokémon. As he glanced to the side, he noticed construction happening nearby. What a shame, Isaiah thought as he entered the lab, feeling rejected by Go. Go understood Isaiah's intentions and had wisely declined his request. Ash was preoccupied while Go made decisions about which Pokémon to take. Isaiah decided to take Heatran and the Magma Stone, wanting to keep his plans private. Frillish was not allowed to leave Vermilion to prevent her from escaping and potentially causing trouble. He thought about how to communicate with Frillish later. He had interacted with her other Frillish, but none had shown the same aggression as their leader. He suspected she might be their mother, given her size and demeanor. At least they followed orders, most of the time. "Dad." Chloe's voice broke through his thoughts as she spoke with her father. "I can't stand him anymore. Being around him every day for the past 2 years stresses me out. I worry for you and Go's health because of him. He's always causing trouble, and it all falls on you. Not to mention, Yamper still hasn't recovered." Isaiah walked in, catching them off guard. Chloe chose not to engage with him and left, leaving Isaiah standing confidently. "All right. What do you have for me?" he asked, ignoring their previous conversation. "Isaiah, about what Chloe said," Professor Cerise began. "She's entitled to her opinions. I don't care what she thinks of me," and let's not talk about her. Let's talk about my quest so I can get out of here, Isaiah said. Professor Cerise looked puzzled but decided to ask, Isaiah, about Heatran. Yes, I know you know. I caught it. How exactly did you catch it? Isaiah rolled his eyes and recounted his story, explaining how it may have caused some trouble due to the extreme heat, but it was so injured that it fell over and accidentally got caught in the dusk ball. Odd. I'm not sure what to believe, Professor Cerise said, taking in the story before gaining a serious look. Can you control it? Not exactly. As long as I have this, Isaiah revealed the magma stone and explained its potential. This can control Heatran. My question is how you ended up with the item and the container. It's able to hold this rock that is as hot as lava without melting. I bought it from Amorazan. It isn't too hard to find things to buy online. Do you want me to open this container? It's going to cause a heat wave in this place. Well. The more important question is whether you are trustworthy in having it in your possession. Not because of who you are, but do you think you can handle a legendary Pokemon? Pokemon can willingly escape their Pokeball. Wait. They can. Isaiah looked at him in shock. Yes, it is possible for Pokemon to come out on their own will. Why do you think there's something called a prison ball that prevents them from ever leaving unless their owner lets them? If this were implemented into the normal Pokeball system, it would cause political problems, but only Pokemon that once belonged to bad people or have committed serious acts would get the prison ball penalty. Isaiah stared at Heatran's dusk ball, puzzled. Does that explain how Frillish escaped Marlin? Why hasn't Heatran escaped? It was horribly weakened back then to let itself out, but it has been days. Why? Isaiah thought aloud. It's a mystery why Heatran hasn't broken out, and that is what really concerns me, Professor Cerise noted as Isaiah took a breath. It's probably the magma stone. Now that I think about it, there have been times I've been out of the room and felt shaking all of a sudden. I recommend you keep it locked away with the magma stone until you can deal with it. You healed it, and it's most likely looking for another fight the next time it is out. I'm not sure if I can trust Heatran's dusk ball being left with you, the guy who sold me out. How do I know you wouldn't call the League and have them try to take Heatran away from me? Isaiah, I'm sorry for what happened, but Cynthia offered me a lot of money that I'm using to fund projects, mainly your own dome and life when you turn 18, Professor Cerise admitted, surprising Isaiah. What? Dome? I thought the one you created was expensive enough. How much did she even offer? Quite a lot. Even I questioned her, but she said it was pocket change. Isaiah gave a shocked look. So a dome for me? Professor Cerise smiled as he pulled up a screen, showing the construction happening beside the dome containing Go's Pokemon. I assumed Go is going to be catching many Pokemon, and having yours alongside will provide a lot of space, so I decided to use that fund to help create even more environments than the other, including an underground base meant for Heatran. You did all of this for me? After what happened with Yamper? Well, this was set up before you came home. Wait. You knew this entire time I caught Heatran? Of course. I get registration of captures from you automatically, and one of the Rotom have informed me of the capture. Don't worry. I know the consequences if word were to spread. Pokemon hunters, the League, people coming over to challenge me for my legendary I captured, and worse. The media will cause more of a problem, Isaiah scoffed. Here. I used part of your fund to buy this. Professor Cerise's eyes glinted as he pressed a button, and a tile opened up, revealing a stand with a safe meant for something. So I put Heatran and the magma stone inside? Isaiah asked. Yes, but only you will have access to it whenever you want to ensure its safety. Not even fire attacks can melt this steel, and even Macamp can't crack it open. Isaiah felt suspicious but decided to place the dusk ball and the magma stone inside and closed it shut as it was sealed into the flooring underneath. I'm going to trust you this one time. I'll keep my word. Only I know of this, not even my assistants, Professor Cerise assured him as Isaiah thought. I need time to build my team and get stronger in case Heatran decides to go out of control. I need to gain its respect without the magma stone. It could potentially cause environmental damage to the city. Fine. But I expect you to be on your best behavior and not do what you did to Yamper again. Got it? Sure. Isaiah pouted. That's settled. Now about your next project. Finally. Tell me. Professor Cerise smiled when he noticed Isaiah's excitement as he pressed a button, turning on the hollow projection. The Cantonian fossilized Pokémon, he introduced. Okay. This sounds interesting, Isaiah beamed. Years ago, there was a fossil expedition in the Grandpa Canyon where a set of dynamites went off and trapped several people in a secret cave that remained untouched to this day due to the belief that it was nothing more than a dream where a Jigglypuff appeared and made everyone fall asleep, he explained. What? That last part sounds unbelievable. How can everyone dream of the same dream? What happened exactly? Before everyone fell asleep, rescuers managed to remove much of the rubble to help the trapped individuals. An Aerodactyl appeared, recorded to be much larger than the average Aerodactyl, and caused some trouble before falling asleep like everyone else and ended up falling back into the cave it once was trapped. And this went unnoticed? Yes, but recently a man has been wanting to explore the cave, believing the story to be true and wanting to help it escape. So I'm not going alone. Of course not, since it is very dangerous. This man was once a gym leader of Pewter City and an expert in rock-type Pokémon, especially fossilized Pokémon named Brock. Isaiah paled. Hold up. As in the guy Ash traveled with? No way. Isaiah cringed as he asked. I'll take the Aerodactyl case. Isaiah, not fond of the other ideas such as observing a group of Rattatas or Pidgeys, decided to take the case. Then it's settled. I will inform Brock of your upcoming arrival, Professor Cerise said as he started making a call. Isaiah observed the photo on the screen, taken by a photographer named Todd. That Aerodactyl is holding someone clearly. Why do I have a feeling I'm going to be laughing? Isaiah thought, sensing something familiar about the silhouette. Alright, it's settled. I'm booking you a flight to Grandpa Canyon. I have a question. What is it? Fossil Pokémon are restored, but they aren't complete. Isaiah didn't know much about fossilized Pokémon except that they had been restored. He had seen pictures but knew it wasn't natural. Fossilized Pokémon you see today, such as Aerodactyl, Omastar, and Kabutops. Professor Cerise explained as he showed photos of the Pokémon. Aren't perfectly restored. There's still a lack in development in the completion process, considering every fossilized Pokémon gained the rock typing. We can't even pinpoint their original typings. Aerodactyl could have been part dragon type or just a flying type at one time, or Kabutops part bug, but that is left for theory. But the Aerodactyl that was claimed was in its fossilized restored form, right? Yes. That is the mystery behind it. It was claimed to have been in its fossilized restored form. Yet it has been beneath the canyon without an explanation. Does that mean someone dumped it there? Yes, that is the meaning behind this exploration. To find answers because fossilized Pokémon back then in the Kanto region were heavily monitored and strict. How one ended up underground leaves many questions. There were only 2 laboratories during that time that had the technology to restore fossils, Cinnabar's labs run by Blaine or the company, Steel-Tastic Labs. Why do I feel like the company-branded labs are the culprits? Isaiah thought as Professor Cerise continued explaining. There have been reports of a set of Kabuto, Kabutops, Omanite, and Omastar as well. Are you sure you can handle them? I need more Pokémon to help me out against them. What are their typings? Aerodactyl is rock flying while the others I mentioned are all rock water. A grass type will help, they are super effective against both those typings aside from Aerodactyl, which means it does even more damage. Isaiah asked, receiving a nod in response. Correct. You are learning as time passes. Isaiah thought for a moment. I need something strong. Then something clicked. Weren't there an Ivysaur outbreak or something weeks ago? Yes. We learned they were using a specific spot where Vermilion City was being rebuilt, bathing in the sun to evolve into Venusaur, which includes Bulbasaurs, Professor Cerise explained, making Isaiah's eyes widen with interest. I see. So would that mean they aren't far? According to sources, there is a herd of Ivysaur not too far along the route. I assume you are going to catch one, a perfect matchup against Kabuto, Kabutops, Omanite, and Omastar, Professor Cerise said. Perfect, then I'll make my way. Isaiah said as he began heading out, leaving Professor Cerise sighing. I'm surprised he is starting to take an interest in Pokemon. I wonder. His thoughts were interrupted when Ash and Go appeared, ready to head out to Hoenn for the competition. Isaiah headed back to pack up his supplies and restock on his Pokeball. He stopped when he found something that wasn't supposed to be there, a black letter. Isaiah blinked and looked at the letter, finding words written in cursive white behind it. Your best friend Allison. I hope you forgive me, Isaiah. Isaiah's heart sank. Hey Allison. He looked around, trying to think how she must have gotten it into his bag without him noticing. No way. The only time I was alone without the bag in my arms was back at the old house. Isaiah realized, knowing the environment of the old house was perfect for her to lurk. He remembered her owning Zoroarks. A part of him wanted to read the letter, yet another part of him felt nervous and paranoid, leading him to gently place the letter back in his bag. Later. I'll read it later. Isaiah calmed his heart as he got up. Allison, He turned his head to find Chloe staring at him while sipping a drink through a straw. It's just a girl I had a night with in Unova. Yet you speak like you were scared. She sounded far too calm, which made him simply walk away. Scene change. I've got to dispose of the letter, Isaiah thought as he looked at it in his fingers, not opening it yet. Maybe later. He put it away as his eyes shifted upon a small group of Ivysaurs, including a few Bulbasaurs that were relaxing. He wasn't interested in the Bulbasaurs since he wanted something strong. Go, Chandelure. Lure. Chandelure stared at the group of Pokemon who noticed Isaiah and Chandelure approaching them. Some were warily taking steps with the Bulbasaurs, while others, presumed to be battlers, came to the front and growled at him. Use Flame Burst. Disorient them, Isaiah ordered. Chandelure spun and shot out multiple weak flames that hit several of the Ivysaurs, the attack breaking into smaller bits upon impact, spreading over to the other Ivysaurs. Don't give them a chance. Use Flamethrower. The Ivysaurs that cried from the attack recovered only to meet a flamethrower directly, knocking them out as several attempted to use Razor Leaf. Protect, then Flamethrower. Chandelure summoned a green barrier, blocking the attack before resuming the offensive, knocking out a bunch of the Ivysaurs while many more, including the Bulbasaurs, managed to escape. Alright then. Let's see which one's the best. Isaiah said as he threw Pokeball after Pokeball. Time skip. Good job. Isaiah thanked Chandelure, who happily spun as Isaiah stared at the set of Pokeball containing 8 Ivysaurs. He had the function that automatically sends them back home switched to keep them restrained in their Pokeball until he sent enough back. However, he found a loophole that allowed him to release them. He wanted to find the best one within the group, judging by their stats, moves, and ability. Analysis? Isaiah asked his Rotom phone, which had a new voice due to a recent malfunction. Correct. The best one is the third from the right. It has a unique ability called Chlorophyll, which in sunny conditions will maximize the user's speed, while Overgrow, a common ability for starter grass-type Pokemon, powers up their grass-type attacks when they take significant damage. That means the Ivysaur with the unique ability is considered extremely rare, you rarely see those, and it also has better stats than the others. Its moveset includes Weather Ball, Synthesis, and Sunny Day. Isaiah was intrigued. Wow, The other one was never as detailed as this one. What do the moves, aside from sunny day, do? Synthesis is a grass-type move that heals the user. With a bright sun like today, including a sunny day, the healing process is more effective, while in rain dance, its effect lowers. Weather ball is a normal type attack that changes typing depending on the weather move in use. For example, a sunny day will turn the attack into fire, while rain dance will turn it into water, sandstorm will turn it into rock, and hail will turn it into ice. Amazing, so this Ivysaur is basically set for sun battles. Correct. A logical choice. Alright, with these new features thanks to the professor, I can simply hit release on this. He pulled up a screen showing Pokeball with silhouettes of what's inside, mainly Ivysaur, and moved over all but the one he chose into the release option. Are you sure you want to release? Rotom asked. Yes, Isaiah assured confidently. The Pokeball containing the Ivysaurs he didn't want opened, and instead of the bright whitish glow that usually accompanied a Pokemon's release, it was blue, indicating they had been released. Alright. You can go, Isaiah waved off as the weakened Ivysaur stared at him before leaving him with the one he kept. You come out. Isaiah let out the Ivysaur he kept, which quietly stared at him. Heal yourself with synthesis. The Ivysaur nodded and began glowing, bathing in the sun's energy as all its wounds from before vanished. Isaiah smirked as his interest began to grow. As Isaiah felt good about himself, he was unaware that a familiar shadow emerged from the forest behind him, watching closely before merging into the ground and tailing him as he headed to the airport. Isaiah patiently waited in the Pokemon Center in the forest before reaching the wasteland that was Grandpa Canyon. He had battles along the way from the airport. While he may have lost some, he won more against much younger and inexperienced trainers. Every battle brought him more experience, and meeting Brock in a nearby Pokemon Center was perfect. The guy who beat him stood out from the rest, him and his sizer. Isaiah was currently jotting down potential strategies with his team while Zorua perched on his head, watching him write and draw. Excuse me. Isaiah looked up from his notebook to meet Nurse Joy, who handed him his Pokeball. Your Pokemon are in full health right now. Thanks. Quick question, is there a guy named Brock, a former gym leader, who has stopped by? Nurse Joy smiled. Of course. He just finished his work in the back. She explained, and a dark-tanned man appeared in full gear. Oh, Brock. Thank you for all your help. I really appreciate it, Nurse Joy said, to which Brock responded with a charming smile. Anything for you, my precious Joy. Don't hesitate to call for my assistance again. Brock continued his flirtation. Isaiah watched, slightly amused, until he noticed a Pokeball from Brock's belt opening, revealing what came out. The only healing left to be done is our hearts for one another. Brock screamed as Krogunk jabbed him with its poison jab. Isaiah chuckled as Krogunk pulled back its arm, and Brock fell over, almost unconscious, being dragged to the back, eliciting an awkward chuckle from Nurse Joy. I suppose that's one way to prevent any misunderstandings, Isaiah thought, grimacing as Brock somehow recovered while rubbing his side, giving a nervous wave as Krogunk followed, still threatening its trainer. So you are Isaiah. I heard a lot about you from Ash, Brock said as they walked down the path toward Grandpa Canyon. I suppose he told you about me calling him a trash trainer who only got lucky? Isaiah asked, a hint of rudeness in his tone. Yes, and he was quite upset. I've never seen him this worked up over someone since Paul. I was hesitant about agreeing to this with you. You didn't need to. I could have done this by myself. Not a guy who likes hanging around others, right? Absolutely correct. I get easily annoyed by people, and Ash is the definition of annoying. What is it about Ash you don't like? I'm sure there are people who find him annoying, but as a friend who has traveled with him, he isn't a bad person. It's everything about him. I dislike almost everyone, my foster family, their daughter, her boyfriend, people in general. I hardly find myself close to others, and I'm only here to check out the mystery behind this fossil expedition. I don't have a personal vendetta against you unless you want to make an enemy out of me. I can tell you aren't a bad person at least. I am. You should see my record. I once confronted a guy for looking at me, tied him up, and stuffed him in a locker. Brock was unsure how to respond to that. Anyway, I don't have any issues with you, so you're cool in my books, for now. I'll be sure to stay on your good side, Brock said, somewhat nervous. Say, you are the Pewter City's gym leader or former, right? Yes, but it's a three-way sort of gym leaders. My younger brother is the main gym leader, but he has school to attend, so when he's not around, my father takes over. Whenever I'm there, sometimes I take the position. I am officially retiring from being a part-time gym leader when I receive my degree, Isaiah announced. So you are just giving up on battles? Brock replied, surprised. No, not at all. Just because I'm stopping my gym battling to become a Pokemon doctor doesn't mean I will stop battling, Isaiah clarified. I was hoping to have a battle with you, Brock said eagerly. A battle? Isaiah raised an eyebrow. You are still a gym leader, a very strong trainer to start with as I develop my skills. It would be a shame not to ask, Brock continued. I accept, but later. After this expedition, we'll have a battle tomorrow, and if you can beat me, you can win this, Brock said, showing his boulder badge. Good. You seem excited, Brock noted. Yes. I want to experience a battle of this caliber and learn from it. It's a deal. Isaiah considered his Pokemon choices, Krokorok, Ivysaur, and Gigalith, since Chandelure wouldn't be effective, and Zorua wasn't battling. Brock suddenly stopped. Something wrong. Isaiah noticed a couple of girls passing by, and Brock instantly transformed, appearing in front of them with hearts in his eyes, which startled them. Hello there. Beauty as deep as nature, as delicate as, Brock was cut off when Isaiah appeared behind him and gently tapped him on the neck, causing him to stumble. Sorry about my friend, Isaiah said, waving as he dragged Brock away, leaving the girls confused. Eventually, Brock regained consciousness, looking a bit sheepish. Not you too. I'm serious. I wouldn't want to waste precious time just flirting with girls, Isaiah replied. The serious type, right? The only guy I know who wouldn't get the hint is Ash, Brock chuckled. Why am I not surprised? Isaiah said, rolling his eyes. Speaking of which, just to pass the time, do you have any type of girls you are into? You can ask old Brock for advice. How many times have you ever been rejected? Isaiah shot back, making Brock crouch down near a tree, a gloomy aura surrounding him. That's just sad, Isaiah remarked. Brock eventually regained his confidence and looked at Isaiah. What about you? Any girls? Isaiah thought for a moment. There was Bianca. He recalled her, admitting to himself that she was quite attractive, with a bubbly personality that made her charming. What am I thinking? He muttered, slapping his forehead, which made Brock grin. There is someone, Brock teased, noticing Isaiah blush. Isaiah glared at Brock, feeling more relaxed than usual. He had always considered himself asexual and didn't have time for distractions. Sorry. I can't trust a woman with my life after all. That sounds a bit harsh, Brock replied. I had a bit of an incident a few years ago. Involving someone who tried to maintain an image while I got the blame. It nearly ruined my life, Isaiah confessed, frustration evident in his voice. What happened? Brock asked, curious. It's personal. I just can't find myself getting involved with anyone on a personal level. It frustrates me, Isaiah admitted, punching a tree in frustration. You know, Isaiah. Brock began. What? Maybe you're just lonely. That's your problem. Whatever you say, Brock. Here we are, Brock said as they found the path leading to Grandpa Canyon, interrupting Isaiah's thoughts. How far is the hole containing those fossil Pokemon? I want to get this over with. It could be a while. Great, a long walk, Isaiah replied, but Brock smiled. Grandpa Canyon, I think you might like this story on the way to the hole. Brock began recounting a tale about a fossil expedition he, Ash, and Misty had once embarked on, detailing how Team Rocket had caused chaos with some fossil Pokemon. So the person that Aerodactyl was holding in that photo was Ash? Isaiah asked, intrigued. Yes. Thankfully, it fell asleep before anything terrible happened. How funny. Quick question, why did you think of this story now? It has been a long time. It was because of Pewter City's museum, where I used to donate fossils I found in Empty Moon. They asked me to verify the story since I was a witness, Brock explained. Yeah, I'm aware someone resurrected them because they aren't natural, Isaiah replied. Right. Every Pokemon revived from those fossils is never quite what they used to be. The fact that they are underneath Grandpa Canyon means illegal activity has occurred. Back during my travels around Kanto, fossilized Pokemon were hardly in trainers' hands, and a company had records of traveling through this area, Brock elaborated. Which company? Isaiah inquired. Steel-tastic. Isaiah sighed, realizing the implications. I'm sure they are going out of business since they filed for bankruptcy months ago. I'm sure they wouldn't appreciate someone digging up their past misdeeds, Brock stated. Back to the Pokemon trapped down there. How many of them are there? From what Ash told me years ago, there were 2 of each of the Cantonian fossil Pokemon, except Aerodactyl, Brock replied as they approached the last known location of the hole. Krokorok, come out, Isaiah commanded, and Krokorok appeared. You too, Graveler, Brock added, releasing his Pokemon. Bulldoze, they both ordered, and their Pokemon stomped the ground, causing a mini-earthquake that resulted in the rocks crumbling into a deep hole, revealing the massive opening. How are we going to get down there? Isaiah wondered. Brock looked at Isaiah and said, I don't have any Pokemon that can help me get down there. He then threw out another Pokeball. Hold up. You have an Aerodactyl? Isaiah exclaimed. Of course. It was a gift from the owner of Pewter City's museum after all the work I've done for them a few years ago. It has become one of my most powerful Pokemon, Brock explained, petting Aerodactyl, which happily accepted the affection. Isaiah noticed a colorful stone on Aerodactyl's collar. A mega stone, he thought. Do you think you can help us reach the floor? Brock asked. Aerodactyl nodded eagerly. Brock hopped on its back while it gently grabbed Isaiah by his shoulders, slowly descending into the unknown chambers. Once they landed, they looked around in awe. Chandelure, come out and light up this place, Isaiah commanded, and Chandelure emerged, illuminating more of the dungeon. Suddenly, they heard growls from the darkness. Here they come, Brock shouted. I see that, Isaiah replied, trying to make himself smaller as 2 larger shapes emerged from the shadows. Those must be the fossils, Isaiah pointed out, noticing there were 2 of each. Look at their eyes. They've been sleeping this whole time. He could see the tiredness and anger in their expressions. The best thing to do now is to catch them before Aerodactyl shows up. I'll catch one set while you catch the other half, Brock suggested. Isaiah nodded, and they both threw out their Pokemon. Krogunk. Sudowoodo. Come out. Brock called. On Isaiah's side, he released his Pokemon, an Ivysaur and a blue Frillish. He decided to bring one of the Frillish that obeyed him for a specific purpose. Chandelure, stand back for now, he ordered, and the Pokemon complied. Both Kabutops lunged toward Isaiah. I'll deal with both Kabutops. You take on the others. Sudowoodo. Hammer arm. Krogunk. Brick break. Brock commanded. Sudowoodo and Krogunk charged forward, clashing against Kabutop's sickle-like arms while Isaiah focused on the smaller ones. The smaller Pokemon combined their water gun attacks into a larger one. Frillish, take it. Isaiah instructed. Frillish smirked and positioned itself in the path of the combined water gun, easily absorbing it. Water absorb. That will help against their water-type attacks, Brock pointed out, and Isaiah grinned. Yep. I thought it would be useless, but in situations like these, it's perfect. Frillish held a smug expression. The Omastar hissed and tucked into their shells, preparing to perform a rollout, which Isaiah countered. Frillish. Ominous wind. Ivysaur. Razor Leaf. Both Pokémon unleashed their attacks, halting the Omastar in their tracks and pushing them back. Isaiah noticed the other pre-evolutions making their way toward him as the Omastar fell over. Take them out, you two. Water Spout and Razor Leaf. Frillish swelled up, launching a massive ball of water that broke into powerful drops, striking the Omanite and Kabuto. Ivysaur followed up with a Razor Leaf attack, quickly knocking them out. Here's our chance, Brock. Isaiah exclaimed. Right. Brock replied. They both threw Pokeball, capturing the Omanite and Kabuto. That's great. Isaiah cheered. But the two Omastar angrily charged toward him after their friends were captured. Nightshade. Frillish's eyes glowed, shooting out a beam of dark energy that stopped the pair in their tracks, though they slowly began to roll forward. Finish them off, Ivysaur. Razor Leaf. Ivysaur launched its sharpened leaves, hitting both Omastar and knocking them out. Go, Pokeball, they both shouted, capturing the two. With the Kabutops left, Isaiah thought, this is easier than I thought. He felt more comfortable with the idea of catching Pokémon and building up his team for situations like this. Ivysaur, prepare a solar beam, he commanded. Croagunk was still clashing against the Kabutops, tiring them out. Suddenly, one Kabutops attacked Sudowoodo with a powerful move. Sudowoodo. That was liquidation. Brock exclaimed, rushing to his Pokémon's side as it struggled to get up. Just then, Aerodactyl swooped in, grabbing the Kabutops and flinging it toward the other one, incapacitating them. Thanks, Aerodactyl. Brock said gratefully. Isaiah snapped his fingers, catching everyone's attention as Ivysaur's bulb glowed intensely. Solar Beam. Finish it, he commanded. Ivysaur unleashed a powerful solar beam at the two Kabutops, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the cave. That wasn't a good idea, Isaiah said, dodging falling rocks. After a moment, the cave settled, revealing both Kabutops, now unconscious against the rocky walls. Go, Pokeball, they both called, successfully capturing the last of their targets. Good job, Isaiah, Brock praised, smiling as they picked up their captured Pokémon. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the cave, drawing their attention. Here it comes, Isaiah said, ready for whatever was next. Stay on guard. Brock shouted, but his warning was cut short when Croagunk's eyes widened. It charged towards them, tackling both Brock and Isaiah to the ground just as a hyper beam shot out from the darkness, creating a massive explosion that shook the cave and caused boulders to fall. As the dust settled, they heard a screech, and Brock's Aerodactyl responded with a cry of its own, flapping its wings to blow away the debris. Is everyone alright? Brock asked, looking around. But then he noticed someone was missing. Where's Isaiah? The group quickly recovered and spotted the Aerodactyl they had been pursuing, screeching at them with Isaiah caught in its grasp, looking dazed. Everyone got to their feet, and Brock was taken aback by the sight of the Aerodactyl. It was larger and appeared different from his own. Where am I? Isaiah muttered, blinking as he realized his situation. The Aerodactyl loomed closer, reminding him of his earlier encounters. In a panic, Isaiah swung his fist, hitting the Aerodactyl and provoking it. His Pokémon quickly joined the fray, launching attacks that made the wild Aerodactyl screech in pain and release Isaiah. Isaiah ran towards his friends, but the Aerodactyl grabbed him again, flying up towards the cave's surface. Isaiah! Brock yelled, returning his Pokémon and climbing onto his Aerodactyl to follow. Frillish and Chandelure floated up, while Ivysaur used its vine whip to latch on and assist. They reached the surface, where the wild Aerodactyl circled with Isaiah, who had a shocked expression on his face. Aerodactyl! Help him out! Brock commanded, and his Aerodactyl took flight after the wild one. The wild Aerodactyl snarled and charged, tossing Isaiah into the air. Brock attempted to catch him, but Krokorok, still out of its poke ball, used Sand Tomb to cushion his fall, though it still hurt. Ivysaur quickly pulled Isaiah out of the sand, and he gasped for air. Isaiah! Are you okay? Brock asked. Yeah. I guess, Isaiah replied, cracking his neck and looking up at the wild Aerodactyl, which was much larger and different from Brock's. What kind of Aerodactyl is that? Brock shared his thoughts. It looks almost like a Mega Evolution form, but it isn't. Isaiah pulled out his Rotom phone to look it up. Mega Aerodactyl, he wondered aloud as he found an image. The wild Aerodactyl had spikes on its wings and looked bulkier. Why is it different? Isaiah asked. Brock explained, adaptation. It's adjusted to its environment, like the cave. Its body has changed to navigate the rocky walls and dark paths. Isaiah considered this. This sounds similar to the variant forms in Alola and Kanto. What about the others? They didn't seem different. Brock continued, they can naturally inhabit caves away from predators, unlike Aerodactyl. If we had left it alone for a few more years, it could have potentially changed its typing. Just then, Brock's Aerodactyl crashed in front of them. Are you okay? Brock asked, receiving a weak nod. You know what's interesting about Mega Aerodactyls, he added. Scientists theorize that Mega Aerodactyl is close to its original appearance, and this one has adapted significantly. Interesting. Isaiah said, preparing to command his Pokémon, but Brock stopped him. Let me handle this. Ready, Aerodactyl? Brock asked, and it nodded. He removed his shirt, revealing a necklace with a key stone that began to glow. The wild Aerodactyl was momentarily blinded by the light as Brock's Aerodactyl transformed, becoming more powerful. This is Mega Evolution, Brock declared, sounding energized. Isaiah took a step back, ensuring his Pokémon were in front of him. The wild Aerodactyl snarled and fired another Hyper Beam, but Brock's Aerodactyl easily evaded it and dove in. Ice Fang! Brock commanded. The Mega Aerodactyl's fangs glistened with ice as it bit down on the wild Aerodactyl, encasing its neck in ice. Brock's Aerodactyl spun the wild one to the ground, and before it could recover, Brock's Pokémon slammed into it, sending it skidding. The wild Aerodactyl retaliated with a Hyper Beam, creating a massive explosion as it soared past them. The Mega Aerodactyl quickly recovered and pursued the wild one, which was now surrounded by a purplish-black aura. That's Giga Impact. Aerodactyl! Brock shouted, ready for the next move. Use Stone Edge from mid-air. Brock commanded, and his Aerodactyl surrounded itself with glowing blue sharp rocks, surprising everyone with the variation of the attack. Before the wild Aerodactyl could react, Krokorok lunged at it, using Crunch on its neck, forcing it to stop its attack as it struggled to shake her off. Huh! Isaiah and Brock exchanged glances, noticing the projector arrows indicating where Krokorok was supposed to be standing, but she was nowhere to be found. She's a real battle enthusiast, Isaiah remarked, recalling how she had been picking fights with other Pokémon over the past few days. Brock's Aerodactyl unleashed its attack, pelting the wild Aerodactyl fiercely. Despite its size, the wild Pokémon couldn't withstand the experience of Brock's trained Aerodactyl and fell. Krokorok landed dramatically, forming a sand tomb to trap the fallen Aerodactyl. Alright, finish this with your Giga Impact, Brock instructed as his Aerodactyl soared toward the trapped Pokémon, enveloped in a purplish-black aura before ramming into it, creating a powerful explosion that sent the wild Aerodactyl crashing onto the rocky ground. It may have changed a bit in appearance and size, but it's still a Pokémon at the end of the day. Guess this mission was a success, Brock said with a smile, raising a Pokeball to catch it. Before he could, a massive steel cage appeared out of nowhere, trapping the wild Aerodactyl. It weakly scowled as massive shocks emitted from the cage, causing it to cry out in distress, shocking both trainers. "Thank you too for your generosity. We shall take this and go," a woman said as she and a man appeared atop the cage, wearing uniforms marked with a familiar large R. Brock clenched his teeth, recognizing them. "Prepare for trouble," the man began, but he was cut off as a flamethrower nearly incinerated him, courtesy of Isaiah's Chandelure. "Hey! It's rude to interrupt a motto. I don't care about your motto." Isaiah shot back, causing their expressions to shift as if he had committed a grave offense. "It's not lame," the man protested. "Yeah. Someone like you wouldn't understand the importance of our Team Rocket motto. We are elites trusted by our beloved boss. I can't tell who's more pathetic, you two or the ones with the talking meowth," Isaiah thought. "I know you too. Cassidy and Bob," he exclaimed, causing the man to stumble. "My name is Butch." "Butch. Why is it so hard for people to understand my name?" he ranted, looking genuinely hurt until Cassidy smacked him to regain his composure. "Our boss informed us to collect the Aerodactyl that our incompetent scientists abandoned to focus on a certain project years ago," she explained, making Isaiah laugh. "What's so funny?" Cassidy asked. "We wouldn't have a clue until you admitted it," Isaiah replied, chuckling. "Oh no. Really, Cassidy?" Butch exclaimed, panicking. "Now the boss is going to be really mad at us." Cassidy added. "You." "No, us, Butch. It's Butch." "Oh, you said my name. Are all Team Rocket like this?" Isaiah asked Brock, who shrugged. "Maybe. My experience comes from the ones Ash and I dealt with years ago." "Pathetic. Who are you calling pathetic, kid? You won't be laughing once we're done with you." Butch shot back, glancing at Cassidy, who nodded with a smug grin as they threw out their Pokémon, an Agron and a Charizard. Their neck and arm braces caught both trainers' attention. "Ah-oh. Mega Stones," Brock muttered, sweating as the pair smirked arrogantly, revealing their keystones that began glowing. Isaiah stepped back, unsure how well his Pokémon would fare against them. Frillish and Ivysaur were untrained, while Chandelure had gained experience battling Darkrai, and Krokorok had been training since arriving, using Gigalith as a partner. "Aerodactyl, be on guard," Brock ordered, and his Aerodactyl glared at the duo. "We don't have much time to waste, Butch. Let's dispose of these two and take their Pokémon as well," Cassidy commanded. "Alright, Agron. Hyper Beam." Butch ordered, but Agron didn't respond, confusing them. "Hey! You hear me, you hunk of junk? Use Hyper Beam." Butch yelled, but Agron shot a flash cannon instead, causing them to dodge. "What the hell? Oh no. Don't tell me," Brock realized as both Agron and Charizard began to scream in distress, wild black electricity crackling around them. Agron lifted its head, revealing red eyes, and started firing flash cannons everywhere. "Ah!" Butch screamed, narrowly avoiding being hit as Agron continued to fire aimlessly. "What's wrong? This shouldn't be happening," Cassidy exclaimed, nearly burned by her Charizard. "Only fools like you wouldn't understand the risks of using Mega Evolution without proper training. An inexperienced Pokémon can't handle the transformation, and recklessness will lead to chaos." Brock chastised them, making them flinch. "We don't need advice from someone who doesn't understand how to impress a girl," Cassidy retorted. The tension in the air thickened as the battle loomed ahead. She was cut off when Charizard looked at her and unleashed a powerful fire blast, causing her to scream. Brock's Aerodactyl responded with a Hyper Beam, colliding with Charizard's attack and resulting in a massive explosion that sent Cassidy flying, leaving Butch behind. The two trainers were faced with out-of-control Mega-Evolved Pokémon wreaking havoc around them, with Charizard and Aerodactyl preparing to clash in the sky. "I'll take Charizard." You handle Agron. We have to subdue them before they reach a point of no return, Brock instructed, cutting himself off as he considered the worst-case scenario. Isaiah nodded, glancing at his Pokémon. All right. Go. Ivysaur. Solar Beam. Chandelure. Flamethrower. Frillish. Use Hydro Pump. The trio unleashed their best attacks on Agron, which was soon engulfed in a combination of energy, resulting in a powerful explosion that sent them reeling. Krokorok. Stay close to me. Isaiah commanded, and Krokorok nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Agron emerged from the smoke, its body glowing with energy. Protect. Frillish summoned a barrier just in time, but Agron crashed into it, shattering the shield and sending Frillish flying, unconscious. Frillish. Isaiah quickly returned his Pokémon as Agron glared at him, preparing a Hyper Beam. Before he could react, Ivysaur seized the moment, using the hot weather to enhance its weather ball into a glowing red sphere, while Chandelure unleashed a flamethrower. The combined attacks hit Agron, causing its Hyper Beam to backfire and send it skidding across the rocky ground. You two hold it off. Isaiah ordered as he dashed toward the cage containing the wild Aerodactyl, which was being shocked repeatedly by Team Rocket's machinery. Gigalith. Come out and break through. He released Gigalith, who roared and attempted to smash the cage, only to be met with a powerful shock that pushed her back. What do you think you're doing, kid? Shouldn't you be stopping your own Pokémon? One of the Team Rocket members sneered. And what makes you think we care what happens? As long as we get the Mega Stones, we can repeat this experiment with another Charizard and Agron, Cassidy replied coldly. You call yourselves high-ranking members? I can't believe your boss hired two people who don't know what they're doing. Isaiah shot back, angering them further. You've got a smart mouth, brat. Go hound wait, we didn't bring any other Pokémon, Cassidy realized, causing everyone to pause in disbelief. Isaiah watched as the two Team Rocket members bickered about their lack of backup. You two are more incompetent than the ones chasing Ash. I can't believe this, he yelled. Refocusing on Aerodactyl. It's all right. We'll help you out. Krokorok. Try breaking through. Isaiah commanded, knowing Krokorok was immune to the electricity. Krokorok nodded and attempted to break the bars with a brick break, but it was ineffective. Try all you want, kid, Cassidy taunted. Isaiah turned to see Ivysaur badly injured while Chandelure continued to use Flamethrower against Agron, which roared in response. Chandelure shot another Flamethrower, but Agron absorbed the attack and retaliated with a burst of energy that knocked Chandelure unconscious. What? Isaiah exclaimed as he returned his Pokémon, watching Agron stumble slightly. Agron's moves include Automatize, which raises its speed, and Metal Burst, which reflects damage, Rotom explained, appearing beside him. See that, kid? That's the power of Mega. They were interrupted as Agron fired a Hyper Beam, nearly hitting them. Return them to their Pokeball. That should stop them. Isaiah shouted. Meanwhile, Brock commanded, Aerodactyl. Use Crunch. Aerodactyl clamped down on Charizard, preventing it from using its flames. Brock understood that the Mega-evolved Pokémon was out of control, driven solely by instinct. All it wants is to destroy everything in sight. If I can take advantage of that, he thought, noticing Agron approaching the others, causing him to sweat. Are you ready? Isaiah asked the Team Rocket members, who hesitated. We can't risk calling this mission off. Cassidy insisted. Pathetic. Isaiah growled, trying to help Aerodactyl but getting shocked hard enough to fall to the ground. Gron. They turned to see Agron charging at them as Gigalith roared and tackled it back, but Agron quickly regained the upper hand. Shouldn't we return them before something happens to us? Butch suggested, but Cassidy dismissed him. We'll escape before it notices. Focus on capturing Aerodactyl. Before she could finish, Isaiah dashed forward and knocked her out cold, leaving Butch stunned. What the hell is wrong with you? Butch exclaimed, but Isaiah grabbed him by the collar. Tell me how to deactivate this cage, or else, Isaiah threatened. You wouldn't. Butch stammered, but Isaiah's glare made him reconsider. Isaiah's frustration boiled over as he kicked Butch, causing him to stumble. He then grabbed a nearby rock and struck Butch, not enough to knock him out but enough to daze him. Krokorok glanced back at Gigolith, who was hit by an iron head, struggling to break the cage. Brat. You wouldn't want to be the one to take this too far. Butch began, fear evident in his voice as Isaiah stared him down. I've done this before, and it won't be the last time, Isaiah replied, determination in his eyes. You are with a group that has committed serious crimes, and all I can say is that I was just trying to defend myself against someone like you. Tell me, would anyone even care? There was silence. Exactly. Now tell me how to deactivate the machine, or else I will make sure you regret it. The machine can't be deactivated. It was only meant to keep working automatically. To hold the Aerodactyl in place. The only way to stop it is by breaking it. Butch fell unconscious. Breaking. He realized as he turned back towards the Agron. Lith. He turned to find his Gigolith in bad shape, just like the Agron. Thanks for holding up. Return, Krokorok. It's your turn. Isaiah returned his Gigolith and called out Krokorok, who glared furiously at the Agron. Meanwhile, Charizard spun in midair, using fire spin to swirl around Aerodactyl, engulfing it in a fiery tornado before shooting a fire blast, creating an explosion. Aerodactyl. Brock called out. Aerodactyl snarled as it blew away the smoke, showing it was still strong but badly injured. Charizard flew straight towards it, using flamethrower. Rock slide. Aerodactyl summoned large glowing blue boulders from the sky, dropping them onto Charizard, who cried out in pain as Brock yelled the final command. Use Giga Impact. Aerodactyl surrounded itself in a wild blackish aura before shooting straight into Charizard like a missile, sending it crashing to the ground and creating a crater. The debris faded away, revealing an unconscious Charizard back in its normal form. Alright. Good job, Aerodactyl. Row. That was easier than I thought. But I have to. Brock was going to help Isaiah until he saw what was happening. Krokorok hopped over the lunging Mega-Evolved Pokemon, hitting it with a brick break, which didn't faze it as much as Isaiah hoped. Krokorok then hopped behind it, calling out, but the larger Pokemon shot a flash cannon towards it. Protect. Isaiah glanced at the downed Aerodactyl, relieved as the electricity thankfully stopped. It's alright. I'll get you out of there, Isaiah said, and the Pokemon heard him. Gron. Croc. The barrier faded away, hitting Krokorok and sending her flying towards Isaiah, who caught her but fell over as a result. All according to plan, he whispered to her as they both watched Agron lunge towards them. Gron. It was about to ram into them. Now. They both dispersed from one another, leading Agron to crash into the cage, destroying it in the process but also getting shocked, which angered the Agron as it screamed, shooting aimless hyper beams and blasting the cage apart. Aerodactyl opened its eyes to find it roaring in front of it. Yeah. Isaiah cheered, catching Agron's attention. It shot a flash cannon towards him, hitting him. Isaiah. Krokorok, in anger, appeared from the ground below Agron, hitting it hard and sending it back. Aerodactyl, no longer in pain, angrily got up, screeching in fury after everything it endured, and shot a hyper beam towards Agron, blasting it. Gron. It fell over but was not unconscious until Krokorok appeared from the air and landed a clean brick break onto its head, knocking it face first to the ground as it reverted back to normal, completely unconscious. Brock held Isaiah in his arms, trying to shake him awake, which worked a bit. That hurt, he said, limping over as Krokorok appeared by his side. Thanks. Are you okay? I'm fine. What happened? Where's Aerodactyl? He asked, making Brock look up to find the wild Aerodactyl trying to take flight before it fell over. Geez, is this what fighting a mega evolution is like? I don't think I'm ready for that yet, Isaiah said, feeling discomfort. It's alright, but that's not what's important now. We need to take Charizard and Aggron away from them and take care of Aerodactyl's injuries, Brock stated, frustrated. With how Team Rocket had their Pokémon suffer. True that. They said they would have replaced them if the worst-case scenario happened. Brock was disgusted. Please tell me it's over, Butch. They turned to find Cassidy with a swollen cheek standing over Butch's unconscious form, lightly kicking him. Wake up. It's Butch. Butch screamed as he comedically woke up, looking around to find both their mega-evolved Pokémon unconscious and Aerodactyl free. It's over, Team Rocket. It's over when we say it's over. Oh really? You two don't have any more Pokémon than the ones you brought and couldn't control, and I defeated both of you, Isaiah snarled as he started walking towards them, showing signs of limping, which Brock stopped him from doing. Let me go. It's alright. Let's just get out of here. What about the Mega Stones? Oh no. The boss will be furious if we don't recover them. Just then, the wild massive Aerodactyl stood in front of them, glaring at them fiercely. Hey big fella. No hard feelings? Butch nervously asked. We were only doing what's best for you, Cassidy laughed nervously before Aerodactyl screeched at them. The pair watched in horror as Aerodactyl blasted them with a hyper beam. Isaiah winced a bit, but Brock didn't. Suddenly, the pair were sent flying into the air, screaming out in frustration over their failure as they yelled they were blasting off again. Isaiah stared at Brock's first choice. It was the Graveler he used to collapse the ceilings. Go Ivysaur. He threw out his choice. Let's begin. You may have the first move. Of course. Ivysaur, use Razor Leaf. Take it out. It should be 4 times weak. Isaiah ordered. Ivysaur shot its sharp barrages of leaves, which Brock anticipated. Graveler. Stop them with Stone Edge. Graveler stomped the ground, summoning glowing blue pillars of sharp rock, stopping the Razor Leaf, but the attack continued. Dodge. Ivysaur hopped out of the way and charged towards Graveler. Razor Leaf again. Roll out. Graveler curled and spun at a rapid speed, taking the Razor Leaf before connecting with Ivysaur, knocking it back. The spinning continued as Graveler raced around the field, turning its attention back to Ivysaur, who didn't get a chance to recover before getting hit again, looking like she took more damage. What the? Gr. Sleep powder. Brock smirked. Be more cautious with your decisions. This confused Isaiah as Graveler raced towards Ivysaur at a much faster speed. Ivysaur let out a blue cloud of powder towards Graveler, but with its rapid speed, it blew away the sleep powder, much to Isaiah's shock, before it connected with more power, sending Ivysaur to Isaiah's feet, still conscious but badly hurt. It's fast. It's getting stronger. That's rollout. A 5-time attack would continue until it either missed or the final rollout hit, with each connection increasing its strength. Brock explained this while Isaiah gritted his teeth. It's getting faster. Wait. Ivysaur. Synthesis. Isaiah ordered. Ivysaur responded by gathering sunlight, though it was weak due to the lack of natural light in the gym. Graveler appeared with its 4th rollout, striking Ivysaur and sending her flying into the air before she crashed hard against a rock. Ivysaur was on the brink of fainting, but Synthesis helped her recover. Use Sunny Day. Isaiah commanded. Ivysaur unleashed a bright light from her bulb, illuminating the field and intensifying the heat. Finish it, Graveler. Roll out. Brock shouted. Graveler was mere inches from hitting Ivysaur when Isaiah yelled, Dodge. In an instant, Ivysaur vanished just as Graveler crashed into the boulder, causing Brock to gasp in shock as Ivysaur reappeared in front of Isaiah. Synthesis. Isaiah called out. Graveler. Don't let it. Hurry, get in close with rollout. Brock instructed. Graveler lunged into the air, ready to slam down on Ivysaur, but the damage from the previous rollout had vanished. Solar beam. Isaiah commanded. Graveler. Dodge it. Brock shouted, but it was too late. Ivysaur absorbed energy and fired a point-blank solar beam, enveloping Graveler in a burst of light. When the dust settled, Graveler lay unconscious, giving Isaiah the first win. You have the first win, Brock praised as he returned his Graveler. Isaiah patted his chest in relief. I'm an idiot. I was reading about Sunny Day and Ivysaur's ability to maximize its speed under it, but I didn't think to use it from the start, Isaiah admitted. It's alright. You learn from mistakes. Remember, this is a gym battle, think of it as a test of how well you and your Pokémon perform. Don't stress about it, do what you can and strive further, Brock advised. Isaiah scratched his head, taking in the information as Brock threw out his second Pokémon. An Onix, Isaiah observed. Sandstorm. Brock commanded. Onix summoned a massive gust of sand that began to envelop the Sunny Day, dissipating it. Like that's going to stop us from using Sunny Day again? Ivysaur. Isaiah called. Ivysaur prepared to use the move, but Brock reacted quickly. Earthquake. Onix roared as it slammed its tail against the ground, creating a shockwave that shook the rocky battlefield and struck Ivysaur hard, hindering her speed and sending her into the air. Before Isaiah could give an order, Brock was already on the offensive. Grab it and use Slam. Onix reached out, wrapping its tail around Ivysaur and throwing her harshly to the rocky field. Ivysaur. Isaiah exclaimed, seeing her in bad shape. Finish it with Stone Edge. Brock commanded. Ivysaur. Get out of there. Isaiah shouted, but Ivysaur was struck by the pillar of rocks and fell to the ground, unresponsive. He had lost Ivysaur. In a growing battle, you must be active and yell out your orders quicker than normal, not giving your opponents a chance to react, Brock noted as Isaiah returned Ivysaur. I guess that's alright. I only had her for a few days and never trained her. At least she took out a trained Graveler, but she wasn't capable of handling long battles. That Onix's attack was much stronger than Graveler's, Isaiah thought, considering his next plan. Frillish. He threw out the blue Frillish, who smirked. Earthquake. Brock ordered. Hover in the air. Isaiah commanded. This confused Brock until he realized Frillish floated above the field, avoiding the tremors. Frillish winced from the effects of Sandstorm. Hydro Pump. Isaiah called. Frillish shot the attack just as Brock ordered, dig. Onix roared as it dug into the field. Into the hole. Isaiah instructed. Frillish refocused its aim, shooting into the hole, forcing Onix to emerge in pain. Onix. Brock shouted. Confuse Ray. Frillish unleashed a spectrum of faded lights, affecting Onix, which slammed itself against the field in confusion. Onix. Snap out of it. Stone Edge. Brock commanded, but Onix did not respond. Hydro Pump. Isaiah called. Frillish shot the attack, causing Onix to groan before it fell over with swirled eyes. Thanks, Onix, return. You've taken my advice to heart. It's good to see that in promising trainers. Not bad, Brock remarked. Alright, it's his last, Isaiah thought as Brock threw out his final Pokémon. Frillish. Hydro Pump. Isaiah commanded. Thunderbolt. Brock shouted. Rhydon shot a stream of electricity that overpowered the hydro pump, shocking Frillish into unconsciousness. Isaiah slapped himself as he returned Frillish. Another Pokémon he had never trained had still managed to take out Onix. However, this one was different. Go. Krokorok. Isaiah called, throwing out his final Pokémon. Krokorok and Rhydon locked eyes, both determined. Krokorok had been training every day since arriving from Unova, alongside Chandelure, who was also determined to face Darkrai one day. Isaiah felt more confident using these two in battle. This thing has to know Earthquake, so Dig is out of the question, Isaiah thought as he began the battle. Krokorok. Brick Break. Rhydon. Charge in and Hammer Arm. Brock commanded. Both Pokémon charged at one another with glowing arms. Rhydon threw its fist down, but Krokorok leaped over, evading the attack and striking Rhydon directly on the head, dazing it momentarily. Use Crunch. Isaiah shouted. Krokorok bit onto Rhydon's horns, making it growl in frustration. Get it off. Horn Drill. Brock ordered. Rhydon's horn spun furiously, and with Krokorok latched onto it, she was comedically spun around before letting go, sending Rhydon crashing against a rock. Stomp. Brock commanded as Rhydon leaped into the air. Dig. Isaiah called, knowing it was risky due to Earthquake but having another plan in mind. Krokorok managed to avoid Rhydon falling on top of her by digging into the ground. Earthquake. Brock shouted. Yeah, right. Stop it with Sand Tomb. Isaiah countered. Beneath Rhydon, the ground gave way before it could stomp down, forming a sandy vortex that dragged Rhydon in. The effects of Sand Tomb damaged Rhydon slightly. Latch onto it and use Brick Break. Isaiah commanded. Rhydon. Brock exclaimed. Krokorok emerged and struck Rhydon repeatedly, wearing it down. Rock Slide. Brock ordered. Rhydon roared and summoned large boulders, which fell into the sand and hit Krokorok, forcing her to let go as Brock next ordered. Use Surf. Isaiah was surprised as Rhydon summoned a wall of water, pushing it back and enveloping Krokorok before she could respond. Krokorok, he exclaimed, noticing Krokorok weakly getting up while Rhydon fell to one knee, having taken a lot of damage from the brick breaks. Krokorok, too, had suffered from that one surf attack. He couldn't risk her getting hit again. You have come up with strategies to avoid Rhydon's attacks, but can you stop its surf and also Earthquake if it were to miss? Brock pointed out, confusing Isaiah. He wondered why Brock was giving him advice when they were clearly opponents. He knows I'm still new to this and maybe he wants me to adapt my quick thinking and decision-making. Other gym leaders wouldn't give me advice like this, so this is a freebie, he thought. However, Brock was right. What if he used Dig to avoid the surf, and Brock ordered Earthquake for the final hit? Rhydon. Surf. Brock commanded. Isaiah thought, wait. It's a wall of water, but can it break? As Rhydon summoned the massive wave, standing on top of it, looking to fall onto Krokorok, she got on her feet as Isaiah ordered, bulldoze. Krokorok screeched before punching the ground, creating a mini tremor that cracked the earth. Instead of just erupting, the ground vibrated, causing the bottom of the surf attack to lose formation, splattering around as the surf vanished. Rhydon, confused in mid-air, was caught off guard as Krokorok lunged towards it. Uppercut it with Brick Break. Isaiah shouted. Rhydon. Look out, he added as Krokorok executed the move, causing Rhydon to fall harshly onto the rocky field, creating a large crater below it. With swirled eyes, Rhydon landed, and Krokorok stood tall. Isaiah blinked in disbelief. They did it. Yes, he cheered, running towards Krokorok, who tackled him in a celebratory hug. He had won a gym battle on his own. Congratulations, Brock praised as he returned his fallen Pokémon and approached the pair. Isaiah blinked, realizing what he was doing and broke off the embrace. Let's try not doing that again, Krokorok. Krokorok nodded, both feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm surprised at how well you adapted in the battle. You still have major flaws, Brock noted. Yeah, I know. Isaiah replied. You have earned this, Brock said, pulling out his gym badge and handing it to Isaiah, who nodded appreciatively. Thank you very much. I appreciate everything you have done for me, and I hate to say this, but you are a pretty alright guy. Same with you. I'm surprised at how well behaved you were. They were telling me they were planning on putting a straitjacket on you in case, Brock joked nervously. I only show respect to those who deserve it, Isaiah replied. Glad to hear that. I hate to admit this, but I certainly have a good friend, Isaiah thought to himself. Hey, Isaiah, Brock called. Yeah. Before you go, take everything you have learned from this battle to heart. If you intend on challenging other gym leaders, they will not give you as much advice as I have, Brock warned. I figured that, but I guess this is goodbye. I have important matters to attend to. Oh. You sure you can't stay over one more day? No. I have frequent meetings with Officer Jenny. I missed it yesterday, so it's important. He was cut off when Brock grabbed his shoulders, giving him a serious look. I have a favor to ask of you. What? Suddenly, the tense moment shifted as Brock, with hearts in his eyes, exclaimed, Please let Officer Jenny of Vermilion City know my love. She needs to be arrested for stealing my heart. Isaiah's sweat dropped as Krogunk appeared and jabbed Brock with a poison jab. Thanks for everything. Isaiah waved towards Brock, who waved back as he flew back to Vermilion on his massive Aerodactyl after Brock healed and fed his Pokémon. Aerodactyl was thrilled to soar in the open air. A lot had happened, and Isaiah hoped nothing would sour his mood. He had caught the entire set of Kanto fossils and found a megastone for Aerodactyl, though he knew it would need a lot of training to handle it. He had won an official gym battle without help, and best of all, Mr. Peterson, a wealthy man and the owner of Pewter City's museum, had offered him a job for adventures. Ah! Everyone stared at Aerodactyl in alarm. Professor Cerise, his assistants, Ash, and Go. It's quite the catch, Isaiah, Professor Cerise pointed out as Aerodactyl eyed the group cautiously, particularly Ash. I can't believe it. He actually caught it, but its appearance is much different. It doesn't make sense, it really changed that much living in that cave. This sounds similar to regional variants, Go muttered to himself before noticing Isaiah staring at him. He sweated a bit, having only wanted to see the specimen Isaiah caught. Congrats on your capture, Isaiah. Jealous? Isaiah teased. Well. Anyway, goodbye, Go said, shaking his head and walking away in a hurry. They stared at Isaiah, who shrugged. Oh well. So you beat Brock? Ash asked, making Isaiah smirk as he showed him the badge. Absolutely. I beat him on the first try, unlike you, Isaiah teased, making Ash growl. Oh yeah. I bet I can beat you. Are you hurt? Cry about it. Ash and Pikachu glared at him. That's enough, you two. He started it. Not my fault you can't take criticism. Besides, Brock is too good of a friend and someone to rely on. I wonder how well you would be doing if Brock never decided to travel with you. This comment angered Ash. That was when Aerodactyl screeched, grabbing Ash with her feet, remembering him as the meal that had been interrupted before she fell asleep that day. Ash, they panicked, trying to save him as Isaiah walked away, leaving them to handle the situation. He entered his room, only to find Chloe fast asleep on his bed. He walked over to his desk, the only other thing in his room, and placed the Aerodactyl clay statue on it. It was a way to treat it as an artifact, a collectible, and a memory of his journey. It was fascinating, and maybe he would find more treasures to collect. He took a seat on his bed, sitting by her side and observing her closely. She was truly beautiful, he had to admit. He hated her, but he still loved to annoy her. Chapter end. Isaiah was not a sympathetic character, he often came off as arrogant, though he could be surprisingly relaxed around those he respected. His emotional side was reserved solely for his Pokémon. He had recently learned that they would be testing his urine to confirm he was taking his medication. He had bullied Go to the point where Go became socially distant and genuinely fearful of him. Isaiah was also manipulative, having convinced Aerodactyl to join him. As Isaiah curled Chloe's hair, he gently brushed his finger across her cheek, causing her to giggle in her sleep. He lay down beside her, glancing at her peaceful face. Despite his disdain for her, he had to admit that Go had missed out on something special. Chloe was more developed than most girls, and he found her quite cute. Isaiah's thoughts took a dark turn, but he quickly pushed them aside as he noticed Chloe stirring. He realized she was dreaming about him and shook his head, dismissing the thought. Suddenly, he felt something soft in his hand, and before he knew it, Chloe woke up, startled by the unexpected sensation. They exchanged a moment of shock, and Chloe, flustered, accused him of being inappropriate. She struggled to maintain her composure, stuttering as she demanded to know why he was in her room. Isaiah shrugged off her accusations, insisting that he hadn't meant any harm and that he wouldn't waste time with her after their last encounter. Chloe, embarrassed, ran away, leaving Isaiah to reflect on the situation. Meanwhile, Ash and Go were walking down the hall when Ash expressed his relief at escaping Aerodactyl's grip. Go voiced his frustration about Isaiah, questioning how someone like him could have such powerful Pokémon without facing consequences. Ash encouraged Go to stand up for himself and not let Isaiah intimidate him. Their conversation was interrupted when Chloe emerged from Isaiah's room, visibly upset and in tears. Ash immediately confronted Isaiah, demanding to know what had happened. Isaiah, with a smirk, claimed that Chloe had simply been sleeping in his room and that he had woken her up. Ash was furious, insisting that Isaiah had hurt her. As tensions rose, Go attempted to slip away, but Isaiah blocked his path, taunting him. Ash, still angry, confronted Isaiah about his treatment of Go, but Isaiah dismissed him and retreated to his room, leaving Ash seething with frustration. Ash followed after Go and Chloe, leaving Isaiah to lay on his bed, blankly glancing at the ceiling. Zorua entered and took her place by his side, where he softly scratched her ears. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep, and the story moved forward in time. A week later, Isaiah reflected on how much had changed since he started catching Pokémon. He was pushing a massive wheelie filled with boxes of Pokémon food, feeling a mix of nostalgia and jealousy. Team Rocket and Paul had been absent for over half the week, off on an adventure in Sinnoh, where a Piplup had unexpectedly swum from Sinnoh to Kanto. The situation had become complicated with a Krogunk involved, and they were now headed to Johto for some reason related to Ho-Oh. Isaiah wished he could join them, but Professor Cerise and Officer Jenny were still discussing the implications of his recent involvement in exposing a corrupt company. He had bravely intervened when Rocket members were trying to harm Pokémon, which had surprised everyone, especially the officers. There was still concern about his massive Aerodactyl, who had shown a curious nature that sometimes led to trouble. He longed for adventure and new discoveries, having studied diligently under Mr. Peterson. However, he had yet to hear when Mr. Peterson would call on him for assistance. Meanwhile, Chloe had been avoiding him, along with Yamper, who seemed to have an endless supply of energy. In a flashback, Yamper had been barking incessantly at Isaiah, who could only stare at the energetic Pokémon in annoyance. Even after trying to shoo it away, Yamper had followed him into his space. Suddenly, Aerodactyl swooped in and snatched Yamper up, causing Isaiah to jump in surprise. Now, Isaiah stood over a large pond designed for Pokémon that preferred the depths of the sea, where his colony of Frillish emerged to feast on the Pokémon food he had brought. They were more well-behaved than he expected. One Frillish latched onto him from behind, nibbling playfully at his head. Despite sensing her mischievous intentions, he chose to remain calm. Aerodactyl, along with Chandelure and Krokorok, kept a watchful eye on the Frillish, warning her not to act up. The Frillish pouted at them, trying to use her charm, but the others were not easily fooled. Isaiah offered her some food, which she reluctantly accepted, grumbling as she swallowed it without chewing. Suddenly, a blue Frillish approached him, holding out a water stone. Isaiah was taken aback, wondering where she had found it. Remembering her previous encounters, she playfully smacked the smug-looking Frillish before diving back into the water, leaving the others to laugh at his expense. In defeat, he remained still as Isaiah patted him on the head, offering comfort. You were too good for even her anyways. The Frillish didn't react much and simply made its way to a tree to mourn. Isaiah found this odd but decided to leave the area to focus on his other responsibilities. For the next hour, he moved around different parts of the preserve, feeding each of his Pokémon. He had never worked this hard in his life. Every day, he had to ensure their health, break up any fights, and manage other tasks. This particular dome was a new construction by Professor Cerise, designed to keep those Pokémon away, as they often started conflicts that Isaiah preferred to avoid. He was essentially freeloading off Professor Cerise, who provided the food for his Pokémon. There were a few close calls where he nearly got hurt. Ivysaur was the most well-behaved, lounging peacefully in a sunny patch of grass. Here you go, he said, patting Gigalith as he fed her spherical minerals, which she happily crunched. He barely escaped being knocked over when she lunged toward him in delight. Next, he ventured into the darker parts of the forest, where Chandelure found it amusing to scare him. It turned out to be Zoroa trying to prank him, only for her to be scolded by Krokorok and Chandelure, leaving Isaiah confused. Chandelure moved around the dome checking on the Pokémon like a parent, while Krokorok acted as the boss, with Gigalith, Ivysaur, and Chandelure following her lead. He quietly laid down bowls by the riverbank, which was shallow enough for his water-type Pokémon Omanite, Omastar, and Kabuto to enjoy. They were thrilled to have real food and a place to splash around after so long, while Kabutops remained watchful and ate alone. Well, at least they are not as, he started, but was interrupted by the trio, excluding Kabutops, who jumped on him playfully, causing him to scream as the Helix's tentacles felt strange and Kabuto's sharp claws startled him. Next, he placed a large bowl of food alongside the ancient seeds Brock had given him to grow ancient fruit for Aerodactyl, who preferred non-flesh options. Aerodactyl glanced between the bowl and Isaiah before deciding to take flight around the dome, causing a panic among his Pokémon as they rushed to save their trainer. While washing himself off with a hose, he recalled a conversation with Professor Cerise. Isaiah, are you sure about this? The professor had warned, clearly concerned about Isaiah's proposal. It's worth a shot. After all, we can't keep Heatran locked up in its ball, Isaiah had replied. The professor understood but was still apprehensive about the potential danger Heatran posed. Now, Isaiah approached the underground area built specifically for Heatran, waving to his Pokémon, who were worried about his safety. Look, it's just me and Heatran. I need to make it feel comfortable without you all trying to help, okay? He reassured them as they watched him disappear into the cave. The cave was as wide as the dungeon where they had battled Heatran, with areas shaped like pools that would eventually hold lava. Come on out, he said, tossing the dusk ball to release Heatran, which let out a mighty roar. Heatran surveyed its surroundings before noticing Isaiah, who stepped back as it approached, sizing him up. Tran, it growled, taking a step back. Isaiah felt a tug to keep the magma stone in his arms but knew it was risky. Look, I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to feed you and help you adjust, he began, but was interrupted when Heatran shot a flamethrower, intentionally missing him to keep its distance. Okay, he said, placing the magma stone aside as Heatran cautiously backed away from it. Isaiah pulled out a large bowl, much bigger than Aerodactyl's, and began dropping boxes of Pokémon food into it. Weren't there Pokeblocks that could fill up a Snorlax? I wonder if there's one for Heatran to save money, he thought, unsure of how much Professor Cerise spent on supplies. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done, he mused as he slowly approached Heatran, stopping whenever it growled at him. It began to eat, which he took as a sign that it was curious but still unsure about him. Heatran, I know you don't trust me, he said, meeting its gaze. Trust me, I don't trust anyone but myself either, but I want to get to know you. Heatran stared at him for a moment longer. I get it. You aren't fond of humans, after all, we were the ones who took your treasure, right? Tran. I want to know what makes you comfortable. I don't want anything to happen, just want to make sure what's on your mind, Isaiah said softly. His eyes widened when Heatran let out a low groan, almost as if it were expressing sadness. You miss your home, do you? Isaiah wondered, empathizing with the complexity of something that was used to a certain environment, only to have it taken away. Heatran nodded in response. Isaiah slowly reached out his hand, but Heatran moved forward slightly, causing him to stumble back. All right, just got to take it slowly, he sighed, contemplating the situation with Heatran. It was a legendary Pokémon, capable of creating volcanic eruptions and lava flows. The thought of Heatran potentially causing danger made him anxious, especially if others were to discover its existence. He knew the risks involved. Legendary Pokémon attracted attention, and he preferred to stay under the radar. Having Heatran could paint a target on his back, drawing in trainers and organizations looking to capture it. After all, his brother was still being sought after by many trainers for similar reasons. Maybe it would be best if I released you back to your home. Would you like that? He suggested, noticing Heatran tense up at the idea. To Heatran, it didn't understand why humans craved power, like the girl who had run off with the magma stone. Would this human truly want to release it? I prefer keeping to myself. If people find out about you, it could attract dangerous attention, Isaiah explained. But it will be a while before I can return to the city near the mountain. Who knows how long? Heatran replied softly. I'm sure it will be okay by the time you return. Would you like that? Isaiah asked. Heatran exclaimed, seeming to agree. Good, then for now, just relax and stay in this cave. This is more preferable for you, right? He stepped back, watching as Heatran began to enjoy its surroundings. The cave shook as Heatran stomped its legs, causing the rocks to blacken and glow like molten lava. It happily submerged itself in the pools of lava, swimming around before charging toward Isaiah. It was getting quite warm in the cave. Professor Cerise is a genius, he admitted, stepping back as Heatran returned to eating the leftovers. He couldn't believe he had actually managed to gain its trust. He knew he needed to talk to Professor Cerise about the situation and plan a trip back to the volcano. There seemed to be no real benefit to keeping Heatran, but he couldn't help but reach out toward the metal aspect of Heatran, trying to show trust. Heatran growled, but Isaiah pressed on, inching closer. Just as he was about to touch it, Chloe appeared at the entrance, startling both of them. Hey! My dad wants to talk with you, she called out. Isaiah panicked as Chloe laid eyes on Heatran, who stared back at her. Wait. What? Chloe exclaimed, having overheard their conversation about Heatran. She had stumbled upon the underground entrance while wandering through Isaiah's garden. Heatran suddenly leaped onto the ceiling, rushing toward Chloe with a burst of fire, causing her to scream. Isaiah instinctively tackled her to the ground, narrowly avoiding the flames. Arg! That was close, he shouted, alarming his Pokémon outside. His team glared at Heatran, who growled in response. Stop! My orders are to stop! Isaiah yelled, getting to his feet and slowly approaching Heatran, which roared angrily before leaping back into the lava pool. Chloe cringed as Isaiah shot her a glare, clearly upset. I didn't mean to, she said defensively. I'm sorry for not informing you, Chloe. This was really a bad time, her father apologized, hugging her after the incident. Isaiah sat at the table, arms crossed and eyes closed, taking deep breaths. I'll just forget what happened since she didn't know, but I hope you won't tell anyone else. I can't be sure they will keep quiet, he said, glancing at Chloe, who felt a bit flustered under his gaze. So you really want to take it back? Professor Cerise asked, releasing Chloe from his embrace as she wandered around the kitchen. Yeah. I don't want to attract attention, especially from those who would want to capture Heatran, Isaiah replied, keeping his focus on Chloe. Understandable. I was thinking of recommending that, Professor Cerise said. Really? How so? Isaiah asked, intrigued. Legendary Pokemon have a significant impact on their environment. The volcano Heatran inhabits has started to decline, which is not beneficial for fire types. Many have left in search of a new home, he explained, supporting Isaiah's point about returning Heatran. That makes sense, Isaiah acknowledged. However, how about you let it return home but not release it? That way, if anyone tries to catch it, they won't force it out of its habitat, Professor Cerise suggested. I guess that could work. When can I go there? Isaiah inquired. Unfortunately, not anytime soon. The city is still on lockdown due to the recent attacks. Who knows how long it will take for it to reopen? Professor Cerise replied, causing Isaiah to frown. That's disappointing, he said. I'll let you know when it's going to reopen, Professor Cerise assured him. For now, I need your help, Chloe said urgently. With what? Isaiah replied, curious. It's about Ash and Go, they're missing. Chloe's expression shifted to concern, especially for Go, though she didn't have strong feelings about Ash. Why is it any of my concern? Isaiah asked. This is serious. I have GPS signals on their Rotom phones to track them, but the signals have been blocked. Wait, you have a tracker in the Rotom phones, including mine? Isaiah questioned. Yes, Isaiah, in case of danger. But please, search for them. I'll give you the coordinates of where they were last seen. When did I agree to this? If they're in danger, wouldn't that put me at risk too? You know what? What were those two doing that caused their Rotom phones to lose signal? A magnetic field? I don't know, but maybe. Maybe what? I sent them on a ferry to look for Dragonite that help people from wrecks at sea, but no one knows where their habitat is. Dragonite? Isaiah pondered, intrigued. There's a chance, but I need to be sure. Okay. I'll go. Really? Dad, he's not doing it for them. He's only interested in the Dragonite, Chloe pointed out, prompting a nod from Isaiah. Of course, but don't worry. I'll make sure to bring them back if they're safe. This made them both sweat a little. Isaiah clung desperately to Aerodactyl, who seemed to enjoy the ride, occasionally wheeling around and nearly causing him to lose his grip. He couldn't swim, and even with Frillish and Kabutops by his side, he felt uneasy. Why did I agree to this again, he sighed, struggling to control Aerodactyl. There they are, the clouds, he noticed in the distance. But then something orange caught his eye, approaching rapidly. Those are Dragonite, Isaiah realized as the group drew closer, their concerned expressions evident. Aerodactyl stopped and snarled at them. Wow, that was easy, he thought, but the Dragonite glared back and began creating multiple twisters aimed at him, making Isaiah gasp as Aerodactyl scowled. Oh no! He couldn't swim. Title: The Dragonite Situation. Isaiah yelled in surprise as Aerodactyl unleashed a powerful hyper beam, destroying the combined twister attack and revealing a group of Dragonite. Hey, I don't mean any harm unless you're looking for a fight, he said, trying to assert himself despite the 4 Dragonites' intimidating presence. Isaiah felt a surge of anxiety as he assessed the situation. There's 4 of them. I doubt we'll be able to handle all of them plus the water, he thought, frustrated as he tried to devise a plan. The Dragonites appeared irritated, charging forward and causing Isaiah to grit his teeth. Aerodactyl. Use, he began, but was interrupted by massive roars behind him. He and Aerodactyl turned to see a barrage of hyper beams approaching. The Dragonites quickly formed a protective barrier, shielding themselves from the incoming attack. Confused, Isaiah watched as the Dragonites lowered their barrier, revealing a new threat. Oh no, he realized, recognizing the Gyarados that had emerged from the water. The Gyarados roared angrily before launching its own hyper beams, which the Dragonites countered, creating a shockwave that nearly knocked Isaiah off Aerodactyl. Several Dragonites charged at the Gyarados, launching their own attacks. One used Thunder Punch, another unleashed thunder, while others struck with Dragon Pulse and Dragon Rush, sending the Gyarados retreating, except for one that was left floating unconscious. What power! Isaiah thought, considering capturing one of the Dragonites but hesitating after they had saved him. The Dragonites cheered in victory, and Isaiah took the opportunity to throw out Frillish. Frill! Frillish looked up as an Ultra Ball landed on his head. Sorry, can you tap Gyarados with that? I kind of don't want to get into the water, Isaiah called out, keeping his distance from the waves. Frillish stared at the unconscious Gyarados, unsure of what to do. Just tap it. It'll go right in, Isaiah urged. Frillish cautiously approached the Gyarados and reached out with the Ultra Ball. Suddenly, Gyarados stirred awake with a weak roar, startling Frillish. Before it could react, the Dragonites blasted it with multiple Dragon Pulses, knocking it unconscious again. Frillish glared at Isaiah, still shaken, but slowly held out the Ultra Ball and tapped Gyarados, successfully capturing it. The ball signaled that Gyarados was caught, and Isaiah felt a rush of excitement. Gyarados has been registered to your Pokédex. It's a male with the ability Intimidate and a move set including Hyper Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Rage, Twister, Bite, Scary Face, and Dragon Dance, Rotom announced, satisfying Isaiah. Frillish floated back to him with the Ultra Ball, and Isaiah thanked him before noticing the Dragonites circling him curiously. I guess we're cool, right? He asked, tapping Aerodactyl, who remained cautious. The Dragonites nodded and took off into the sky. Follow, Isaiah ordered Aerodactyl, and they flew after the Dragonites, navigating through the clouds and mist that surrounded the waters. Eventually, they spotted an island teeming with more Dragonites. Isaiah marveled at the sight, realizing how difficult it would be for anyone to discover this hidden paradise. As Aerodactyl landed, Isaiah hopped off and observed the area, noting the Dragonites were now more relaxed since he had shown no threat. Hey, I'm looking for these two clowns. Seen them? He asked, showing a picture of Ash and Go. Several Dragonites happily nodded and pointed in a direction. Thanks, he said, beginning to walk down the paths with the Dragonites as his guides. He recorded videos and took snapshots of the Dragonites going about their day. Whoa, he exclaimed, capturing footage of Dragonites seated on platforms in the water, cradling blue and white eggs. One egg hatched into a small Dratini, and Isaiah found it adorable. Dri, a Dratini peeked out from the water, tilting its head innocently. Isaiah gently patted its head, enjoying the moment. The Dratini squealed in happiness and splashed around, entertaining him. He reached into his bag for some Pokemon food, which the Dratini happily accepted. Looking behind him, Isaiah noticed a gathering of Dragonites and Dragonairs watching him, intrigued by his recording session. He felt a strange comfort being surrounded by them, more so than he would have around people. He considered catching one but decided against it, knowing the group would likely disapprove. Instead, he resolved to focus on the Dragonites around him. Why do I need a pre-evolution when I have the evolved form? He declared as he walked with most of the group that had been following him, deciding to leave the human behind. However, the Dratini he had fed tilted its head and followed after him. He traveled around the island, exploring without thinking about searching for the other two since they weren't his priority at all. He still wasn't comfortable trying to catch one that could cause significant damage to the island. He considered the consequences of people becoming aware of this island. Best to keep this to myself, he thought. As he continued forward, one of the nearby Dragonites appeared in front of him, shaking its head. Something wrong? He asked, noticing the Dragonite frown before turning its head towards what seemed to be an open space with multiple flat stones big enough to fit a Dragonite. There was a Dragonite lying on one of them, seemingly asleep with its head resting on its fist, facing away. The Dragonite that had stopped him shook its head and gestured, warning him not to get near it. I see, Isaiah said, turning in another direction. Coincidentally, the sleeping Dragonite woke up and turned its head to see Isaiah. The helpful Dragonite looked fearful as the other Dragonite yawned and flew towards them, taking its place in front of Isaiah and staring him down. Isaiah blinked at the Dragonite's glare, its eyes half open as if it were annoyed. The Dragonite in front tried to plead with the other, but instead, it was backhanded across the face, making Isaiah step back. Whoa! The bully Dragonite now turned its attention back to him, snarling in his face, ready to strike. Something about it looks familiar, he thought, sensing a similarity in the Dragonite's behavior to his own. It must be powerful for the other Dragonites to fear it. Just then, Dratini, the same one from earlier, came to his aid, making cute noises towards the bully Dragonite, which scoffed and took a sudden step forward, startling them all before flying off elsewhere. Thanks, he said, patting the Dratini, which happily bounced and wrapped itself around him. Okay. That's cute, but you need to leave, little one. It tilted its head innocently as the helpful Dragonite rubbed its cheek. Isaiah decided to heal it with a hyper potion, feeling it was a natural thing to do after spending so much time with his own Pokemon. He didn't want this specific Dragonite or the others he encountered, they seemed too peaceful for battle. The Dragonite thanked him quietly and flew off, leaving him and the little Dratini alone. I want that Dragonite. It doesn't seem very friendly with the others, which sounds like my type of Pokemon, he thought, running after the Dragonite while Dratini followed him. Go and Pikachu looked on with confusion as Ash attempted to help Dragonair learn how to use Dragon Dance by bouncing on an electro web, which Dragonair was doing while glowing blue. One more time, Dragonair. Ash yelled as Dragonair clenched its eyes, preparing to bounce. Suddenly, a random hyper beam appeared without warning, blasting the electro web and creating a massive explosion that sent Ash flying into the water, along with Go, Scorbunny, Pikachu, and Dragonair. What was that? Everyone stared at the attacker, and Dragonair quivered in fear. A not-so-friendly Dragonite smirked at Dragonair, which backed away slowly. Hey! What's your problem? Don't you see we were trying to help your friend? Ash shouted, misunderstanding the situation. The Dragonite moved in front of Dragonair, who squatted down, only to receive a harsh hit on the head, causing it to fall over in pain and angering everyone. Score! Scorbunny kicked the Dragonite on the head, but it merely stared at Scorbunny, annoyed, before slapping it away, sending Scorbunny bouncing until it hit a boulder and fell onto the sand, unconscious. Daré! Daré! The Dragonite sneered at Dragonair for being weak and relying on humans. Ash stepped in front of Dragonair, with Pikachu threatening the Dragonite with electricity. Ash! Don't! Go warned. Why are you acting this way? Leave Dragonair alone. The Dragonite blankly stared at Ash before raising its hand and forming a dragon claw. Thunderbolt. Pikachu shot a thunderbolt, but the Dragonite blocked the attack with its dragon claw. Pikachu charged forward with a volt tackle, engulfing itself in electric energy. The Dragonite threw another dragon claw, resulting in a clash that pushed the Dragonite back slightly. Stop! Ash shouted. The Dragonite scoffed and fired a hyper beam towards Go, causing everyone to gasp in horror. Pikachu jumped in front of Go, taking the attack for him. Pikachu! Ash cried, rushing to his partner's side as Pikachu landed on the sand, badly hurt. Dragonair attempted to slither away to the group, but the Dragonite stopped it, sneering down at it and making Dragonair look down in fear. Go and Ash watched in horror, unable to help as the Dragonite yelled insults in its own language while also attacking Dragonair. This Dragonite has probably been terrorizing Dragonair specifically before, Go concluded, a chill running down his spine. Even Iris's Dragonite wasn't this cruel to others. Go hesitated, feeling nervous as his legs shook. It feels familiar, he admitted, glancing at Ash. It reminds me a lot of Isaiah, and Dragonair is basically me. Go flinched, prompting Ash to notice the toxic hostility Dragonite displayed towards Dragonair, who looked weakly at the ocean. Its friend was still in trouble. Dragonite shook its head, focusing on the trainer trying to help Dragonair learn Dragon Dance. Suddenly, Dragonite unleashed a hyper beam towards the sand below, creating an explosion that sent everyone flying, causing them to scream as Dragonair gasped. Dragonite mocked Dragonair, shaking its head, convinced it wouldn't help. Nair. Dragonair shot forward, surprising Dragonite, who raised an eyebrow. Dragonair glowed blue as its wings emerged, taking to the sky, much to Dragonite's shock and Ash's delight. You learned Dragon Dance. As Dragonair attempted to catch the group, they struggled to hold on since its body was slippery. Dragonair closed its eyes, remembering the trainer who had encouraged it through its struggles, even at a cost to himself. It couldn't let him down. With a serious glare, Dragonair opened its eyes and began to evolve. In an instant, it transformed into Dragonite, grabbing Ash, Go, Pikachu, and Scorbunny. Thank you, Dragonite, Ash said gratefully, and Dragonite nodded. But then, the bully Dragonite charged in like a missile, striking the new Dragonite with a thunder punch. Despite the hit, the new Dragonite held on tightly to the group, who were panicking. Dragonite, are you okay? Ash asked, and the Dragonite weakly nodded, trying to rise, only to find its tormentor glaring down at them. What's its problem? It's just a bully. Just like Isaiah. Still, he's no better, Go remarked. Oh. Care to say that to my face? Go's heart sank at the familiar voice. He turned to see Isaiah approaching with a Dratini wrapped around him, which caught the bully Dragonite's attention. Aye, Isaiah. Go stuttered. What are you doing here? Isaiah smirked as he neared the group. I came under Professor Cerise's orders to find you since you two disappeared, but I was more interested in the Dragonite colony, Isaiah explained, causing Go to feel a surge of fear. The evolved Dragonite glanced aside, still worried for its friend, and took the opportunity to grab Ash and Pikachu, leaving Go behind as it headed out, catching the other Dragonite's attention. Go squeaked when Isaiah approached him with an intimidating look, realizing Ash was gone. He jumped on his dugong and followed after, making Isaiah frown. Pages, he muttered, then looked up at the Dragonite that had landed, glaring at him. Rah, it snarled as Dratini made a few noises, as if communicating with it. Eventually, Dratini snuggled against Isaiah, which annoyed the Dragonite, who tried to intimidate him with a sudden step forward, but Isaiah stood his ground. Isaiah felt a mix of intimidation and curiosity, wondering why the Dragonite wouldn't attack him with Dratini nearby. Are you two related? He asked, and Dratini nodded while Dragonite scoffed, turning its head away. Oh. Is he your parent? Isaiah asked, receiving a shake of the head. Sibling. Dratini nodded again. That makes sense. Isaiah noted that this Dragonite had a sense of compassion, even if it didn't show it. He had observed the entire situation unfold and was surprised by how aggressive this Dragonite was. Alright, Dragonite. I want you, he declared, earning a stare from the Dragonite. That's right. All the Dragonite here don't suit me, but you do. I want to catch you, and I'll battle you to earn you, Isaiah stated. Dragonite was impressed by the trainer's boldness, recognizing his guts. Compared to the other humans and the weaker Dragonite. With a scoff, Dragonite gestured for Isaiah to come at him, ready for a challenge. Many of its kind began to gather in the forest to watch the battle. Dratini hopped off Isaiah and took its place, watching the battle with curiosity as Isaiah prepared to throw out his first Pokémon. Start with Rain Dance. Frillish summoned rain, drenching the field while Dragonite stood still, seemingly unimpressed. Is it that arrogant? Fine. Hydro Pump. Isaiah ordered. Frillish's Hydro Pump, boosted by the rain, struck Dragonite, but it didn't flinch. Confuse Ray. Frillish formed sinister lights and sent them toward Dragonite, who dodged the attack and flew towards Frillish with a fist charged with electric energy. Thunder Punch. Protect. Frillish created a barrier to block the attack, but Dragonite relentlessly struck against it until Frillish lost focus and was knocked out. Isaiah glanced at the rain-soaked battlefield, deciding to take advantage of the weather. Go, Kabutops. He threw out his Kabutops for the first time. Tops, she growled. Slash. Dragonite prepared for the attack but was caught off guard as Kabutops vanished and struck hard. Keep using slash. Kabutops moved swiftly, taking advantage of Dragonite's surprise as it tried to retaliate with a thunder punch, but Kabutops easily dodged. Now sand attack. Kabutops kicked up sand, blinding Dragonite. Stone edge. Kabutops summoned rocky pillars that struck Dragonite directly, sending it crashing into the water. Swift swim doubles the speed of the Pokemon, Isaiah noted, ready for the next move. Good thinking, Isaiah thought. Learning about strategies was as simple as learning math and reading. He had taken multiple notes, but his smile faded when the rain dance ended. Rain dance doesn't last as long as I hoped, but I still have. He was interrupted as Dragonite, with red eyes full of anger, shot out of the water and flew towards Kabutops. It was important to note that his fossilized Pokemon were larger than usual. While a normal Kabutops stood at 4 feet 3 inches, his was nearly 6 feet tall, though it didn't look much different compared to Aerodactyl. Kabutops growled. Stone edge. To Isaiah's surprise, Dragonite countered with Dragon Rush, crashing through the pillars. Isaiah could see it was affected by the impact, as Dragonite winced before hitting Kabutops, sending her crashing onto the sand, though she remained conscious. Liquidation. Kabutops's sickles glowed with a watery blue aura as Dragonite formed a thunder punch, and the two Pokemon exchanged blows. Isaiah noted, Dragonite's being reckless. Dragonite snarled, throwing hits wildly and managing to strike Kabutops, who continued to fight back. Despite the pain, Dragonite unleashed a hyper beam, engulfing Kabutops. Isaiah watched as Kabutops fell unconscious in front of him. This Dragonite is prideful about its power but keeps attacking without considering the damage it takes, Isaiah thought, preparing to send out his next Pokemon, Omastar. Rain dance, Isaiah ordered. Omastar summoned the rain, similar to Frillish earlier. Dragonite, frustrated, charged forward with another Dragon Rush. Roll out. Omastar spun and shot towards Dragonite, rolling under it and striking directly. With swift swim, Omastar moved faster, hitting Dragonite repeatedly and knocking it down. Dragonite formed a Dragon Claw and clashed against Omastar's fourth rollout, sending Omastar flying, but the attack still connected. Now! Isaiah called. Just as Omastar was about to hit Dragonite, a massive streak of lightning struck Omastar, causing her to collapse. Isaiah was taken by surprise. That was thunder, right? I saw other Dragonites use it, but it came from the clouds, he noted, adding it to his list of observations. He knew his Pokemon wouldn't last long against strong opponents but could deal significant damage. Good job, Isaiah said, keeping his eyes on Dragonite, which roared. It's reckless and arrogant, but very observant. It took hits to learn the movements of the others before deciding to strike. It's prideful in the end. Isaiah wanted this Dragonite. It had durability and a love for battle, but it also had major flaws. You are my only hope. Finish this. He threw out Aerodactyl. The only other Pokemon he brought were two Frillish, just in case he fell into the ocean. Dragonite was caught off guard by Aerodactyl's massive size, roaring so loudly that every Dragonite felt threatened, shaking the trees around them. Dratini cowered at the sight of Aerodactyl. Dragonite growled and stood its ground, ready for an attack, which Isaiah anticipated. Crunch. Aerodactyl took flight, and Dragonite followed. The larger Pokemon charged forward, and despite Dragonite's cautious attempt to dodge, Aerodactyl struck it down. Aerodactyl towered over Dragonite, pinning it down. Isaiah noticed the surprised looks of the other Pokemon, shocked that Dragonite was being held down. That was different. It reacted unlike the last two, maybe it has become cautious of Aerodactyl. Slam it. Isaiah commanded. Aerodactyl tightened her grip and slammed Dragonite onto the ground, much to Dragonite's frustration. In retaliation, Dragonite unleashed a hyper beam, creating a line of destruction that nearly hit Isaiah and caused fires around. Isaiah watched as the other Pokemon reacted quickly, using water and ice attacks to extinguish the flames, as if this wasn't their first experience with such chaos. The attack nearly hit Dratini, sending it flying toward the water. Dragonite realized what it had done and struggled to break free from Aerodactyl's grip. Let it go. This command surprised both Pokemon. You heard me. Let it go. Aerodactyl hesitated but eventually released Dragonite, which flew toward the water in search of Dratini, who resurfaced. Dragonite scoffed, making Dratini look down sadly before a sudden whirlpool formed around it, dragging it in. Dragonite gasped and charged into the whirlpool, only to be hit by a dragon pulse from within, sending it back. Isaiah held out his Rotom Dex to register the Pokemon he could barely see inside. Kingdra, the dragon Pokemon. With the arrival of a storm at sea, this Pokemon will show itself on the surface. When a Kingdra and a Dragonite meet, a fierce battle ensues. Isaiah recognized these as the final evolution of the Horsia line. He didn't have extensive knowledge of different species, as he had only focused on those he had battled or encountered. This will be interesting, he thought as. The Dragonite roared in anger and charged in, launching a hyper beam towards the Kingdra. The Kingdra dodged the attack easily, flying up into the air, which surprised Isaiah. It then fired a point-blank hyper beam, severely injuring the Dragonite and sending it crashing onto the sand. The Dragonite was already exhausted from its previous battles. The Kingdra did not linger and quickly left, showing no sign of Dratini around. The Dragonite struggled to get up, realizing its kind were surrounding it, looking concerned and trying to help, but it pushed them away. Isaiah's thoughts were confirmed when the Dragonite attempted to drag itself toward the water but fell flat on its face. Row, the Dragonite glared at its kind, not understanding why they were trying to help. Ever since it hatched, it had felt different. In a flashback, the mother Dragonite watched happily as her children played together, except for one, Dratini, who looked a bit different and had been trying to get her attention. The mother felt disturbed by Dratini's increasingly aggressive behavior and eventually, after Dratini attacked its siblings, it was banished from the nest. Feeling isolated, Dratini grew stronger and eventually evolved into a cold-hearted Dragonair. After years of struggle, it evolved into Dragonite. Seeking challenges, it forced other Dragonites to battle it, never taking the time to heal its injuries, yet it managed to overpower them. Bored with life on the island, it proved itself to be the strongest Dragonite there, unlike the others who were more docile. Back in the present, the Dragonite was not fully healed when it battled Isaiah. It faced opponents like Gyarados and Kingdra, remaining observant and unsure. Just as stubborn as me, Isaiah remarked, but the Dragonite sneered, believing it was Isaiah's fault. Isaiah had healing potions in his duffel bag, but the Dragonite slapped them away, refusing help. Do you want to save your sibling? Isaiah asked, trying to appeal to the Dragonite's emotions, but his puppy eyes only seemed to disturb it. Without waiting for a response, Isaiah sprayed the Dragonite's injuries as it looked away, unsure of why he was helping. The Dragonite recognized Isaiah's intentions to catch it and did not trust him. After being healed, the Dragonite slapped Isaiah away and flew off to search for the Kingdra. Sighing, Isaiah called to his Aerodactyl, let's follow after it, but let's not get close to the water, okay? He waved goodbye to the other species, who were grateful for his kindness, and they followed until the Dragonite dove into the water. In another scene, Dratini was trying to escape from Kingdra, who was in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Isaiah was researching Kingdra on his phone, noting its ability to create underwater vortexes and its preference for living in deeper waters. A Dragonite and a Kingdra will battle fiercely, Isaiah thought with interest. Later, Ash called out to Dragonite, who nodded in response after letting him go. They had managed to locate Dragonite's missing friend, captured by Team Rocket, whose Wylord had caused chaos. Just as Ash was nearly pulled into a whirlpool, Dragonite saved him. It's asking for you to catch it, someone said. Alright then. Welcome to the team, Dragonite, Ash said, throwing a pokeball and successfully catching it. He felt a rush of happiness. It had been a while since he had caught a Pokemon. "Come out," he said, releasing Dragonite, who joyfully hugged both Ash and Go, who felt a twinge of jealousy. However, the moment was interrupted when the aggressive Dragonite emerged from the water, roaring at them before shooting past and diving back in. "That's the same Dragonite," Go said, recalling the danger they had faced before. Isaiah appeared on his Aerodactyl, asking if they had seen a Kingdra. "I saw that, Ash." "A pathetic Dragonite for a pathetic trainer," Isaiah taunted, irritating Ash. The Dragonite, noticing Isaiah, began to understand that he might not be a good person. Suddenly, it emerged from the water with Kingdra in its grasp, mercilessly attacking it. "There it is," someone exclaimed. Isaiah had Aerodactyl crash near Ash, Go, Pikachu, and Scorbunny, sending them all into the water while Dragonite soared above on Wylord, heading straight into the battle. Kingdra glared from the sky as rain began to pour, with lightning flashing ominously. Dragonite dove in with a Dragon Rush, but just as it was about to strike, Kingdra vanished, only to hit Dragonite from behind with a Dragon Pulse. "That's fast," Isaiah thought, watching the swift movements of Kingdra. Dragonite, though healed, was still weary and took a Hydro Pump hit from Kingdra but managed to withstand it. It retaliated with Thunder Punch, but Kingdra dodged effortlessly, taking advantage of its swift swim ability in the rain. Isaiah observed the battle, noting Kingdra's speed. Dragonite was struggling, and when Kingdra unleashed a point-blank Hyper Beam, Dragonite countered with Thunder. The resulting explosion sent everyone reeling backward. "Back up, back up!" Isaiah shouted to Aerodactyl, who complied, though he nearly fell back into the water. A storm brewed, creating multiple vortexes around them, causing Aerodactyl to retreat further. As the battle continued, Dragonite was tossed around by Kingdra, who skillfully used the storm to its advantage. Dratini watched from a safe distance, worried for its older sibling. Isaiah hesitated to intervene, knowing Dragonite's pride might be hurt. He noticed Dratini was safe and considered catching it for reasons. Just as he was about to throw a pokeball, another one struck Dratini, pulling it in. Isaiah gasped as he saw Ash and Go nearby, with Ash's Dugong having captured Dratini thanks to an extra pokeball Ash had given Go. "I at least caught something," Go said, but their attention was drawn back to the fierce battle between the two dragon types. Both roared as they unleashed their attacks, creating a massive whirlwind that knocked Isaiah into the water. Aerodactyl panicked, trying to grab him but hesitated at the sight of the vast ocean. Go noticed Isaiah hadn't resurfaced. "Ash, I think Isaiah's," Ash interrupted, looking around for his friend. "Where is he?" Meanwhile, Isaiah found himself underwater, caught in a vortex. As Dragonite was bombarded by hydro pumps, it struggled against Kingdra's relentless assault. Just then, Isaiah was unexpectedly thrown into the fray, colliding with Kingdra and losing his grip. Dragonite seized the moment, unleashing a powerful lightning bolt. That struck both Kingdra and Isaiah before charging in with a Dragon Rush, sending Kingdra into the depths. Isaiah fell into the water but was caught by Ash's Dragonite. "You think he's alive?" Go asked, concerned. "Hey. Are you okay? Say something," Ash urged, trying to wake Isaiah, who was smoking from the shock. "I really don't feel good," Isaiah mumbled, his vision spinning. Just then, a wild Kingdra emerged, disoriented. Isaiah, shaking and unsure, threw a net ball before blacking out. In a dark void, Isaiah found himself alone, feeling a sense of familiarity. He heard a voice and turned to see a younger version of himself with his older brother Tobias. "She isn't coming back, Isaiah. Family never abandons another. It's best to forget," Tobias said, leaving Isaiah with a chilling realization. Tobias stated sternly, causing Isaiah to look down. "Maybe she will if she finds out Maribel got sick." As everything faded away, images flickered in his mind. He saw a massive airship crashing into a lake, a woman screaming as it sank. It was a haunting vision he wished to forget. The only part of his past he wanted to fix was returning the lunar wing to Cresselia, a gift from his parents at the request of his deceased sister. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It took you some time to figure it out. Human. Isaiah felt a chill as he turned to see Darkrai floating above him. You are supposed to be in Unova, searching for my sister's soul. I followed you the day you left Unova, Darkrai revealed. Every moment of your life, I've been there, but at a distance where none of your Pokémon found me. Isaiah shivered at the thought of being watched. What do you want from me? He demanded. It's far more personal than you think. If only you truly remembered. But for now. We will meet at the full moon outside of Vermilion City a week from now. I challenge you to a battle to see how much you have grown, especially Chandelure. What if I don't? Isaiah asked, but before he could get an answer, a dark wave engulfed him, knocking him out of the dream realm. Isaiah opened his eyes weakly, a bad headache pounding in his head. He noticed bandages wrapped around it and struggled to remember what had happened. Oh yeah. The Dragonite, he muttered, rubbing his head. His eyes widened when Chloe entered the room, dressed in a nurse's uniform and smiling brightly. Isaiah's expression turned blank. He knew Chloe wouldn't wear such an outfit or smile at him. Zorua, knock it off, he said, realizing it was his Pokémon playing tricks. Zorua giggled as she reverted to her normal form and lay by his side. Several of his Pokémon entered the room, cheering in relief. I see you are awake, Professor Cerise said, looking relieved as well. Ivysaur placed a tray with food by the stand. How long was I out? Isaiah asked. For 3 years, the professor joked. Shut up. You can't be serious. Isaiah exclaimed. I was joking. You were out for 3 days, Professor Cerise clarified, making Isaiah fall back in disbelief. You suffered a concussion. Ash and Go explained everything. You fell into the ocean and were caught in a vortex caused by the battle between Dragonite and a Kingdra. It sent you right into the Kingdra, which caused your concussion, and you were also struck by lightning. The doctors were worried it would take a long time for you to wake up. Isaiah held his head in terror. I could have been in a coma for years. That dream. He remembered meeting Darkrai. Darkrai had forcefully woken him up. I forgot about Darkrai. There were so many other things happening. He glanced at his Pokémon, especially Chandelure, who wanted to confront Darkrai. If Darkrai was able to invade my dreams, then. He looked out the window. Like Darkrai said, it has been stalking me this whole time. Isaiah, what's wrong? The professor asked. It's nothing, Professor, Isaiah assured, though he felt anxiety creeping in. What about my other Pokémon? My assistants and I have been taking care of them. Ash and Go. Well, your Pokémon aren't fond of them, Professor Cerise said with a nervous laugh, recalling how hostile Isaiah's Pokémon had been when they tried to feed them. What about Heatran? Isaiah inquired. Heatran is a different story, the professor replied. Did something happen? No, it's just that I tried visiting it, but it attacked me when it saw me. Not surprising, Isaiah said. However, it's been acting odd. I'll explain later. For now, we need to talk about some of your recent captures. Isaiah remembered his catches and patted his Pokémon's head as he got up. Whatever happened to that Dragonite? He asked. They informed me it nearly died in the battle with Kingdra but fell unconscious. It's currently with Nurse Joy in Vermilion, in a coma. Despite the insistence of the professor and nurses, Isaiah found himself in the laboratory, walking the halls alongside his Pokémon. Krokorok, Chandelure, he called, and the two raised their heads. Darkrai's here. It has been watching us this whole time, it told me so in my dreams. The revelation shocked them, and they tensed. Exactly. For now, keep your guard up.